Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Saga of Avatar Korra in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 9, Love is brightest in the dark. I need a doctor. Bolin yelled as he stumbled up the last few steps to the pinnacle of Omashu. There was still one airship left, his only chance at salvation. The guards beside the hatch looked surprised for a moment, and one darted away as the other beckoned him forward. His legs ached from running and he could not stop worrying that he had taken too long, that Korra was beyond saving. The guard reappeared at the door, an older woman beside him. "What's the issue?" she said, backing away as Bolin stumbled into the craft. "That's all of them. Get moving," the other guard yelled into an intercom. "Arm," Bolin tried to say, his lungs seeming to burn with each breath. The woman swore. "Bring her to sick bay. Hurry." Korra looked horribly pale, her arm wound still oozing blood despite the temporary bandage. Bolin rushed after the doctor through the crowded airship as the whine of the engines increased and the deck shifted beneath his feet. "Must not drop her." The doctor barked orders as she rushed into a brightly lit room just ahead of him, startling two nurses. "Put her down," she said as she rifled through a cabinet. "We need to operate," she added, and the nurses hurried into action. "Please, help her," Bolin said as he laid Korra down as gently as he could on the operating table. He stepped back and looked away as the doctor and nurses started cutting through Korra's clothes and unwound his makeshift bandage. "We'll do whatever we can," the doctor said. "She's lost a lot of blood," the doctor muttered. She sounded less than optimistic. Bolin chanced a look back. Blood covered Korra's chest. Her underwear was slick and a nurse was slicing through the straps of her bra with a practiced hand. He glanced away, caught sight of the remains of Korra's arm and winced. So many injuries. How had Kuvira caused those odd holes in her shoulder and side? Like her missing limb, these leaked blood, nurses pressing bandages against each. The Avatar had not said a word since Kuvira's attack, her eyes unfocused and vacant. Even now her gaze seemed to just drift around the room, moving from the doctor to each of the nurses and, finally, she stared at him. He met her gaze as her eyes fluttered and slid shut. Was she okay? Had she seen him? Bolin took a worried step forwards. "Don't worry," the doctor glanced at him as she carefully pulled a bandage away and probed the hole in Korra's shoulder. "The sedatives knocked her out." "Then dash." The doctor shook her head. "Can't promise anything. She's not out of the woods yet, but I reckon we can fix her." Bolin nodded, relief flooding through him. He looked around worriedly. Was he in the way? He needed to clear out and give them space. He took a step towards the door. "Hey!" the doctor called. "What happened down there?" Bolin gulped and turned back to her. "I don't know exactly. Just, Ku the Great Uniter did something in her arm." He trailed off. The doctor shook her head. "Not that. It's nasty, but I've seen injuries like that before. Clean cut, looks like it was made with a blade. I want to know what caused these." She pointed at the hole in Korra's shoulder. Bolin shook his head. The doctor held up a metal sphere. This was in the wound in her side. Bolin stared at the foreign object. Was this also Kuvira's doing? To penetrate Korra's body like that, the sphere must have been moving at a speed faster than he could imagine. "I don't know what they are," he answered at last. The doctor clicked her tongue. "Hope she doesn't do this to anyone else, nasty." "But her arm dash," Bolin started. "Is a familiar issue," the doctor interrupted. "Check for any objects in the small wounds and suture as best you can." The nurse nodded. The medical personnel shifted a little and Bolin caught a glimpse of Korra. The remains of her arm were an ugly mess of stitches and nurses sutured the other wounds, but despite that he was painfully aware she was naked. His breath caught in his throat and he felt disgusted. He glanced away hurriedly. The airship trembled and buckled a little, everyone braced themselves for a moment and the craft settled. The doctor sighed in relief. "Think we got it all?" Bolin did not move. "It's fine, there's a blanket over her," she added. Bolin flushed a little and looked up to confirm Korra was now covered. She looked better, still pale, but she was breathing evenly. He kept his gaze away from the dip in the blanket indicating her missing arm. She really is going to be okay? He asked as he took Korra's remaining hand in his own, her fingers limp against his own. The Avatar is going to live through this. She'll need a lot of recovery time and she's not going to be awake for a few hours still. She sighed. And the arm? I don't think I need to say anything more. Bolin sagged against the bed. Thank you, Doctor Song, she said smiling. And you are? Bolin. He nodded. Saw your picture after your team made it to the semi-finals of the championships. She gazed down at the slumbering girl. Before we all found out who she was. Song shook her head. Never thought I'd get to meet her. Bolin opened his mouth to reply as a tremor shook the airship. What was that? He asked, staring around. The flight had been less than smooth so far, but this was worse. I don't know. Song darted to the intercom. Bridge, what's going on? I have a patient in critical condition down here. Not our biggest worry right now, came the reply. Enemy fire incoming. Kuvira. Bolin darted to the nearest window. Flaming masses flared up on the ground far below them and with a streak of fire hurtled up towards them. Commence evasive maneuvers, the voice on the bridge was saying. Too many incoming. All hands brace for impact. Another cried out. Something slammed into the airship and the deck tilted under Bolin's feet. He threw himself back towards the bed, just barely stopping Korra from rolling right off as Song and the nurses clung to the nearest bulkheads. Direct hit on the port engine, the voice said. We're losing altitude. All hands brace for impact. Song pushed away from the bulkhead and joined Bolin beside Korra. Hang on to her, she called as she carefully held Korra's right shoulder and leg. Bolin gingerly held onto her other leg as the airship lurched and with a scraping crunch smashed into something. Bolin planted his feet as best he could as the shuddering in the hull threw everything from the shelves onto the floor. The floor tilted the other way, slamming him against the operating table. He gasped in pain, but kept hold of Korra. Another violent lurch and the airship thankfully stilled. We're grounded. All hands report in, a shaky voice called over the intercom. The other areas of the ship shouted their situation and injuries. Song lurched across the messy floor to declare herself, her staff, Bolin and Korra okay. Now what? Bolin asked. Wait for another airship or try overground I suppose, Song said. Assuming we're not sitting turtle ducks. Bridge, are they still firing? Negative. Attacks have halted. Wait. Abandon ship, the Earth Empire Army is heading right for us, the voice on the intercom said. Can we avoid them? Song asked. Negative, there's a large contingent moving to cover the mountain's base and what looks like 3 squads heading our way, came the reply. She's after Korra, Bolin said. We endangered you by coming on board. We need to get out of here. Don't worry about that. I was just doing my job. Song waving her hand as she stared down at Korra. You really think the Great Uniter is after her? Bolin nodded. Possibly me too. Song stared at him in amazement. That's so? Now just what did you do to annoy her so much? Lived. Song grinned. Definitely approve of that tactic. Okay, so if they are looking for you. She turned back to the intercom. Anyone on board willing to buy us some time? We need. She stared at Korra. A 20-something water tribe girl and she stared at Bolin. Same age Earth Kingdom guy. There were a few shouted acceptances audible. Great, come to the infirmary. She stared at Bolin. Now strip. What? Bolin asked. We put 2 people who look like you in your clothes and send them off in the opposite direction to where you're going. The army goes after them, and hopefully doesn't just kill them on sight, Song said, pausing a moment as she rifled through what remained of Korra's clothes. She shook herself, lifted the cut and torn shirt pants from the pile and started mending the remains of Korra's clothes. Quickly. Strip. You don't have anything I haven't seen 100 times. Okay, Bolin said, still feeling nervous at just undressing in front of her and the nurses. The volunteers arrived and Song explained the situation quickly. Soon Bolin was wearing clothes a little small for him and the Water Tribe girl was helping Song push Korra's limp limbs into her top. Scarf too, Song said holding her hand out. No. Bolin shook his head. You can take the rest but not that. Song opened her mouth to protest and closed it. At least tell me someone on this ship has a red handkerchief, she growled. I'll check, the earthbender offered and darted away. Bolin unwound the scarf and pushed it into his pocket. Bolin, you are now personally responsible for the Avatar's health, Song said throwing bandages and disinfectant into a bag and shoved it into his arms. Keep an eye on her. She should not be moving around right now, but we don't have much of a choice to even try and give her recovery time. Keep an eye on her shoulder, her side, and arm. You see any sign of blood on the bandages then change them right away, and get to a doctor as soon as you can regardless. There's a series of tunnels cut into the mountain, you should be able to get past the army that way. She rushed to the intercom again. Any firebenders on board? Negative, came the reply. Got a few flares and some flammable material. Then this is going to be hard on you, Song said. No light down there but not a lot of other choices. You'll have to muddle through. If the legends are true, she shook her head. Unless the Avatar wakes up, desperate to firebend. Maybe, Bolin murmured. I think I can do it. What about you? Great Uniters after you too, Song replied with a shrug. We'll play decoy and buy you as much time as we can. No, Song said firmly, glancing at the returning earthbender who waved something red. She nodded at him. You get her out of here and safe, she said to Bolin. You hear me? She turned back to the intercom. Pilot, can you see the nearest cave entrance? Just under 100 meters away. Southwest. Song nodded. You heard him. You too, she said pointing to the volunteers. Head northeast as fast as you can. And hide your arm, she said to the woman, who after a moment of confusion tucked it into Korra's shirt and across her chest. And you, go. She said to Bolin. He heft Korra into his arms and stumbled across the uneven deck and out into the night, the volunteers on his heels. Good luck. The woman said as she and the man sprinted away from him. They vanished into the gloom and all too quickly he heard a distant shout. Bolin took the opportunity to hurry across the uneven ground towards the tunnel. He almost missed it in the dark, already tired. Should he wait here and keep an eye on things in case they needed him or dash? No. Any chance of detection and he was not sure he could get away fast enough. He took a last look back at the grounded airship and headed underground. Bolin could see nothing. Hear nothing but his and Korra's breathing, hers soft and regular, his still panicked and irregular. Had to keep Korra safe. Concentrate. He could use seismic sense here too. He stomped his foot down as hard as he could and concentrated on the sensation. The ground, the walls, he could sense them. The faint, yet insistent march of hundreds of booted feet on the mountain some distance away. He shivered, not purely out of fear, the tunnel was freezing. Had to keep moving. But how much longer in pitch blackness? There was a fork ahead, the differences between the tunnels vague with seismic sense. He chose the left fork and kept trudging forward. How long until he found his way out and where would he wind up? He just wanted to rest, still not fully recovered from the camp. And it seemed like he had taken the wrong choice at the fork, dead end. Bolin scowled, turned around and retraced his steps. The other branch seemed to head deeper underground, had to be the right way. If not then he must have missed a major turning somewhere. All alone in the dark. Would it have been like this if he'd gotten lost mining? Underground with almost no idea where he was or where he was going. Not paying enough attention, his toe snagged on something and he stumbled forward, Korra tumbling to the ground and rolling out of his grasp. She groaned as she hit the ground. Korra! He shouted, his words echoing horribly loudly into the distance. Seismic sense. Ground, walls, Korra. There. Are you okay? He asked. No reply. He felt gingerly over her. Her arm, her neck. She still had a pulse. He moved his hand to her face, her breath ghosting across his palm. Bolin heaved a sigh of relief. Have to be careful, he murmured. Was her wound okay? No way he could tell even with his slightly enhanced senses. He felt at her shoulder and the stump of her arm. Neither felt wet, but his hands were so cold he was not sure. He gingerly hefted her back up and carried on, one foot carefully in front of the other. How far had he walked? It could not be that long, not yet. But there was nothing to see and little to hear outside of his own breathing. Seismic sense laid the immediate vicinity clear to him, but his range was so limited and it was getting harder to distinguish between one rocky outcrop and another. Had to keep going. His feet were the first to start hurting, the ache slowly climbing to his ankles as he tried to settle Korra into a more comfortable position. Now his back and shoulders ached, his arms rigid beneath his friend as even his hips blossomed with new pain. Did this passage ever end? Was this the rest of his life, an eternal march forward until his legs gave out and thanks to him they would both lost deep below the earth? Just like Mako had ended his time alive. Had Bolin come so far to wind up trapped like that all over again? Bolin's head was starting to spin, his mouth as dry as the desert sands. He blinked. A child holding a red scarf was right in front of him. Mako at about half his final age. The diminutive figure waved the red scarf over his head and shouted, "I'm Zuko. I'm the Avatar's fire-bending master." He struck a new pose. "And I'm going to fight my evil father and save the world." Mako punched and kicked the air. "Avatar Aang needs our help." Toph. Mako stared at him. "Use your metal bending and bring down that airship." I, Zuko," Bolin answered slurringly as he smiled. "Good." Mako nodded. "Now follow me." He turned and ran into the darkness, just about visible ahead. "Hurry. They're going to burn the Earth Kingdom." Bolin forced his trembling, sore legs to move faster and pursue the younger Mako who held a flame in his hand. Or was it the scarf? Would Mako disappear if he fell too far behind? Mako glanced back, his voice distant but still audible. "You can do better than that, Bolin." "What you talking about, Zuko?" Bolin said in between gasping pants. "My name is Toph, not Bolin." Mako grinned at him. They would make it out of this place, Mako would make sure of it. Bolin blinked. The boy with the scarf was gone and now he could see nothing but blackness again. Bolin sighed and wavered. For a few moments the pain in his body had diminished. Now it seemed to slam onto him with renewed force. He wanted to rest. No. Bolin sighed and trudged on. No stopping yet. Far too plausible that Kuvira could sense them down here even now. They needed to be deeper. Would Korra be okay? What if no? Korra was strong, she could survive this. But then, Mako was strong too, smart, tough, and stubborn. He fought to the bitter end, never knowing it had finally been the end. He could not lose Korra too. Could not spend the rest of his days mourning a brother trapped in the crystal cavern and the girl he loved lying dead in these tunnels. That was no kind of life, it would be better to be reborn sooner if that happened. And maybe I could meet Mako's reincarnation like that. He murmured. He'd be born only a few months before me. Maybe we'll meet the new Avatar too. Won't be as good as you though. His heart lurched. Though, you'll be from the Earth Kingdom next time. And if we don't stop it you'll be in a horrible place. And Kuvira. She might do what Oze did. Bolin sighed. Why am I so selfish? Mako sacrificed everything. Hope you're not too disappointed in me, he said to Korra. Need to be strong. Like you and Mako. Enough. He had to stop, if only for a moment. He lay Korra carefully to the ground and sat carefully beside her. Kuvira's eyes flickered red. No. There was more to it than that. Something larger was there with her, above, beyond and intertwined with her. Something malevolent and hostile. As Kuvira moved, the thing behind her moved too, its movement a fraction after hers. Its hatred of her was almost palpable, the hostility flowing from it and threatening to overwhelm her. And for a moment she almost understood why. Her arm stung, but rather than diminishing the pain deepened, pulsing, and overwhelming her thoughts. Something twisted her body in the air, the pain in her arm intensifying further with every passing second. Her head pulsed with fresh agony, but it paled next to her arm. Her arm. She glanced at it. Why did it hurt so much? It was right there. She could see it beside her. Blood. So much blood. A man was fighting Kuvira, a red scarf knotted around his neck. People chanted and cheered all around her. Mako? No. Mako was dead. Korra gasped as she blinked awake. Nothing. She opened and closed her eyes a few times, the action changing nothing. She could see nothing. There was nothing to see. She waved her hands in front of her face. Her left hand anyway, something was wrong with the right and it hurt as she did so. Korra gritted her teeth and let both arms fall back. Nothing. Where was she? Dead? Not what she expected. Korra shivered, trying to wrap her arms around her for warmth. The motion made a new pulse of pain blossom in her shoulder again. Her right arm was uncomfortably sore. No. Her shoulder felt sore, both her shoulders. Her right arm was completely numb while the left felt fine. She could not feel anything with her right hand. She moved her left hand to her left shoulder, and felt the mass of bandages. There was one spot on her shoulder that stung as she pressed down with her finger a little too hard. Best not do that. Something soft beneath her head. A pillow? There was someone else nearby, they felt warm from here. She tried to shuffle closer, but her body barely felt capable of anything. She felt different. And what was wrong with her right arm? Moving it just caused more pain. She tried to touch her hand, see if she could force a sensation in it. The frustrating impact of her fingers against cold rock grew tiresome. Korra could not find her arm. It had to be lying at an odd angle. Strange. Maybe it was here? Again, nothing but freezing cold stone. She tried higher, wrist, forearm. Nothing. Korra felt up to her right shoulder. That was clear enough, her skin cool beneath her fingers. She shuffled her fingers across her shoulder, over a layer of bandages and onto her arm. They hit a void, her fingers touching nothing. Korra frowned and moved her hand higher. She must have misjudged the orientation of her arm. Her hand moved into thin air again. She pressed down on her shoulder and winced with pain. Gently then. She moved her fingers in slow circles, trying to gauge the limits and span of her arm as she worked lower. She hit the void again but her fingers slipped down, nowhere else for her arm to be. Korra's fingers closed over the bandages and the end of her limb. Her stomach churned as she jerked her hand away and gasped. Impossible. She felt back again, fingers retracing their movements, horror making her hand shake. Her shoulder, the top of her arm. And then a bandage-wrapped stump below. There was nothing around her shoulder. Her right arm was gone. A shuddering, agonized sob erupted from her throat as she retched, the contents of her stomach spilling awkwardly down her chin. Korra. A concerned voice asked nearby. Something shuffled closer, a warm hand clutching her own. Her only hand. A new wave of nausea made her splutter uncomfortably. The voice was familiar somehow. Korra, I'm here. Don't worry. She gasped at the air, almost panting as her stomach clenched painfully, her body trying to retch again, the movement straining her throat. Had to reply. Her face felt awful, the stink of bile awful against her nose. She wiped her face as best she could with her left hand, bunching her shirt up to at least get the gunk off her face as she tried not to think about her instinct to use her right. What had happened? In that moment when Kuvira attacked her? That pain. Where am I? She said, trembling. Difficult to voice the important question, could this be undone and would she ever be the same again? You're safe, a familiar voice said. Too familiar, one she might have longed to hear but could never speak to her ever again. Bolin. Was it him? Really him? If it was, it could mean little but her passing from the world of the living to beyond. She must have died. How long until she was reborn? Would she experience it? It was not as if she could recall the moment of reincarnation from previous avatars. Korra breathed awkwardly. No wonder the avatar kept coming back if this was what awaited you after death. Poor Mako. Poor Bolin. Who? Who are you? She whispered, tensing for the answer. Korra, it's me, Bolin, came the reply. So she was dead. At least she got to meet him again. Hey Bolin. Glad I got to meet you again. Would have been nice to see you though, she said. The hand gripping hers tightened. I'm glad too. Death was not that scary then, not now it had happened. Cold, sad, painful, but not scary. The hollow feeling in her stomach intensified. How many people had she now let down? Mom and Dad, Tenzin, and his family, the entire Earth Kingdom. She failed to stop Kuvira. Would her replacement be able to stand up to her in time? Unlikely, but it was down to them now. Surely the next Avatar would have a far better chance at doing what she could not. And not lose so many friends in the process nor disappoint so many. She wanted to talk to Mako too. Is Mako here? She asked. No. He's. Bolin broke off. He's back where you last saw him. I had to leave him behind. Leave him behind. Korra frowned. You mean in Ba Sing Se? Yeah, Bolin said quietly. He's dead. She said slowly. Yeah. And you're not? No. I'm alive, Bolin replied. Korra gasped, her eyes flooding with tears. Bolin was alive. Bolin was alive and he was right beside her. She squeezed his hand as hard as she could and pulled it up to her cheek. Ow, ow, ow. Bolin said. She loosened her grip slightly but refused to let go. Rough, cracked skin touched her face, but it was warm, oh so warm against her cheek. He was so warm. So alive. Bolin, she mumbled through her tears. I thought you died. She pulled her hand from his, a new wave of guilt almost overwhelming her. I left you there. Oh, Bolin, I left you down there and couldn't do a thing for you. I didn't want to, but what the others said, it was horrible but it made sense. I should have had more faith in you. She gasped. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry, Bolin said quickly. His hand stroked against her cheek and she jerked her head away from it. Forgive me, she said, turning her head away from him. There's nothing to forgive, he replied hurriedly. Korra, please listen to me. I'm glad you made it out of the cavern. I never thought for 1 second you abandoned me. If you stayed I don't know if we could have both made it. I wanted to let you know, but I was ill, and I was scared and... I'm sorry for scaring you, Bolin said. I wanted to keep on waiting. I should have had more faith and come back for you, Korra insisted. But I had to. No. Should have dash. I'm here now, Bolin interrupted. The past doesn't matter anymore. We found each other. His hand seized hers and something soft brushed against her skin. I almost gave up too, but I kept on hoping. It would be so easy to keep on begging for forgiveness, hoping that he would be okay, but he did not seem to want that. He wanted to move on, but it was hard to let go of the sense of responsibility. She wanted to so badly. He was here, miraculously alive. She gently pulled her hand from his and felt up to his face, almost laughing as she did so. His eyebrows, his nose, his jaw, the thick fuzz of his stubble. Her fingers traced along the curve of his lips where he smiled and faltered at the tears on his cheeks. I missed you, she said softly. I missed you too, he said, his voice breathy. My arm, she said, fearing the response. Sorry, he replied. It happened too fast, I was too far away. Korra shivered. He was too far away now. She needed to feel more, to be warm. She needed to feel him. Bolin. Korra. Come closer? Please. A moment of hesitation, and then more warmth pressed against her side. Bolin seemed to blaze with heat and she fidgeted closer into him, ignoring the jarring pain in her shoulders. Closer. If you can. Korra murmured, staring up into the darkness, the warmth of his body like a hot bath. The urge to beg more forgiveness was impossible to resist. I'm sorry I left you. Asami, she. Korra winced. She was trying to make sure I was okay and I hated her for it. She chose me over you, and you dashed, she sniffed. The ceiling fell in. I wanted to help you. But I couldn't do anything. She sobbed. I messed up, Amon took my bending. And because of that. If he hadn't, I could have saved you back then. Even so, we should never have left you. Bolin shook his head, the edges of his hair catching against her face. The last thing I wanted was you or Asami getting hurt. At least you got out. He was silent for a moment. Asami wasn't in Omasha, was she? His voice grew panicked. No, she replied quickly. No. I hope not. Was it possible? The city had been evacuated. If she had been there she would have escaped. Hope not? Is Asami okay? Bolin asked. She was, Korra said, a painful lump now in her throat. She was. I don't know where she is anymore. She was upset too, when we lost you. She sighed. I need to find her. I need to tell her I'm sorry too. I bet she misses you. I missed you so much. Everyone missed you. And I want to be there when they see you again. We can go back and see everyone together, Bolin said. I would like to see everyone again. We will, Korra said. The silence spooked her. How did you do it though? The twins tried to dig you out but... It's a long story, Bolin replied. Korra squirmed against him. Do we have time? I want to know. I'll try. Bolin's words were oddly hypnotic as he described his painful route from the crystal cavern to the rocky tunnel they currently lay in. He stifled a yawn as he reached the end. Sorry for tiring you out, Korra said smiling. I'm okay. You heard. It's been a long few months, he finished awkwardly. Then rest. I'm tired too. I want to hear about you first, he said. It's not the best story. Please, he asked. Okay. She left so much out, not wanting to admit so much of what she had and had not done. A new shiver racked her when he fell silent. Now you really should rest. Though I think we need to be closer if we're not going to freeze to death. I can't get much closer, sorry, Bolin said. Korra lifted her head. Can you put your arm under my head? Oh, sure. Bolin straightened his arm out, brushing through her hair. Not easy in the dark. Korra lay her head down. That better. She reached out awkwardly with her left arm and tugged his arm closer to her side, letting it rest against her belly. Now it is. Korra sighed as Bolin's warmth spread through her. Bolin's arm was still around her when she woke up, his body warm against hers. Her pulse raced as he realized just how intimate they were being. So simple, but so wonderful to lie closely with another. This was different again to sleeping beside Asami who curled against her in much the same way. Very different to Mako who had taken pains to avoid touching her. She could almost drift off again right now, the rock floor of the tunnel uncomfortable, but bearable. So warm. It would be nice to laze longer like that, just enjoy the heat from his body. No. They could not risk delaying much longer in this cave. Are you awake? She asked carefully. Yeah, Bolin said in a strained voice. Korra shuffled a little and winced as her sore muscles made themselves known. Sleep okay? She asked. Why ask that? It was extremely uncomfortable on the rock. Next to you who wouldn't? He said. Korra smirked and tried to swat at him. She probably came nowhere close. I will take that as a compliment though. After a few painful attempts, Bolin was able to get her upright, though her legs trembled even as she stood still and threatened to give out with every step she took. He offered to carry her again, but Korra refused. It would be unfair to burden him, but she was unable to walk without his aid, her arm hooked around his shoulders, his around her waist. Good enough. Wait. How did they know where they were going? Not going to light the torch? She asked. Don't have one. Or a lamp. And since you can't firebend yet? He replied. How are we going to find anything like this? Korra asked, straining her eyes but seeing nothing still. No light for her eyes to even try and adapt to. I learned seismic sense from the Bafong twins. Oh. Wow, she said. Glad you did. Feels like we could wind up going in circles otherwise. She kept on walking forward, Bolin always adjusting their direction very slightly, or guiding her to a turn she could not even see was there. Was it worth seeing if she could use some water and fake heal just to generate some light? No. Something of a waste. They fell into a rhythm eventually, Bolin walking at a pace she could comfortably maintain. I didn't dream it, did I? Korra blurted after a long stretch of silence. I mean, she clarified, Kuvira's the reason why my arm's gone, isn't she? She is, Bolin said after a pause. Of course, she was not someone he would want to think about much either. Nor her. The bile rose in her throat as her shoulder throbbed again. Best to focus on happier things for now. Before. Did you say this was a cave system near Omashu? Korra asked. It is, Bolin said as he stamped his foot down. At least the entrance was right near the city. Korra nodded. If we just had some light. If it's the same caves, I've been here before. Me and Mako - she cut herself off. Might not be the best time to mention him, but it was too late now. We almost got lost in here. You came here with Mako? When? Guess I skipped that bit, it was while we were on our way to Ba Sing Se, Korra replied, feeling a little odd admitting the incident. We ran into a spot of both with badger moles and I remembered about the singing, and we thought it would work, but Mako managed to sing so badly he upset the badger moles. She grinned in the darkness, but faltered as memory caught up. He used to sing when he didn't think I could hear him, Bolin said. I'm not surprised the badger moles didn't like it. He chuckled softly and Korra joined in. At least he still seemed okay. So can you remember anything of the way though? Bolin asked with complete seriousness. Maybe. But we could see. Both of us could firebend back then. Korra lapsed into silence. So much easier if I could now. At least you got water and air back though, Bolin noted. Yeah. Now I need the other two. And then fight Kuvira. Red eyes. What did that mean? She needed to know more. How had Kuvira fought back against her airbending? How had she thrown that plate with so much force? Her shoulder ached sympathetically, but she fought the impulse to take her arm from Bolin's shoulder to clutch it. You'll get them. I'm certain, Bolin said. He stumbled to a halt. Is that? He asked. Korra blinked. There was a spot of light in the far distance. Korra squinted. It looked like a singular crystal floating alone in the darkness. She glanced beside her. The light was almost too faint still, but she could almost see the faint outline of Bolin beside her. He looked thinner, his body bonier, no longer the fit athlete she knew back in Republic City. Too little fat and too little muscle. He glanced at her and it looked like his eyes widened, his lips curving into a smile. When Mako died I thought I couldn't go on. I wanted to die too, to be with him. Korra could not think of a response as Bolin glanced ahead again. I might have lost my mind back then, but I wanted to see you again, so. He took a deep breath. Korra, you gave me a reason to keep on going. I made it through thanks to you. I just thought you should know. Then you should know you saved my life, Korra replied. Another crystal flared into brightness in the distance, another following a few seconds later, the pace of the flares of light accelerating. Thank you. More crystals flared up, the dim light flowing towards them like an inverted river, a stream of light flowing towards them, above them, and into the tunnel behind them. So this is what Aang meant. Bolin said. The bright spot of light above them entranced Korra. The crystal did not hurt to stare at, the light soothing and gentle. She replied, tilting her head to see where the crystal anchored into the rock and where its neighbors splayed out from each other. It was in some of the stories. He and Katara got lost down here, they got separated from the others. They found the story of Omashu but thought it meant they needed to kiss to find their way out. In the end they found out a second too soon, they just had to wait for the lights to go out. Bolin flushed slightly. There's some versions where they did kiss there though. Kiss, Korra murmured as she turned to her companion. His eyes were the same color as the soft green glow lighting up the cave. She reached out with her hand and stroked across his cheek. Bolin, she murmured. Korra, he breathed, his eyes sliding shut as he leaned forward. Korra's eyes closed as their lips met. Her arm curled around his neck, both of his around her waist. His lips were hot and soft against her own, his hands a blazing heat against her back. A faint tickle of his breath on her face as the kiss continued. Different. No tongue. Less experienced than Asami or Mako, but somehow it felt right in this moment. Reluctantly she pulled away, her lips tingled, desperate to feel his again. But she had to be sure. Had to see him again, check he was really here. It's really you, she breathed before kissing, leaning up to kiss him again. He was being so gentle, taking such great pains to not jostle her shoulder, his hands resting on her waist. Fears and pain seemed to just fade as they embraced. She gasped for air as Bolin pulled away again and started into her eyes. Bolin? She asked. Korra. He breathed. I promise I'll never leave you again. We'll make sure we're together from now on. Okay. Korra asked. Okay. He nodded. No matter what happens, I'll be there for you. He said it so earnestly that she could not help the giggle that escaped her lips. I'm sorry, she said quickly as he frowned. She kissed his lips with a quick peck and then again on his cheek. I really like that. It's nice, knowing that I can rely on you. She sighed. As nice as this is. I don't think we can stay here. Yeah, Bolin said. Better keep moving. They walked on in contented silence, the interior of the caves painted in a washed-out color as the crystals shone. At least they could both see now. An irregular pattern in the wall caught her eye. Wait. Were those the murals she and Mako found? The story of Omashu, Korra breathed. She tried to point, her shoulder hurting all over again. She grit her teeth, refusing to let him see her in pain. Bolin fortunately had seen the writing and was not looking at her. Is this the original? Bolin asked, staring at the carvings. I mean, I know how the story goes pretty well. Or at least the modern versions. Is this the original one? And he grimaced. Now the city built in their honor is ruined. And I'm kind of responsible. Korra let go of him and bracing herself against the wall as she struggled back up the passage a short distance. Korra? Bolin asked. We left a message here, she said through gritted teeth as she struggled along. Here, she said. Bolin was beside her in a moment. Bolin, Mako loves you very much, Bolin read as his fingers traced over the words. You wrote this one, didn't you? I did, Korra nodded. He stared at the wall, his gaze flicking from one phrase to another. It's his writing, Bolin said, his eyes watering. He smiled at each phrase in turn, until he looked away, a shiver racking his body. Korra hurriedly read through the writing, her heart lurching when she found the likely cause. Kuvira's name. She no longer deserved to be here, to join the rest of her and Mako's tribute. Korra awkwardly reached out and smudged Kuvira's name into a dark smear on the rock. Maybe in 1,000 years people will see his, Korra said. Would people still talk about Team Avatar? How the brave Mako gave his life to defeat Amon, how courageous Bolin saved Korra from the Great Uniter. How Asami no. Too painful still. Mako needs a proper epitaph, she said quickly. Something to let any other visitors know of his courage, sacrifice and love. I have an idea, Bolin said as he pulled a sharp stone from the tunnel floor. With patient, careful swipes, he began carving a reply to each of his brother's message. He was trying hard not to cry, but his labored breath still echoed through the cave. Every one of his replies written as if he expected Mako to one day read them, the same light tone, each little quip gaining a response. And who knew? Maybe Mako or his reincarnation might one day see these. The last reply was different though, no joking, no mocking of his graffiti, just a simple message carved into the rock. Mako. Bolin loves you too. Korra's eyes ached when they finally reached the end of the cave. The last stretch was through ankle-deep water, the tunnel choked with dangling roots and creepers that were forever getting tangled in her or Bolin's arms as they pushed them aside. It took long moments of squinting for her to be able to see anything at all. Every blink left floating spots in her vision. She squinted up at the roots. Maybe they were part of the banyan tree, if so they had at least made it back to the swamp. Is this the same swamp as in the stories? Bolin asked as they stumbled out into what passed for fresh air here. Yeah, Korra said, leaning against the rocky mouth of the tunnel. This is where Mako and me crashed, she added. Korra stared around. I think I remember some of the way we got here. Not sure what we'll do after that. We have to keep moving in any case, Bolin said. Korra nodded wearily and pushed herself upright again. Maybe if they could find the swamp benders, they might be able to help them, or at least point them in the right direction. Hopefully there would be no encounter with leeches this time, and Bolin had paused beside her and was now staring at something unseen ahead. Kuvira, he whispered, his whole body trembling. He moved awkwardly into a combat stance as he stepped away from Korra. She found us. Korra, try and get away while I hold her off. Korra followed his gaze. She could see no sign of Kuvira. Ah. The swamp's trickery again. Bolin dashed, she began as he rushed forward. She sighed in frustration as hurried after him as fast as she could. Bolin flung himself at his illusionary foe and splashed into a murky pool. This is your fault, he yelled. You tricked Korra. You killed the queen and you think you're a hero. Korra's back tensed, an uncomfortable reminder of Kuvira's true agenda. She shook herself and gingerly waded into the pool. I won't let you touch her. Bolin. Korra gasped as she grabbed his shoulder. It's not real. Bolin. Bolin blinked and looked around hastily. Where did she? Oh. The strength went out of his body and he sat back heavily in the waist-deep water. Sorry. She just looked so real. Just like the stories. This place can do that to you. Korra perched on the bank beside him. Still hard to think of her as an enemy. Well, I suppose it is a little easier now, she said, staring up at the sky. The world needs to know what kind of person she is, Bolin said. I was thinking of trying to get a message broadcast in Republic City. And we will. We can't let her go on. Korra took a deep breath. She almost admitted that she tried to kill you yesterday. I think she thought she had. She was taunting me, but I didn't quite understand what she was saying. Anger shook her. How could she do that? Use me? Use us? Korra asked. Kuvira had been a different kind of friend to the others. A superior bender who challenged her. Something to aspire to one day being a better bender than Kuvira. Just friendly competition, just how they related to each other. Little chance of that now, at least it was now finally became clear. The loss of her friend was due to the gaining of an enemy. And one who came perilously close to defeating her. If Kuvira found her now, would she even be able to defend herself? I didn't know what to think either, Bolin said, one hand gripping his arm oddly. I think she was honest for a while, but somewhere on the way to Basing Se she changed. He frowned. I think Mako suspected, but... Korra sighed. If only I could have healed faster. I might have been able to stop whatever happened to Opal and Su. She shook her head. But I would have never thought she could do that to her own family. Or Iroh. Bolin looked uncomfortable. Bolin. He smiled awkwardly. Nothing. She stared at him. Okay. I used to admire her. Until. He shook his head. Sorry, I should have told you sooner in that cave. No. No, you were in no shape to tell me, and I was in no shape to hear that. You needed to mourn Mako and I had to come to terms with what she did. We were both lost back there, Korra said. Still, if we had just left her behind in Zaofu, then we might not have ever found Asami. Bolin shook his head. It's not your fault, he insisted. All we wanted to do was save Asami. Kuvira just took advantage of us. I need to pay her back then, Korra said, trying to not think about her still absent friend. I'm with you all the way, Bolin replied. I promised. Remember. Korra smiled, her grin getting larger as his stomach gurgled embarrassingly. Maybe we should get some food first. Not sure how hungry I am, but I should eat. And I can waterbend at least. Korra leaned forward and peered into the nearest pool of water. Are there fish in there? She shivered. Don't want to mess with any more leeches though. Bolin pulled a face and scrambled for dry land. Never liked the idea of those. He edged a little further from the water and patted his damp clothing. Want me to check? Korra asked. Bolin flushed and shook his head. Korra peered at the water. Not the best part of recent events. She murmured. Was any of it good? Bolin asked. I mean, I know it's been hard but... Yeah. There were a few moments when I could just not think about losing you all. The spirit world was good, I think. Well, meeting Aang and you. She smiled at his confusion. The moon spirit. Oh, Bolin said. Oh. He said, his eyes widening. Korra, that's amazing. So is she. But it wasn't all good. Zahir was unpleasant to face again. She shuddered at the memory of Bolin during her first visit with Tenzin. The swamp benders mentioned this whole area is connected to the spirit world. Korra glanced around. I wonder if I can regain my earthbending here. Can you do it alone? Bolin frowned. Well, I'm not sure quite how it works, the other 2 times were very different. Korra admitted. I need to try though. And I need you to do something for me, she said. Anything, Bolin replied. Guard my body while I meditate. I don't know how long this'll take. Korra settled herself into the lotus position. Hope this works. Never tried to get into the spirit world on my own before. There's a first time for everything, Bolin replied and touched her hand. She smiled, nodded, and closed her eyes. Bolin held his breath and tried not to sigh as Korra's breathing settled. He should do something useful while she meditated. As long as he kept an eye on her, he could venture a little further away, right? Maybe gather some food? How long since Korra had last eaten anything? He glanced around. Foraging should be easy. He just had to remember anything odd he saw here was nothing more than an illusion. Cling to that and he would be fine. Bolin shivered. He would still rather not see Kuvira ever again. Needed to get a fire going, night was beginning to fall, without fire they would have a hard time seeing anything. Was there anything in the bag? There was something red nearby. An illusion, a boy wearing a red scarf, a ball of flame in his hand. Bolin hastily dug through his pockets. The scarf was still there. He heaved a sigh of relief and tied it around his neck. The boy waited nearby, it was Mako. But not Mako, despite those same golden eyes staring at him, despite how familiar he looked to his memories and that vision in the tunnel. He looked so real, tangible. Without a word, the illusionary Mako ran into the foliage. Mako was leaving him behind again. Bolin chased after him without thinking. He wanted to see him again. But as fast as ran his brother forever widened the gap between them. Don't follow me. Mako yelled over his shoulder. How many times do I have to tell you? Just like when they were kids. Don't leave me alone. Bolin begged, his younger self's words coming automatically. Stay. His brother demanded. He kept on running and then suddenly was gone. Bolin stumbled to a halt looking around in a panic. Mako. He called out. There was no trace of him. Wait. There. A flame in the darkness. Bolin peered forward. Another figure, Mako again, but older than he had been, but still younger than Bolin. It's dangerous here, Mako said. Just. He grimaced in frustration. Just stay at home. I want you to be there when I get back. Okay. Bolin shook his head. But you won't come back. Mako turned and ran again, Bolin stumbling after him. The ground gave away under his foot and he fell into a dark, murky pool of water. He struggled to the surface and looked around urgently for the light. There. He struggled to the bank and hauled himself up. Every time Mako vanished he reappeared moments later looking a little older and moving a little slower. Bolin was catching up, slowly but surely. Until at last he was stood right behind Mako, his brother facing away from him in a large clearing. "Mako," he breathed. Mako slowly turned around. He was an adult once more, just as he had been when he arrived in Ba Sing Se. Bolin could not help the tears spilling from his eyes, and he blinked furiously, trying to clear his vision. His brother's eyes were as bright as the flame he carried. "Bolin," he said softly. "I have to go, and this time you really can't go with me." He sighed. "But, if you're not going to be okay on your own, there's no way I can leave you." Another echo out of the past. "Guess I have to stick around." Every time Mako said those exact words in the past, Bolin had lied and told him he was fine, that he would be okay without him. He could not lie anymore. "I used to say I would be. But Mako? I was never okay without you. I just said I was. I wish I never said that," he said, his voice breaking. "But I want to try and be okay. I promise I will be okay on my own now. And I'll take care of Korra. For both of us. Thank you." Mako grinned and began walking away. There were other two figures in the distance. Bolin caught their faces as they turned to walk alongside Mako. "Mom, Dad." Bolin murmured. The three figures did not look back and just kept on walking. "Goodbye," he said, and watched until Mako's light faded to nothing. He was alone. Korra opened her eyes again, her head pounding, her fingernails digging painfully into her left hand. She was getting nowhere. Her body ached from the fight, and who knew how long lying on a rock floor. She clenched her teeth. Even without her body's relatively minor aches, the residual pain from her severed limb was shredding her concentration. Not that her mental state was in a good way beyond that, and her mind was whirling. Giddy happiness at Bolin's survival tempered by the feelings of deep betrayal at Kuvira's newfound role. Something at the edge of her vision, Kuvira looking haughty, dressed in her white and silver gown. She sneered, and Korra looked away, deliberately ignoring the illusion. Rest was tempting, but the pain would be there waiting for her and ready to stop any benefit. Even then she was in little doubt her thoughts would still haunt her. And she still needed to return to the spirit world. She needed to regain earthbending somehow. Another flicker in the distance. More illusions. Something stopped her turning away. The distant figure seemed to wear red at their throat. "Mako? No. Impossible." The swamp was tricking her again. Kuvira was not enough to incite her, but Mako, it would not be him, not really. Far too little time had passed for him to even be reborn. And yet, the mystery lured her on. She would not go far, and it was not as if her meditation was going well. Korra hauled herself to her feet. The figure was smaller when she got closer, and he darted away ahead of her. A boy with a red scarf. She squinted ahead. Dark seemed to overwhelm the swamp so quickly, and it was hard to see anything in the gloom. A flicker of light again, a spark of red, orange and yellow. The boy had conjured a ball of fire on the palm of his hand. She started towards it, and it winked out. Korra blinked. Nothing. Darkness all around. Nothing but fireflies and glimpses of moonlight between the swaying tops of the trees. She frowned and turned in a slow circle. There was something oddly familiar about this place. She took a step forward and suppressed a gasp of recognition. A tall, solitary tree in the middle of a clearing. The one the fireflies had circled, where she and Mako talked. Not as brightly lit in this moment, but unmistakably the same place. And there was someone else here, a figure hugging his knees with a red scarf around his neck. "Bolin." She tried. He glanced up, his cheeks stained with tears. "Sorry, Korra," he sobbed and turned away. "Hey," she said gently, and picked her way across the most solid-looking ground to where he sat. She breathed heavily with the effort and slumped against the tree trunk. "I wanted to be strong for you. Didn't want you to see me like this," he said. "I want to be strong for you too," she said as she awkwardly crouched beside him. "I don't want you to feel alone." Bolin sighed. "I saw him. Just now." He glanced at her. "Mako?" "Mako," he confirmed with a nod. "I saw him too," she said softly. "He ran and I chased after him. And that really hurt." I know it wasn't him, but I still don't want him to run away from me. He drew in a shuddering breath. Then he spoke. And. I said I wanted to stand up on my own, but he swiped at his eyes. But when he wasn't there, all I could think about was wanting him back again. I wanted the illusion back, but he was already gone. It's just so hard. Knowing he's gone but seeing him all over again. He broke off into a sob. Korra's eyes prickled sympathetically. I know, she repeated with force. We can't just forget him like that. Her own tears dripped down her cheeks and she turned a little away from her companion. Bolin gasped, breathing hard for a moment. I think it's because I thought the future would be good. That there was something for all of us there. I always had this idea that something great was waiting for me and for Mako. He never believed me, but he always told me to keep believing. Then we met you and we met Asami. Korra's breath caught in her throat, fearful to even breathe, her body tensed and close to shaking. Did he blame her? If she had not run across the two of them in that alley, might Mako still be alive? The adventures we had were so much fun, but more than anything they made me realize how different Mako is to me. He's so much smarter and so strong. And he just gives up so much to protect the ones he loved. Bolin. Korra tried. She could not lose him too. Her heart hammered in her chest. But I still think about the same things. I still think about the future even after he died. I wanted to honor his sacrifice, so I did everything I could to help people. And I thought I did something great. The people in the camps called me a hero, they wanted me to lead them, to save them. I felt special, I can lava bend. It felt like destiny. He sighed. But I can't show him. I can't tell Mako about any of it. I wanted him to be proud of me, or how I grew up and did all these things. But he's gone. And now I wonder if he was the price. Did he have to die so I can be someone worthwhile? Bolin shook his head. 'Cause that's just not worth it if so. But I don't have a choice. I can't go back because he can't be with me anymore. I want to move on, but that's the hardest bit. Korra, I love him. Bolin trailed off and his body shook as he started crying again. Was there even a way to comfort him without seeming horribly selfish? She could take the blame, maybe should, for all of this. But an apology would seem so weak contrasted to Bolin's sorrow, and could it, even begin to make things better? She glanced up, the firefly's glow was beginning to build. I came here with Mako, she said after a pause, her voice a little croaky. Bolin glanced at her. I kept needling him about things, wanted to know about him and what he thought of the world, and he never wanted to answer me. We were here when he opened up to me for the first time. Do you know what he said his greatest fear was? Bolin shook his head. It was to lose himself. He said if it ever happened, he knew it would mean he lost you. Bolin sniffed but said nothing. You know he loved you, Korra continued. But he didn't want anything for that love. There was never a price attached where he was concerned. You were just the most precious person in the world to him. I finally understood that when we talked here. He didn't need to die for you to become someone, you already were someone amazing. People might think of you as a hero after what you did for them, but it wouldn't matter to him. You were already the most amazing person Mako had ever known. Bolin smiled weakly. I just wish I could have told him more, he said quietly. When I thought I lost everything, I wanted to give up too. Asami left me because I drove her away. I thought you and Mako were buried in Ba Sing Se. She glanced at him. My parents thought. No. They knew but I never meant to. Korra swallowed. I thought it might be better if I let the next avatar take care of things. Bolin's body twitched and he straightened up. Korra. It's okay, she said quickly. You, more than anyone else, proved something to me. I was so sure I would never see you again or talk to you, but you're here. She reached out with her hand and touched his shoulder. You're real and here and I can touch you. It's hard to lose something you love, but as long as you live there is always a chance to find happiness again. Her fingers stroked across his shoulder, flicked across his neck and cupped his cheek. She stared into his eyes for a moment and then he ducked his head. Korra. His hand curled around hers and drew it to his lips. Soft warmth against her skin, just like in the cave. Korra shivered, she had not realized how cold the swamp was getting. "You're right." He smiled, a genuine Bolin smile, almost like the ones she remembered. "Thank you. I think I needed that." They walked back to their makeshift camp, hand in hand, and as Korra settled to meditate, her mind calmed. After so much sadness and pain, at least she knew she could cling to the knowledge she had not lost everything. Hope was a warm feeling in her chest. Happiness. She concentrated and the spirit world opened around her. Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 10, Earth. Korra opened her eyes. Practice seemed to have paid off, she was in the spirit world and her thoughts were not wandering. But where now? It would be easy, not to say extremely tempting, to curl up with you in the spirit oasis for a while and just try to not think about reality. No. You could not help with this next step, she could not help her regain her earthbending. But then who could? There was no exact guideline on who she might encounter who could at least put her on the right track. It remained likewise possible that her previous moments of contact with the respective spirits was not remotely necessary to regaining the elements. But twice now she had met a spirit, talked to them and regained her bending some time after. Ain had been a move obvious connection, Yu's influence was somewhat vague, but... Korra shook her head. Focus. Earth and her connection to it. When did she first learn to earthbend? The heat was almost overwhelming. Jagged, rock walls towered high above her, a reddened sky streaked with black clouds was visible high above her through a circular gap. The rock tube tapered into a narrow column the higher it reached, the surface coated with slow-moving yellow streaks. Lava. She was on a tiny island in a lake of lava. No, this was not real. Korra focused and Gazan was staring at her. Of all the Red Lotus he had been the most pleasant to spend time with and talk to. Different to Zahir, different to Ming. Aside from his dedication to the cause, it felt like Gazan might have cared about her as a person, at least had circumstances been different. But it had not been enough in the end, nothing had stopped him from joining the rest of the Red Lotus as they began their assault on Republic City. Nor had it stayed his hand during their last meeting, the last time she had seen him alive. Gazan stood on another small rock outcrop nearby. Korra inched as close to the molten rock as she was willing to go, the heat kept her from risking a stumble into certain death. Gazan's face twisted into a scowl and with a flourish he gestured at the lava. The molten rock bubbled with renewed intensity and as his hand moved a wave formed up. With a flick Gazan sent it hurtling towards her. Korra resisted the temptation to react, counterattack or even try to escape. Remain focused. The lava passed over her, not even a faint warmth touching her skin. Nothing. The lava was not truly there. Korra blinked, the cave, the lava, Gazan, all gone. In their place a green meadow surrounded her and she stood at the edge of a small pond filled with lotus flowers. The serenity of the scene soon ended. The pond water quivered and a series of ripples flickered across the surface, emanating seemingly out of nowhere. How to leave a mark on history, just like the discussion she had with Kuvira near the map of the world in Zaofu. Korra stared at her former friend. Kuvira wore the uniform of the Republic City metal benders, her eyes filled with pity. Korra glanced up, the sky was gone or hidden behind dark clouds. Tall buildings surrounded them on all sides. The first time they pawned was still in front of her, the rock of the street broken and shattered around it, the surface trembling and juddering all the while. The lotus flowers turned gray, no not gray, metallic. The blossoms were turning into metal. The corrupted growths sank lower and lower in the water until they vanished from view as the pond itself darkened and became filled with rust. Metal cables like creeping vines shot out of the water and tightened around her, each leg and each arm. Korra stared at her right arm, it was still there and throbbed with pain as the cable tightened around it. Another cable circled her waist and one attached to her neck. A layer of tarnished, strained metal covered the pond. Kuvira stood staring at her in her great Uniter uniform, the one she wore at Omashu. She drew the sword hanging at her waist and walked towards her with careful, measured steps. Her eyes flickered red and with a snarl she lashed at Korra's arm. Fresh agony blazed in her shoulder and Korra screamed as the cables tightened all over her body. Her arm head was missing again. No. Just an illusion. Korra shivered. Her arm really was gone. But this, all of this, was all in her head. She could not let Kuvira defeat her again. Focus. This was not real, she controlled her environment. Remember the meadow. Remember the pond. The cables softened and became more vine-like again. Kuvira started moving stiffly, her movements awkward. After a moment she stopped moving altogether and crumbled apart, a pile of mud and rock tumbling down onto the green grass of the near-endless meadow. The water in the pond was clear, filled with lotus flowers once again. She glanced anxiously at her right arm. It was still missing. But not everything is your responsibility, Kuvira said, echoing out of her memory. Some people are strong and some people are weak. The strong survive, they're all fine. Like you, Korra. But there are the others, the weak ones. They can't cope as well. But what they can do is join together. But people can't come together and unite against an enemy without a reason for doing it, something to unite them. And not if they think they're not one people who are all alike. They're at their most vulnerable when everyone is divided and separate. But Kuvira leaned back and stared towards the sky. Just think of millions of people, all those millions in the Earth Kingdom with a common goal. No one would be able to stand against them. I just wish there weren't so many problems, or maybe that they weren't so complicated. Someone she could talk to would be good. Someone like her past selves. Korra scowled and threw a stone at the pond. Korra? Kuvira asked. Sometimes all it takes is one person to make a difference to the monotony. Just like when we helped all those people the Mattis enslaved. Things ripple out from the change like the ripples from your rock. If we hadn't done anything, the situation would have persisted for who knows how long. I know you have doubts, but I think you made the right choice. You changed things. Focus. This was more than just regaining the ability to earthbend. The entire Earth Kingdom was at stake, the people needed her. Korra sighed. Of course. It should have been obvious which spirit she should reach out to from the start. Avatar Kyoshi, she said carefully. Before Aang and Roku as air and fire respectively, she had been the Earth Kingdom Avatar. Korra bowed. Avatar Kyoshi, I am Avatar Korra. Kyoshi bowed back, her expression stern. The world shifted around them. Kyoshi stood at the edge of a cliff jutting out into the ocean, Korra a little closer to the rest of the land. The height from the sea was dizzying, but even at this distance she could hear the roar and crash of the ocean waves against the cliffside. Wind whistled around them and Korra shivered in the cold air. What assistance do you request, Avatar Korra? Kyoshi asked in a clipped tone. Far more serious than Aang and the little she knew of Roku. And this was the person Aang thought she could get on with? Her situation felt a little similar and yet was in essence so different to Kyoshi's. More political, like the situation with Mattis, but larger, vast, intimidating and complex. The history of the Earth Kingdom was Kuvira's territory, she understood all the ins and outs far better than she. I face a threat in the form of someone calling themselves the Great Uniter. She is attempting to take control of the warring states within the Earth Kingdom. But her methods are unacceptable, she oppresses and forces others to bow to her through violence and intimidation. But Korra swallowed. Kyoshi had to know everything. Even if she hadn't, there would still be fighting and the kingdom would suffer. Avatar Kyoshi, I sought you out for advice. Should I leave Kuvira to the lands she owns but prevent her from taking any more? Kyoshi regarded her for a moment. This great uniter appears to think similar to how I once did. Amidst the warring states the Earth King's actions were worthless and as a leader he was little short of useless. I assume you know of my past? And of Chin the Conqueror. Korra nodded. Good. Chin, while possessing potential and achieving order in the 3 states he conquered, in the end went too far. I confronted him and demanded he cease. He challenged you, and died, Korra said. A fool, Kyoshi said nodding. He hastened his death. In the end I could no more let him live, even if he did not challenge me. Similar but different. Would you have spared his life though? If you could have convinced him to stop. I sought peaceful solutions at first. He remained persistent, and people died due to my inaction. Kyoshi sighed. I ran out of patience eventually. Why not simply capture him? Korra asked. And hold him where? Kyoshi asked bluntly. The king would have executed him without hesitation. Those who followed him would soon swear revenge in the aftermath. I considered all this and more as events played out. I could have marooned Chin on some island miles from anywhere, leaving him to a long, drawn-out death. Giving him to a neutral state would likely lead to his followers staging a rescue and potentially inciting war. The man could have easily formed alliances if given to the Fire Nation. No, ending him was my only sensible option. Oh, Korra said. Once the death of an opponent was simply a possible outcome of the battle. But Kuvira? Even after all she had done. There would be no allies for Kuvira in Republic City, but her followers might indeed stage a rescue. Would the Earth Empire pose a threat without her to lead it? Possible. But she could still suffer a defeat. And when that happened she would stand trial. You are troubled? Kyoshi asked. Korra smiled wanly. The Great Uniter was, a friend. A dear friend, and I do want to stop her, but to kill her. She sighed. Sorry. I guess my situation is not that much like yours. The hesitation to do what must be done, Kyoshi observed. I just want to stop her without taking her life, Korra replied regretfully. You sound like your predecessor, he was determined to never kill. You, I sense, see this as subjective. You are no air nomad, Kyoshi said. That's true enough. My hands aren't as clean as Aang's. Korra shook her head. My former friend is doing this, or at least I think she is, for the good of the kingdom. She killed the queen to put an end to the royal family's tyranny, and while I was absent she started her attempt to unite everyone. I feel like it's my fault she was able to do that at all. Korra. Kyoshi sighed. Power can belong to people in different ways and for different purposes. Some seize power for themselves or their families. Some take power for the nation. Others for a belief. In the end the reasons do not matter. That these grabs for power cause conflicts in history is what is important. You cannot stop people from realizing their potential and capitalizing on it. You of all the people alive in this moment are unique in that you have the ability to bring about balance. Your power is not for you or loved ones. It is for no nation state or political affiliation. You are the Avatar, your power is for the world. Kyoshi stared at her for a long moment. Tell me, do you think the Great Uniter is upholding balance? Korra shook her head. No. She thinks suffering and innocents dying are acceptable and necessary. Then why do you hesitate? Her past does not matter. Her relationship with you does not matter. She may believe she is right, but you can see from the results of her actions that she is wrong. Your duty as the Avatar is more important than your earthly attachments. I know, Korra stressed. I need to let go of her too. I know what I have to do, but... She looked Kyoshi in the eye. When Chin died, what happened to the provinces he took over? The major families in the regions took control in the chaos. They were able to convince the king to become a better ruler. Some would unlike her situation, and did she really want to supplant Kuvira with someone else? Who might one day become as corrupt and uncaring as many claimed the Earth Queen had? Our foes may seem similar, but the timing is critically different. I cannot hope to provide you with a truly helpful answer for your era, but I hope at least you can learn from my mistakes. I began the group you may know as the Daily, and I am regrettably aware of how they changed in the years after my death. They were created to establish order and preserve tradition in a time of intense instability. But I was mistaken with their creation, the notion of balance was missing. As such they were resistant to change. Order and preservation. Order and change, Korra murmured. Kuvira creates chaos and upholds order via her tyranny. Kyoshi nodded. Then I have to strike a balance between the two. Kyoshi finally smiled and Korra grimaced. That feels really obvious now I've said it. Of course it's about balance. Thank you, she added hastily. Speaking to another often helps. You are wise, young Avatar. I trust you to find your answer and I have faith your generation can learn from the mistakes of my own. I am honored to have helped you. Kyoshi bowed and faded from her sight. Was that enough? Could she bend Earth now? Impossible to tell from inside the spirit world. Time to head back. Wait. How did she do that? Calm. Think of the swamp and her body, still sat in the lotus position. She could do this. Korra concentrated and after a moment glanced around hopefully. Nothing. Not too serious, not yet. Her body could survive a few days with her spirit absent. Normally anyway, she had been so weak after her confrontation with Kuvira. And what if the worst happened? Could the next avatar be born if she had trapped herself here? Maybe her spirit would come back when it needed to? A slim hope, though it still left Bolin sat in a swamp watching her unmoving body, to say nothing of Kia and the United Forces if they were looking for her. And she would be defenseless as Kuvira attacked. Twinkle toes. A voice said. Korra span around and frowned at youngish girl grinning at her from a rocky outcrop just taller than her. The landscape shifted to a beach seemingly formed from black sand. The sun blazed overhead in a clear blue sky. It looked nice here, wherever it was. Can I help you? I think you need my help more. She grinned. Didn't expect you to look like this. The girl said lazily. This again. I'm not Aang anymore, she sighed. Wait. Or did you know me before? Korra let the question trail off. I know you're not Aang, you're not bald for one thing. Just. The girl smiled. First time I've seen you in a while. And you are? Korra asked, starting to lose patience. When I was alive I was called Toph Bafong. You might have heard of me, the girl said, pretending to study her nails. Toph. Korra gaped at her. The Toph Bafong? No, Toph replied deadpan. Just a Toph Bafong. Oh. For a moment I thought Korra muttered. Who happens to be a friend of Aang and Katara and Zuko and Sokka and started the Republic City Police Department. She grinned. And discoverer of metal bending. Bolin is never going to let me live this one down. Korra murmured, shaking her head. Toph cocked her head to one side. Who's that? A friend, Korra replied, frowning at Toph's amusement. A boyfriend? She asked, leaning forward. What? Korra asked. Wait. You can actually see me? Of course, Toph said, getting to her feet and balancing on the rock. Spirit world. I was blind in the real world, being blind here doesn't make a lot of sense. She looked around conspiratorially and stage whispered to Korra. I don't really have eyes. Or any other body part, she added in her normal voice. Well, that does make sense. Korra shook her head. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. And Bolin. He's been your fan since forever. Though I'm not sure how he'd take meeting you. Toph blinked at her. I think he must be your boyfriend. You keep mentioning him. She kept talking before Korra could protest. Not that I know who this Bolin is, but she sighed. I need to talk to you about something, so if we can leave your current crush out of proceedings I never said wait a minute, Korra said quickly. How are you here? Spirit world. Do they tell new avatars nothing? Toph said, sprawling on her rock again. Korra sighed. No. Why are you in the spirit world at all? You're not an avatar. I didn't think you were particularly spiritual either. Oh that, Toph said, leaping up to a tree spiraling up from the ground. She crouched on the branch looking down at Korra. Well, what does the world remember of my latter days? Not a lot. Korra tried. You left and no one has seen you since. For once Toph looked surprised. Seriously? I did tell. Never mind. Always deliver your messages yourself, young avatar. Some people are useless. Young. Korra echoed. Don't look at me like that. I'm like 4 times as old as you are. Toph stuck her tongue out. Now if you're done interrupting. She cleared her throat. I went on a spiritual pilgrimage after Aang passed away. Never had a destination in mind and didn't really care where I went. She glanced at Korra warily. You don't tell anyone about this, but she sighed. Guess I mean, Twinkle Toes dying got to me more than I wanted to admit. I couldn't stay still after. Kept worrying about when my time came and where I would be and who would be there and what would be left undone. The world shifted into something resembling the swamp. Aang once said he first saw me in this place, in a vision. Figures I would wind up here eventually. Toph licked her lips. I kinda settled without realizing and started caring for the banyan trees. Something big was beginning to happen and the spiritual energies of the world were shifting. Darkness and corruption infested the tree roots and it took me long years to work out how to stop the rot that was chewing everything up. Eventually I was able to trace the cause right back into the spirit world. Her face fell slightly. Took the rest of my life, but at least someone will know what I learned. Anyone else I try to talk to thinks I'm some trickster spirit. Okay, so, some ancient spirit only knows as Vato is preparing to return to your world. He spreads chaos wherever he goes and he feeds on it. Right now he's trapped, but he's desperate to return. So that's why the spirits. Korra murmured. I have to tell my uncle he's the nevermind. No, I should be the one to deal with this Vato. After Kuvira I guess, she added. Thank you. As I said, someone ought to benefit from my life's work. Well, the other one. Metal bending's kind of obvious, she replied. Do you want me to tell your family? You know, that you did pass on. Korra asked. Maybe. I was expecting Zuko to do it. Eventually. I met his uncle here a whole load of times but Zuko's not been back for a long while, Toph said. Shame really. I know something of your children. Korra told Toph briefly of her family's life in the last few years, painful truths too. I will help fix this, Korra insisted. Her vision blurred and a strange dizzy spell swept over her as she held her temple. You okay there Twinkle Toes? Toph asked. Korra tried to protest the nickname, but it barely felt worth it. Not feeling so hot. Might have been out of your body a bit too long, Toph said peering at her. Plus I know you've not been here all that often. She smirked suddenly. And you're in no shape to go visit your favorite spirit. How do you dash? Korra groaned as the ground seemed to lurch beneath her. I suppose I do have a hard time keeping track of time here. But. She glanced at her intact right arm. Why do I still have my arm here? She held up her right hand, clenching and unclenching her fist a few times. You lost your arm? Toph asked staring at her. When? A few days ago, Korra said. What are you doing here? Twinkle Toes, your body is in no shape to be here. You need to get back to it immediately. Discussion can wait for some other time. She was beside Korra in a moment, pushing her away from the nearby tree. Okay, Korra felt embarrassed. But how do I do that? Her earlier failure was what brought her face to face with Toph. Like I would know. Toph said. I died and woke up here. I guess the swamp makes it easy to get in. Huh. She stopped pushing and stared up at Korra. Might be making it harder to get out. Korra's face must have given away her desperation. You really need to get back to your body. Right. Korra nodded. Is there anyone with you? This better not be the setup for more teasing, Korra protested weakly. What kind of person do you take me for? Toph glared at her. I'm not going to tease you about your love life while you're at death's door. Okay. There is someone with me, Bolin. My friend. If such a word was enough to describe Bolin now. He's important to me. Then get back to him. There's so much that keep us attached to the world, but loved ones are the strongest. I think about my family a lot, but there's no way for me to go back to them. Toph shook her head. Go now. Before your body dies. And, if you get the chance, tell my family I'm sorry. I'll tell them. And I'll stop this Vato. Thank you. Korra closed her eyes and focused. Think of Bolin, think only of Bolin. For a moment darkness and then the swamp unfolded behind her eyelids. Korra was about to protest, but noticed the figure watching her. Bolin. Bolin. She called out. He did not react. As expected. Her body was right there. Would it work to just touch it? Bolin winced as he dropped the bundle of firewood down. Too loud. He glanced at Korra in worry. Her eyes were still shut and he heaved a sigh of relief. He sat down and clumped the wood together, stole another glance at Korra, and to his surprise she was looking back at him. Korra, he said, startled. How was the spirit world? Exhausting, she said with a yawn. She leaned sideways and her eyes closed again. She dozily summarized her recent experiences. I wish I could meet Toph, he said as she finished. Korra grinned. I can try and take you back there. Sometime, Korra said. But before I doze off, I want to try something. She reached out with her hand and made a gripping motion at the ground. Bolin's heart leapt as Korra drew a chunk of rock up from the thick undergrowth. You can earthbend again, he exclaimed. At last, she murmured, letting the rock drop beside her. One more. She glanced at him and her expression became worried. Something wrong? Korra asked. Had to be honest with her. He had to admit that he could not even do what she had exhausted and injured. Now was not the time, but he had to know if it was possible, if she would help him. I was wondering, not now, later, but I just wanted to know if you could help me with something. He tried to smile, but it felt awkward and forced. What's the problem? Korra asked, sitting up with a succession of winces. You don't. Korra shook her head and Bolin sighed. Ever since I figured out how to lava bend, I can't earthbend. Like at all. If I try I just end up melting the rock, and even though I can cool it again, I can't bend earth like I used to, Bolin said. All my life I've been able to earthbend. Until now. He shuddered. Ever since I was in that camp. I try and just, nothing happens. I know what that's like, Korra said, nodding, her fingers flexing as she spoke. It's like part of you is gone and you never knew it was there until that. And you keep trying to do it, and when it doesn't. She trailed off. Yeah, Bolin nodded. And you worry it won't ever come back. But, I get worried too. What if I try to earthbend instinctively and lava bend instead? I might end up hurting someone or kill Dash. You won't. Korra grinned, though her expression looked weary, her eyes dark and heavy. All we need to do is get it back. But I tried, and I dash. I know, Korra interrupted. I know, she repeated in a softer voice. But if I can get it back, so can you. But Korra, you're the Avatar and dash. No. Korra shook her head. Please believe in yourself. You can do it. It's because of you I can earthbend again. I have to repay that favor. Bolin's cheeks felt like they were on fire and he looked away hastily. First we need something for you to practice on, she said. Bolin chanced to look at her as she gazed around the swamp, still beautiful. Wait, was she wincing? Korra, are you in pain? His stomach lurched. We don't have to do this now. Get some rest first. Korra shook her head. More important things right now. Ah. She spotted something and pointed. A sapling was leaning over at an awkward angle, some of its roots sticking up out of the soil. Let's help her out, she said. Help? Bolin asked. Her? Yes. She needs a helping hand. So, I want you to bend the ground and stabilize her, Korra said. But Dash. Korra shook her head. Just put your hands on the ground beside it. Bolin shuffled over to the near-fallen tree and reluctantly complied. Okay, now bend the soil so it's stable. Bolin snatched his hands away as if the ground were on fire. No, I can't. I'm going to wind up lava bending again and I'll kill it. I'll kill her. He dithered for a moment. I can save her another way, he said, and began scooping soil to anchor the sapling slightly better. Korra sighed somewhere behind him. He had disappointed her. Don't give up. We're going to do it together, Korra said, stifling a yawn. Together? Bolin asked as he stared down at his soil-covered hands. Korra groaned somewhere behind him and he twisted around to see her awkwardly wobbling towards him. Korra. She held up her hand. I'm okay, she insisted as she stepped between him and the sapling. Korra sat down a little awkwardly right in front of him with her back to him. A little too fast, her back smacked into his chest and she shuddered for a moment. "Hold on," she whispered to herself. "Put your arms around me," she said in a louder voice. Bolin's head swam, all of his fantasies coming true one after another. No. Now was not the time to get distracted. Breathe. Sorry. Breathe with me. When I breathe in, you breathe in. When I breathe out, you breathe out. Ready? Inhale. Korra's back tensed against his chest, and Bolin hurriedly sucked in his own breath. Exhale, Korra said a moment later. Good. Again. She was warm against his chest and his legs, her body pressed against her, straining a little against him as she took each breath. The swamp seemed to fade away and nothing seemed to matter but the girl pressed against him. It's part of Tenzin's meditation, Korra murmured. Now, do you trust me? Her hand closed over the top of his left. Cunning, if he lava bent, Korra was going to wind up burned by it. I do, Bolin murmured. But I don't trust myself, Bolin said, fighting the urge to move his hand from hers. She felt so warm against him. I trust you, Korra said. She let go of him and idly traced a finger over the loose soil. When I was in the north, earth was always the most soothing element for me. Snow and water are always cold. Fire's dangerous and air, well, that's a much more recent addition. Earth is like none of them, and so rare. Every time I found a patch of land I had to stop and touch it, make a new connection back to the ground. Her hand settled back over his. From what I've seen and heard since I lost my bending, every bender has a personal connections back to our specific element. I know I'm different as I have four, but it still meant I had to find my own spiritual connection back to earth. If I can, so can you. And when you find yours again, I promise you'll be able to bend just like you used to. Korra leaned her head back, her head pressing into his chin. Feel it. Experience it. Let the earth soothe you. The earth was cool and soft beneath his fingers. He used to bend earth so much when he was younger. At first all he could make were mud balls or vague shapes he pretended were what he saw in his mind's eye. Over time he got better, the rock and earth easier to work with. Practice after practice eventually saw him forming models of buildings and houses, and once the rough outlines of Republic City itself. His earth bending had been helpful, as much as Mako could keep them warm. Bolin could use his bending to shield them both from the bitter icy winds in winter or craft a shelter against the rain. Earth saved their lives many times, without it could they have even made it this far? Korra's fingers stroked across the basie of his hand and laced her fingers with his. I know you're afraid to fail, she said quietly. But I know you, Bolin. You haven't given up, not really. I still believe in you. Focus. Earthbending helped Korra when he first met her. Earthbending allowed him to survive Ba Sing Se. It led him into the Han province and saved his family from the horrors in the aftermath of the city's fall. It ensured he could work and shape the land. It let him grow the crops his family relied on. And in the end he would return to the earth too. Earth was life. And as long as there was life, there was hope. The soil shifted under his fingers. His heart lurched and he focused, pushing at the soil with as much force as he could. Slowly, but surely, the ground beneath the sapling raised it back into an upright position. We did it, he breathed. You did it, Korra said, leaning back against him. I didn't do anything. She looked at the tree. Might need a bit of water though. Let me. She held out her arm, her other shoulder working against him, and a shiver ran through her. Her pulse sped up for a moment and calmed. Korra took a shuddering breath and with just her left hand, she gestured to the nearest pool and pulled a thin stream of water into the air. At her motion, it flowed into the soil at the sapling's base. We should keep an eye on her, Korra said. If we can come back in the future, make sure she's okay. There's no one else to do it. It should be fine on its own, Bolin said. But I'd like to as well. Our tree. He smiled and tensed as a thought struck him. What if I can't lava bend now? He asked. Bolin stretched his right hand for the nearest rock, half relieved, half horrified to see it quickly reduce it to lava. Hey, why didn't you use lava bending in the cave? Korra asked. Too risky, Bolin replied. I was too worried I'd lose control of it and it would have just made everything much worse back then. At least you can put out any runaway fires here. Korra flicked her hand towards the swamp water and pulled a long stream of water into the air. I can, she said, her smile widening as she glanced over her shoulder, her cheek brushing against the end of his nose. Good combination. She yawned, her mouth gaping wide. But for now, I think I need a nap. They camped in the swamp for a few days, just taking the time to let Korra slowly recover her strength. Korra seemed frustrated, she spent so much time sleeping, though as much as she tried to stay awake, she dozed off incredibly easily. Sleep for her at the moment was rarely by choice. Just moving around sapped her strength so quickly, and so many activities made her unconsciously try to use her right, inducing new twinges and agonist moments. Bolin made sure to tell her how much better she looked each morning. Each day she stayed awake longer, the color returning to her cheeks and with it her appetite. The swamp's illusions and visions seemed to hold off as they rested. Bolin would catch the odd distraction out of the corner of his eye, but when he looked there was nothing but the swamp to see. Despite their best efforts and the fire, they saw no sign of the swamp benders. Soon they would have no choice but to try and leave on their own. The afternoon of the fifth day panicked them both as a distant movement swiftly became something large crashing through the undergrowth. Bolin tried to decide between getting ready to defend Korra and trying to retreat further into the swamp when a polar bear dog crashed into the clearing and rushed straight for Korra. Naga! Korra cried as she embraced her pet, Naga almost collapsing onto her. Bolin echoed her, caught by surprise as Naga turned in a moment and tackled him to the ground. I missed you too, girl, he said as she thoroughly licked his face. But, how are you here? I left her with the United Forces, Korra said, staring back the way Naga had come. So? Avatar Korra. A voice shouted. A man and a woman in United Forces outfits waded through the undergrowth. Hi, Fujin, Rajan, Korra said. She glanced past them. Are we that easy to find? Fujin shook her head. Doubt anyone else could. Your pet is a marvelous tracker. Ever since General Kia found you missing we've been trying to track you down. Did you know we'd be here? Korra asked. Sort of, Fujin said. Doctor. Song was it? She told us Bolin here was taking you into the Omashu tunnels dash. Is she okay? Bolin asked urgently. And the others? The decoys and the others on the ship. Some of them. Fujin shook her head. The Earth Empire had pinned down a few groups and were taking prisoners. We were able to get some of them away. Not as many as we liked. They took your decoys. We owe them our lives, Korra said quietly. We have to do something for them. Bolin nodded. If we can. For now we should be getting you back to the nearest camp, Rajan said. It's going to take a while, we don't want to risk facing Earth Empire troops if we can help it, though the Earth Empire wasn't advancing last we saw. Did something happen? Korra asked. Great Uniter got herself badly injured, Fujin said. Someone lava bent at the peak of the city. Trashed the place, but pushed the Great Uniter and her army right out. If intelligence is to be believed, they got her foot too. Seems the Empire lives and dies with its leader. Bolin glanced at Korra and found her staring at him. You saved me and stopped her. Korra, it was Dash. No, you saved me. You held Kuvira off. Thank you. That was. She grinned. Awesome. Her lips brushed his cheek and his mind went blank. Only for a moment, only a brief touch of her lips, but now his face felt like lava had scorched it. Awesome luck maybe, if Omashu had been built out of something else. Bolin muttered. Korra shook her head. Don't sell yourself short. Lava bending is amazing all by itself. He almost said something else. Might have too if Fujin and Rajan were not present. No. Now was not the time, and it was not fair to distract Korra and make her deal with his personal feelings. Korra sighed. Guess we should get moving. How far? Should be there midday tomorrow. Current plan is to get the remaining forces on the next available train. Fujin stared at Bolin. You really should be proud though, after your stunt we got people a new wave of defections. The Great Uniter is not absolute. Korra looked exhausted moments after arriving in the hastily erected camp. Words spread like wildfire upon her arrival and person after person came begging for forgiveness in allying themselves with Kuvira against her. Korra said the same thing to each, forgiving all those who felt they needed it as much as she insisted there was no need for forgiveness now they had broken away. She charged everyone to have the courage to stand up to Kuvira and encourage others to do the same. Many implored her, while others seemed less awed at the Avatar. The latter group were often people who admitted they supported the ideals nationalism, equality, and unity for their homeland. They were unable to condone Kuvira's tyrannical rule any longer. For so many Kuvira's attempt to fight and kill the Avatar, as much as she had been long absent from the world, was the step too far. The world still believed in her and losing the representative of balance was a risk beyond any felt comfortable with. What about this camp? Korra asked as the camp settled and night fell. The one the prisoners from the airship were taken. I'll see what people know, Fujin said and hurried off in the camp. She returned a few minutes later with a man and a woman. These two used to help run the place. Both glanced away as Korra stared at them. Hey, you can bend metal right? I can, Korra said. Fujin smiled. Great. Wait here, I know a few people who are gonna want to talk to you. She bustled away as the two newcomers sat down. Hi, Korra said. I'm Avatar Korra. Hojo, the man replied with a brief nod. Lucretia, the woman added. So, the camp. Korra started. It's about 5 miles from here, Lucretia said. Heavily guarded. Hojo nodded along with her. Started off as just a holding place for some of the Fire Nation nationals, but we were soon ordered to hold Earth Kingdom citizens, especially metal benders if they did not swear allegiance. We ran as they were bringing in the prisoners from Omashu. It was just too much. Lucretia muttered staring at the ground. Do they know you've switched sides? Korra asked. Hojo shook his head. They might assume eventually, but we have a fair amount of freedom. Fujin arrived with 2 women in tow. Korra nodded to her but kept her attention on the 2 defectors. We have to do something about that camp, she said. With all respect Avatar Korra Fujin began. No. Korra shook her head. I will not let this kind of thing continue. But you need to recover, Rajan tried from beside her. I do. But I also need to do this. And you forget we have a secret weapon. Her hand was warm as it touched his shoulder. You might have heard of my friend Bolin here as one of the stars of the Fire Ferrets. But he's also the lava bender who trashed 2 of Kuvira's camps. Bolin could feel his cheeks burning under the people's scrutiny. He's the guy. Hojo whistled. He's practically a legend, Lucretia put in. He's the only thing that kept some of them going. I'm not that good, Bolin blurted. I wrecked Omashu. You stopped Kuvira, Korra said quickly. The city can be rebuilt. People can't and you helped so many. She smiled at him and somehow that made it all okay. She turned to Lucretia and Hojo. I want you 2 to get us inside. Inside? Hojo protested. Can't you just break in? Lucretia asked. Riskier. I don't want to lose anyone. We are going to get everyone out of that camp. And I want to make clear to everyone there they can stand up against the Earth Empire together. We are doing this for them. So, are you prepared to help? Lucretia nodded immediately. Hojo paused a second before nodding as well. Good. We'll need civilian clothes, the higher quality the better, 1 set for me and Bolin. What do you need them for? Fujin asked. These 2 are going to hand us over as spies. We need to look like we don't fit. Korra turned to Bolin. Are you going to be okay with this? She asked softly. Bolin blinked. Of course. Because I know you've been to this kind of place before. If you don't want to go back, just say, Korra said carefully. I want to help, Bolin said with a firmness he did not entirely feel. Korra grinned. Just know I'm there with you this time. Bolin smiled back as Korra turned her attention to the 2 women accompanying Fujin. Their wrists were bound together with a strip of metal they were having trouble removing. The few metal benders in the camp were unable to shift it, and the few tools at their disposal failed to even scratch it. Korra studied the metal for long hours by firelight as the night grew darker. Her left hand stroked across the metal, her forehead scrunched up in concentration. Where did she find the energy? As Fujin said, she should be resting, and yet she persisted. Close to midnight and Korra slid the band from the woman's wrist with a triumphant cry. 4 of them approached the prison camp in the early hours of the morning, and Korra resisted the urge to rub her face. Her skin stung and itched like fury, the result a combination of multiple bee stings and a common allergic reaction to a few plants. Their combined effect left her face swollen and looking little like she normally did. She would not evade detection by anyone who knew her, but at a quick glance no one was going to think she looked the slightest bit like Korra. Bolin got the same treatment, though both Hojo and Lucretia avoided similar. No sense in making them unrecognizable now. The chain-link fences of the outer edge of the camp stretched for miles. The area this camp occupied must be gigantic. How many people were in there and suffering? They would be free soon. A patrol spotted them close to the camp and at Lucretia's insistence escorted them to the main gate and sent for the head warden of the camp. Time passed unbearably slowly, the commander slow to respond to the call. When he did arrive, it was with a sneering expression as he caught sight of Lucretia and Hojo. "Come crawling back, have you? Nice to know you have at least something approaching honor. I think we have a place for you here." He gestured to a nearby guard. "Strip these 2 of their uniforms and put them in general population." "Sir, I was acting under orders to track down these 2 United Forces spies," Hojo said quickly. "What did you say?" the commander asked suspiciously. "These 2 United Forces." His gaze flicked between Korra and Bolin as he frowned. "The boy perhaps. This girl is better off dead. What good is she with one arm and a messed up face? She has important information." "We were bringing her in for interrogation," Lucretia hastily said. "And I get stuck with them until the Great Uniter recovers." He growled. "Fine. But no special treatment. They go in general population. If they cause problems, I will deny knowing anything about this so-called information they have, and you'll have to deal with the consequences." He stalked away. "Open the gate," he yelled as he strode forward. Bolin's fear seemed real enough as Hojo and Lucretia separated them. Even now there remained the horrifying worry that the 2 defectors would turn traitor once more and report their true identities to the commander. No. She had to trust them. And it was not as if she would let them restrain her. With 3 elements at her beck and call, Bolin's renewed earth-bending and lava-bending, the camp would not be left standing. It still hurt to see Bolin so scared, as Hojo hustled him away from Korra and Lucretia, shouting and sneering to match the other guards. Korra caught a last desperate glimpse from him as Lucretia pushed her through a series of gates and into the women's half of the camp. "In here," Lucretia said near emotionlessly and shoved her into a low building. Fire Nation women lay in row upon row on the floor. Most just lay listlessly on their sleeping mats, only bothering to glance up at her as she crossed the room to the nearest mat. A few women were sat in little clusters watching her suspiciously, slowly resuming their conversation after deeming her no threat. Her shoulder throbbed painfully and the lack of sleep was beginning to catch up. She sat down, almost wanting to lay down to snatch a few moments of sleep. No. She could do this. Korra opened her eyes and shuffled closer to the woman lying beside her. "Hey, do you want to get out of here?" she asked quietly. "What kind of question is that?" The woman snorted. "I ain't going nowhere. Neither are you or any of the rest of us in this camp." Her voice was loud, attracting attention for a moment. No excitement, no clinging to hope. Everyone here had already given up. Like the women at the camp, everyone's wrists were bound together by a strip of metal. And now Korra knew how to remove them. "I am going to see to it that you go somewhere real soon," Korra said fiercely. She reached out for the metal strip and the women tried to jerk her hands away. "What are you doing, Water Tribe? You think you're some kind of metal bender?" she asked. "Maybe," Korra grinned. She hung onto the metal as hard as she could and as the woman tugged her wrists away from her she released the bond. The woman blinked in surprise at the strip of metal Korra held in her hand and stared at the indentation the restraint had left on her skin. How did you? She stared at Korra intently. You're her, aren't you? Her voice was trembling. You're the Avatar. Her gaze strayed to the obviously empty sleeve hanging at her side. So she really did take your arm. Korra grimaced. She did. But right now, we are going to get ready to get out of this camp. You're going to free us. The woman gasped. I am. The operation is planned for tomorrow morning, just as the sun rises. She grinned. When all of you will just be getting stronger. When was the last time she slept? Korra sighed. In the swamp. And she had not wanted to, so much to do and so much she needed to recover. But recent events took a huge toll on her body. She needed rest. Soon. After this camp they could hitch a ride on the train with the United Forces and just rest. One big push first. Removing every firebender restraint had taken hour after hour, each bond looped loosely back over their wrists to at least give the impression it was still in place. She rubbed her eyes blearily as the sky lightened. So much of the night spent in long, breathless darts across the compound to get to the water and earthbenders rusing between roving searchlights and fearing detection by the guards. As much as the firebender women wanted to help, Korra insisted they wait. She was the only one capable of removing the restraints. The water and earthbenders heard the same as the firebenders. The operation would begin at dawn and they were to wait for the alarm to sound. Any moment now, Hojo and Lucretia should be in position to sound the alarm. And by the time the guards roused, they would find some 50 firebenders and over 100 waterbenders loose in the middle of the compound. And one very angry and very cranky avatar. Hopefully it would be enough and hopefully they would be fast enough. Poor food left many prisoners agonizingly weak. A few minutes after dawn and the alarm bell began ringing. This is it, Korra yelled to the firebenders. Take down every guard you see and once the fence is down get everyone to the men's side. The firebenders streamed from the building, fireballs roaring through the morning sky, knocking guards from towers and raised walkways. Non-benders fell on them and restrained them with ropes and makeshift ropes. Korra hurried away from the center and towards the outer edge, at least she had been pragmatic. There was no way she could run around the whole camp unaided. Metal bending became swiftly easier with practice, the fence crumpled revealing a delighted Naga. The polar bear dog lumbered towards her and Korra scrambled onto her back. Okay girl. Let's save everyone. She urged Naga forward, rushing through the fighting prisoners to the fence that bisected the camp. It fell as easily as the other. To the men's side. Korra yelled, accompanied by yells from the fire and waterbenders. Find the lava bender and stick with him. She urged Naga forward, looking around in a panic for Bolin or Hojo or Lucretia. A flicker of yellow, red and orange. A blast of heat. Bolin. He moved like a waterbender, the ground softening and glowing at his every gesture. Lava rushed to wreck fences and hem in the few guards who did not simply panic and run at the first sign of molten rock. The lava made things complicated for the camp's handful of mecha tanks, the most loyal of Kuvira's supporters hauling themselves into the cockpits and starting the devices up. A rain of thick mud soon rendered the vehicles near useless, the result of a combined attack by the water and earthbenders. At least they had some faults. Hiroshi Sato's designs were not flawless. As the fight calmed, Korra and Naga hurried to Bolin who hauled himself up behind her. You okay? He asked over the chaos. I'm good, she smiled. Sorry for putting you through this again. For the best possible cause, he replied. Korra, the earthbenders dash. I know, she interrupted. She can't claim she's doing this for the good of the kingdom. Not really. So many tribes and factions of earthbenders held for refusing to swear allegiance, for accusations of aiding or abetting Fire Nation citizens. For daring to show concern at the brutal methods of the Earth Empire. The world has to know what she is, Bolin said. And they will. Korra raised her voice. Everyone. We're getting you out of here. Please, follow me. Anyone who can walk unsupported please help those who can't. Smiles and cheers flickered in amongst the now freed prisoners, hope rekindling. Naga padded forward at walking speed, Korra refused to risk anyone falling behind. They headed for the United Forces meeting point and the train. Somehow their luck held out, no sign of pursuit, no one falling behind. Korra heaved a sigh of relief as they crested a hill and saw the train tracks cutting across the countryside. She, Bolin and Naga hung back as the exhausted prisoners crowded onto the train. Would Naga even be able to fit on board at this rate? They almost escaped without a problem. Almost. Avatar Korra. Fujin yelled as the tail end of the line of prisoners approached the train. She pointed back the way they came. Something was moving in the distance, light glinting and reflecting off of polished metal surfaces traveling at speed towards them. Korra squinted. A squad of mecha tanks. You have to get moving, Korra said. Get everyone on board and get out of here. They'll be on us before we're up to speed, Fujin said, Rajan darting past them to hurry the remaining prisoners onto the train. I'll get you enough time, Korra replied. We both will, Bolin said. Korra turned to look at him. It's okay. I can do this, she said softly. Get on the train, I'll see you soon. I promise. But, we already made a promise, Bolin said. Never going leave each other behind again. Right. Korra studied him for a moment. We did. I'm sorry. She glanced down to Fujin. Keep them safe and get them to the city. We're going to hold them back for as long as possible. Fujin nodded and sprinted towards the front of the train. By the time she ran back, the carriages had jolted against each other and the train was slowly beginning to move. Good luck, Fujin said as Rajan scooped the few remaining prisoners onto the train. The mecha tanks were close, the roar of their engines growing louder by the second. Thanks, Korra said. Okay, heroic lava bender. Let's make life difficult. Bolin reached past her, his arm around her for a moment. His hands moved, somewhere between an earthbending movement and a waterbender. The ground nearby melted, a pool of lava forming up. Destroy the tracks, Korra said, and at Bolin's gesture the lava flowed across the land to destroy the metal rails. What do you reckon? Wait here to hold them off or take them head on? Head on, Bolin said. Good. I hate waiting, Korra said and urged Naga into a sprint. She bent a rock bridge across the lava and Naga sprang across the melting rock. The mecha tanks had slowed slightly, their formation breaking apart as they noticed her. The tanks broke into two groups, one zoomed away from her trying to circle the lava and the others headed right for her. Bolin. Keep them from getting past. On it, Bolin muttered and did something behind her. Not sure how far I can reach, he added. How close is the train? Korra asked as she pulled clumps of mud from the ground and slammed them against the viewports of the mecha tanks. Still too used to bending with both hands, she had only incapacitated 3 of the vehicles. The remaining 2 both short pincers on the end of long metal cables towards her. Still too close, Bolin replied. Korra gritted her teeth as she shoved the cables away with her metal bending. Still slower than most of her skills, but enough to keep the claws away. I'll make sure you can hold them down, she said. With a flick of her hand she pushed the cables past the mecha tanks and sent Naga rushing towards the other group. Close enough? She asked. Yeah, Bolin said, gesturing again. Ahead the small pool of lava lengthened again, causing the mecha tanks to swerve frantically and push forward. How about the others? Still chasing us, Bolin said. Train. It's getting there. Korra chanced to look back. The passengers were no longer visible, the train beginning to recede into the distance. Far enough, do you reckon? I think they do, Bolin said, pointing ahead of them. The mecha tank force had turned around and were now rushing towards them. We've done what we needed to, Korra said, glancing towards the train again. Definitely moving away with increasing speed. Don't think we can take these guys, so, exit stage left. She sent Naga into a sprint away from the mecha tanks. They all after us. Yep, they're chasing, Bolin said nervously. Figures. Wonder if we're considered a bonus. Naga sprinted across the open grassland, the mecha tanks roaring after them. There was a forest ahead. Enough to lose them in? No, it was nowhere close to deep enough. Wait. The forest was a thin line of trees dissected by a gorge with a narrow bridge across it. Risky, but they did not have much choice. Naga could not keep up this pace forever. "Bolin, you might want to hang on to something." "Something?" he asked. "Me," she said as she gritted her teeth. "Oh," he said desperately and snaked his arm around her waist. Korra urged Naga on, the polar bear dog not even slowing as she ran right over the edge. Korra dash Bolin tried, panic extending the last vowel into almost a scream as they plummeted down. Just about deep enough, hopefully the river was as deep as she assumed. Korra stretched her left hand out and bent the air and water together. Air to slow them as swiftly as possible, water to push a bubble into the fast-flowing water and hide them on the riverbed. It was almost unbelievable as Naga stood, her paws deep in the mud, the darkened water flowing over their head. Korra would never have believed she could bend that fast. They held their position, waiting for cables and pincers to pierce the water, searching for them. After long minutes it became clear they had escaped. They were safe for now. The village of Benora knew well enough of the Great Uniter and the Earth Empire, but so far Kuvirao's forces had not descended on the village. Likely only a matter of time, but for now the three of them could relax, take stock and ready themselves for the longer trek back to Republic City. Between them they had enough money for supplies and one night in the inn. And after so long, harsh living and mud, Korra was able to have a hot bath. The near scalding water was wonderful. How long since the last time she enjoyed this? Had it been yes? With Asami. Back in Republic City. Before the world changed. Korra shuddered and tried to think of something else, anything else. Her gaze had drifted to her right shoulder and what little remained of her arm. Not better, but dwelling on the situation would do her no good. The blow that removed her limb had been clean, the metal plate Kuvira used had cut straight through both flesh and bone. Dr. Song had stitched the wound closed as best she could, though it left Korra with an angry-looking red scar. Not a good distraction, it made her stomach feel weak to even look at it and accept how much it changed her. No amount of healing could give her a new arm, unless there was some other healing technique she had never heard of. No, she had to concentrate on the positives. Were there any? Even the knowledge she could successfully bend 3 elements did not make her feel that much better. Chopsticks were giving her incredible troubles in her left hand. So easy with her right, but so awkward and clumsy with her left. Even just climbing onto Naga felt awkward and sleeping on her right side felt strange and uncomfortable. Sleep was difficult as a result, her favored sleeping position denied to her. Oh, she could sleep on her back, but eventually it got uncomfortable. So many frustrating things she could not do, not even administrating or tying her own bandages. Every time she changed the dressing, Bolin had to rewind the bandages around her shoulder. It was at least wonderful he was there and more than willing to help her out, but the loss of her independence was a nagging nuisance. Even putting her underwear on was difficult, though after Bolin could barely look at her the first time, she stopped asking him to help her do up her bra. She resorted to bracing herself against an object, tying it around her waist and squirming into it as best she could. Was Tijera an easier way? Might be worth checking if anywhere in Republic City sold something easier to put on. Something without hooks would be good. She laid back in the bath and stared up at the ceiling. Bolin seemed different somehow. He seemed happy just to be with her, but now there was something melancholic tinging everything he did or said. Still Bolin, but not the same Bolin she had last seen in Ba Sing Se. How much had Kuvira changed him too? She missed the old Bolin, the one who would try to fill any and every void in conversation. The one who used to talk to her about pro-bending, martial arts, animals, food and celebrity gossip. Where had that Bolin gone? This Bolin had not mentioned any of his radio dramas once or excitedly told her of an animal he had seen. It was almost as if he was avoiding the past at all costs, but also avoided thinking of the future either. Was Bolin's sole concern the present? Was she so different though? So much of what once seemed important seemed irrelevant now. Pointless distractions that should not mean anything after her frantic struggle for her life and the regoing of her bending. She had a job to do. Could she blame Bolin for being quiet when there were so many things she was exceptionally reluctant to talk about? There was no way she could ever admit to him about the dolls. The moment on the cliff when throwing herself over seemed the best solution. Sleep did not come easily that night, and the three of them left the town the next morning at first light and walked on in silence. "I want to look for Asami," Bolin said as he broke the silence close to an hour later. "I want her to know I'm alive too. If she does, maybe things will be better. For you. For both of you." Korra needed to beg forgiveness first. "She'll be happy to see you," Korra said carefully. "I think she'd want to see you more," Bolin said. His voice got tighter. "I know you miss her." I. Of course she did. But she missed every one of her friends. Mako most of all, the one she could never see. Asami was a complicated presence, a tangle of conflicting feelings she had avoided dwelling on for a long time now. Surely Asami was better off without her. She would find someone else, someone who could be with her in the ways that Korra's role as Avatar would not allow for. No. Why could she not be with Asami like before as well? If it was even possible. If they ever saw each other again. And if they did, could that reunion be anything like her meeting Bolin in the cave? Could they even just be friends at this stage? Maybe it was too late already. The notion made her fallen, and Bolin said little else for the rest of the day. They made camp just as the sky became overcast and a seemingly unending rain began. No excitement, no dashing in the rain and playing this time. No levity in either of their actions. Korra wanted to try for a moment as the rainfall began, but the first few drips on her skin forced her to retreat back into the tent. The rain was freezing cold. Bolin shivered as the first distant roll of thunder boomed, but would insist he was fine when asked. The storm slowly approached them as night fell, the rumbling growing in brutal volume, the cracks of lightning hurting her eyes as they became more intense. Korra caught glimpses of Bolin between strikes. He curled in on himself and shivering, Mako's scarf pressed tight against his ears, his eyes shut tight. "Bolin," she said in a lull between the thunder. He did not respond, his body shivering uncontrollably. Lightning. It all came back to Mako in the end, an uncomfortable reminder of his brother's unique skill. She hesitated for a second and squirmed over to him. He needed someone until the storm passed. Needed to know he was not alone. She hugged his shuddering body to her own and murmured gently soothing words into his ears. Bolin still quivered even as comforted him. He stiffened in shock as her lips pressed against him, his body slowly relaxing as she kissed his cheeks, forehead, and eyes. Her hand traced idle shapes across his back as she asked him to again breathe in time with her. He did not respond at first but slowly listened to her prompts and his breathing matched hers. Bolin calmed slowly, the tension running out of him. She kept her arm around him even as the storm moved away. She continued to lie pressed against him as his breathing became regular and he slept soundly. A peaceful quiet sleep this time. Korra stared at his sleeping face. Did either of them have any innocence left? Yes. Bolin at least must have something to sleep this easily. Events forced them to grow up. How hopelessly naive they must have seemed when they set out from Republic City without a single concern. The first glimpse of the Earth Kingdom beyond the city felt like years ago now. Or the memories of some other person. Kind of like the fragments she recalled when meeting her past selves. Could they go back to how they were before? Could Bolin laugh freely again? Could she? Hopefully. Korra clung to the joy when she saw him again in the crystal-lit cave. No, it had been earlier, when she woke in the dark and he was there for her when she needed him most. And now that they had been together ever since, only apart for that one night in the camp. She shivered. Even that had been too long, she could not lose Bolin again. The next morning, the sun was refreshing after the rain. The landscape surrounding them was damp and muddy but seemed fresh and new. Korra frowned and looked around the area carefully. They had been here before, they were journeying in reverse. Did Bolin realize this was the same field they stopped in with Mako? The same stretch of grass she had played around in with Bolin on their way to Basing Se. The grass still thrived with grasshoppers, earthworms, and yams. Would Mako have liked to come back here? See these places again with new eyes after their experiences? Something else Amon had denied him. Korra sighed. Butterflies fluttered in the mild breeze and Naga rolled on her back seemingly content. At least the polar bear dog never changed. Bolin as he crawled out of the tent as Korra strolled. He blinked once or twice and smiled up at her. Reality came crashing in. She could not stop it, her mind worrying about the worst that could befall them, the people and places she loved. Would Kuvira trample this field beneath the boots of her army one day? Could Korra prevent that from happening? For this and the rest of the kingdom? Leave it untouched by war. I'd like a garden like this, Bolin said wonderingly. A garden? Korra asked surprised, grateful for the change of subject. Bolin nodded. Yeah. There's plenty of space at Air Temple Island. I don't think Tenzin would object to someone starting a garden. Plenty of land there. And I'll help you. Wait. Was she expecting Bolin to live on the island? Bolin smiled and shook his head. Thanks, and I know it's a bit silly, but I want to do it all myself. You know, my garden for my home. He was looking to the future at least. Korra smiled. So you going to buy your own place? She asked and Bolin nodded. Shared or him on his own? Odd thought. What kind of flowers do you think you'll have? Korra asked. As many as I can. He glanced at her before staring out at the vista. But not just flowers, I want vegetables as well. And he was off, talking about his future garden in the grounds of his future home. Some of it she understood, some of the types of flowers, Assamese romance novels had an additional use it turned out, but she was soon lost on some of his specifics and jargon. His time in the Han province seemed to have taught Bolin all manner of skills about agriculture and he seemed determined to put it all into practice when he could. She gently coaxed him into continuing but he faltered just as he described an odd structure. I'm not sure what you mean. She asked trying to make sense of his description. It's a climbing frame, Bolin said shyly. You know, for kids. Whose? Korra frowned. You planning on running a daycare center? Bolin blinked. Actually that sounds like a good idea. He smiled. But I meant my own children. After spending time with my family I realized that it's something I really want, a family of my own. Bolin glanced at her. Remember Aunt Meng? She told me I could create my own destiny. I remember, Korra said. Some of the fortune teller's predictions felt like they rang true. At the time I thought it was about great achievements and being famous. But that's kinda meaningless if I don't have a family. I don't know if I can be famous or do anything great. I don't know if I can have the garden. But I would like to try. And I would like to try and be a father, a stay-at-home dad who takes care of the kids. You'll definitely be able to. You'll be a great father. But who was the mother in this little fantasy of his? Wait, what was her name? Haruai? Was she the one he thought could be the mother of his children? Bolin and Haruai's family. Sounded nice. Would she want something like that? Like mom and dad? Someone to come home to, cooking in the kitchen, the kids excited to see her. And even fresh flowers, Bolin turning from the stove. Korra blinked. Where had that come from? Bolin had fallen silent. Korra? I miss everyone. I really want to go home, Bolin said. Me too, Korra said. I hope we can find them, we'll be there soon. They wound up breaching the outer fence of Republic City. Just like they had for the refugees on their first adventure together so long ago. This time there was no need to cut at the fence or levitate rocks, Korra was able to tear straight through the metal and reseal it behind them. Much more subtle than their previous attempt. Not perfect, the fence was not in the best of ways after. Was she still getting back into practice with metal bending or was it because she was missing an arm that it looked so bad? The question seemed less important with the growing excitement. They were so close to home and sneaking back into the city was oddly fun. Naga padded through the woods as the sky grew darker. The prisoners should already be back here, Bolin said through the trees towards the bright lights of the city as Korra pulled back on Naga's reins. Probably, she said. She bit her lip. Do you mind waiting a bit longer? What do you mean? Well, I know it's a bit silly, but I don't really want to get home in the middle of the night. People must know I'm okay, so one more day can't hurt. We can wait until morning, right? You want to camp out here? Bolin asked. Korra turned around to smile at him. Yep. In fact, come on, I think I can remember the way. She up a gentle slope as she retraced a certain route to an outcrop overlooking Republic City. Bolin put up the tent and made dinner as she lounged against Naga and watched the lights of the city and the stars grow brighter. The sky seemed somehow closer here. What do you think the stars are? Crystals, Bolin replied automatically. Interesting. Mako said they were balls of fire, Bolin said, perfectly in sync with her. She laughed. I kept telling him it's impossible. Fire needs something to burn. Korra grinned. Exactly. Crystals makes a bit more sense. And you? Bolin asked as he sat beside her. What do you think they are? Spirits, Korra said. Oh. Are you okay? Bolin asked, concerned. I could have asked her if all the stars were as pretty as she was. Korra's gaze traced through the sky to the moon. Only a sliver visible, but there she was. Korra reached out and put her hand gently on top of Bolin's. He pulled away for a moment, and then their palms were together and their fingers laced. What was it like there? He asked softly. I already told you everything, Korra said, leaning against Naga and looking into his eyes. I know, but tell me again. About Aang and you and Kyoshi and Toph. Bolin asked. You just want to hear the last one, don't you? Korra smiled. I'd like to hear them all. Naga was warm and comfortable against her back as she related each of her visits to the spirit world, the warmth spreading through her and her eyelids growing heavier. Korra blinked awake. The sky was just beginning to brighten, the darkness of the woods fading as the sun crept towards the horizon. Of course. How could she forget? She leaned over to Bolin. Bolin, she murmured and shook him. He remained fast asleep. Bolin. Please. Nothing. She sighed, but grinned. Korra kissed him, pulling away as his breath caught and he blinked at her. Korra. He asked in confusion as he rubbed at his sleep-sticky eyes. It's not even Sunday. He trailed off and rubbed his eyes with renewed energy. Hope we still have enough time. He remembered too. Korra could not stop her smile. Bolin struggled to his feet and offered Korra his hand. She took it and did not let go as they hurried through the woods, the sky continuing to brighten. Naga. Korra called. You come too. Tired? Bolin asked. Still a bit out of it. Hey. Korra said as Bolin tucked an arm under her legs and hoisted her up into his arms. You know, Naga could carry me, she told him. Or both of us. Yeah, but I'm making sure I'm the one fulfilling this promise, he said. His pace slowed before the cliff, but they were in time. The sun was still below the horizon as he helped Korra to perch on the edge. I think about that time a lot, Korra said, her gaze fixed on the horizon. It was the first time I saw the whole city. And the highest up in the air I'd even been. That bit didn't last though. Bolin chuckled. And, we were here when you told me all about Aang. She glanced at him. Thank you. If you hadn't. Bolin flushed a little. And I had no idea you were the Avatar. You were so amazing though, taking on all those waterbenders like that. He had been full of compliments that day too, calling her brave and beautiful. She wrapped her arm around her stomach, a new warmth seeming to fill her chest. His words had not meant so much at the time, but now. There was a bright light ahead of them, the sun crested the horizon, its light dazzling. She glanced at Bolin, he was missing it and staring at her instead, his lips curled into a gentle smile. Korra looked to the sunset again. It's beautiful here. The best view in the world. She glanced back to Bolin. You know, we promised to watch the sunrise. Together. And you're staring at me. Bolin shook his head. You're better than the sunrise. She could not help the giggle. Thank you for the compliment. I meant it, Bolin said earnestly. I know. Bolin was so close, the green of his eyes so intense in the morning light. Korra reached up a hand and gently pushed his head so he looked towards the sun. You're better than the sunrise too, she murmured as she slipped her arm around his waist and leaned her head on his shoulder. Warm and soft. Happy. No embarrassment, no worries. Just peace. Home at last, Korra said. Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 11, Return to Republic City. Vato. Kuvira called into the swirling winds in the depths of the desert. Great Uniter. His voice came smoothly from behind her. Kuvira turned and the wind ceased. I can only assume you are here to accept my offer. His smile was knowing, confident. I feel the chaos rising in the world, the reactions and chain reactions emanating out from your Earth Empire. It is time then. He took a step forward and Kuvira stepped back holding her hands up. Questions first, she demanded. His smile did not falter. Ask. Your rival, when they are defeated, what happens then? Kuvira asked. My power becomes yours. I will not go back on my word if that concerns you. I do not lie. Vato shrugged. Manipulation and subterfuge indicate a lack of absolute power. I have little need for either. Kuvira frowned. But it doesn't make sense. How can you just be okay with granting me something like that? Would it horrify you to know how long you have on this planet? Vato asked, peering at her. All things being equal and no accidents befalling you. Kuvira shook her head. I cannot see the future, but I can see how long you can persist until your body breaks down. You are mortal, dead in less than a century if things go well for you. You measure time with the sun and the moon, mine is measured in the lifetime of the cosmos. When your spirit is reborn, your new self will gain almost the same fraction of eternity. Less than a blink of an eye. I will not miss my powers. But what about when I am gone? Will my new self have the same power? Kuvira asked. You said the avatar was fused with a spirit. Does that mean 2 avatars? Not quite. Ravidesh, his voice hitched slightly as he spoke the name. Held 4 elements and thus allowed the avatar to reincarnate to each tribe. Gaining the 3 you do not possess will be close to impossible. You hold 1 element, your new self will be the same. I could rule the empire forever. Kuvira said in startled revelation. Wait. But the chaos is temporary. I must have order, I cannot rule chaos. For a mortal you remain full of surprises, Vato chuckled. I confess a peaceful world holds no interest for me. Spirits terrorize the far north and south of your world, and I will spread chaos further. To show my sincerity, I offer you a compromise. My influence on the world will never touch your Earth Empire. The other tribes of your world will not be so fortunate. Kuvira was silent. If you have no more questions, we will begin. Kuvira jerked awake, her body soaked with sweat. Kuvira. Bader shuffled closer. Kuvira, are you okay? She squeezed her eyes shut and tried to work through the pain. Her skin still felt as though it was on fire from the burns, and what remained of her knee pulsed with new agony. Acupuncture, she grunted through gritted teeth. Batar waved to someone out of her eye line. We could summon a healer too. He added. No. Kuvira sucked in a ragged breath. More rest. He had barely left her side the past week. Weeks? How long had it been since Omashu burned? His warmth should have been comforting, but she could barely tolerate any heat now. Bader was at least attentive to every pain she experienced. Why did he persist? Love? Strange, he was not doing this because of her power. How, no, why could he care for her like this? The pain receded a little as she concentrated, forcing her leg still and trying to ignore the other patches of damaged skin. Batar. Yes. Why are you here? No answer. Why did you choose to align with me when your family remains so opposed? Some of the painkillers must still be in her system, how could she possibly ask something so direct? I love you. But there's more. You changed the kingdom for the better, not in some idealized way, you showed there could be no progress without sacrifice. My family, they don't understand that. I know this project has taken its toll on you, but you remain the strongest person I have ever known. You let go of your past for the sake of the people, how could I not be inspired? How could I follow anyone else? He asked. Bader could lead in her absence. Until she could move unsupported. Until the pain lessened. Let it be known a fissure opened up beneath Omashu, she said. Kuvira. Bader asked. The city. It was destroyed for a reason. What is more likely? That the earth split and lava destroyed the settlement, or that a probender from the slums is somehow capable of lava bending. Kuvira smiled. The destruction of Omashu was a natural disaster. Use the Kenpais, any who disagree will be dealt with, they know what to do. Tell the world how I tried to save the city, at the cost of half my leg. Bader's face broke into a smile. It will be done. Time. They needed time. The empire must remain stable for now. No expansion, just fortifying their defenses and the weapons development programs. Propaganda. The first healers said she would need months to fully recover. The world had to be ready for when she was. Vato's power squatted in the back of her mind. Weak, so weak, but growing by the day. When the solstice arrived, that was when Vato promised she would be at her peak. And that would be when she took Republic City back. The Avatar remained a nuisance stumbling block. Bader would buy some time, but she needed more. There was another way to keep her at bay. Opal's freedom came with ill-fitting clothes and after a trip in a laundry cart, crammed in with the dirty uniforms steered out of the camp by one Zuli moon. In a final moment of cunning, Zuli tied their old clothes to a couple of baboons at the edge of the nearby forest. Varix, she said by way of explanation as she released them. The platypus bare feet shoes were somewhat more confusing. Just in case, Zuli had said as she tied them to her feet. They'll have a hard time tracking us now. Tracking? Opal asked, fighting back a shiver. There are badger moles in the camp, Zuli said as she pushed her glasses up her nose. Opal winced and together they set off into the forest as fast as they could. A little too fast, Opal sprained her ankle at the start of the second day and now every little movement hurt. Zuli shook her awake on the fourth day and insisted they get moving earlier than normal. Even she was getting jumpy at every unfamiliar sound. Tired, hungry, effectively loose and terrified of discovery they hurried on. Zuli. I think you should go on without me, Opal said as they took a breather. No, she replied simply. But if Kuvira catches us, catches you dash, Opal protested. I hold little value, Zuli shot her a weak smile. You are far more important. You defied her in public. You saved the prince of the Fire Nation. Zuli grew more animated. You are so much more, you need to live. She shrugged a shoe off and used it to score scratched into the bark as she had every now and again. Verisimilitude, she said. I really don't matter all that much, Opal tried. Zuli sighed. If you insist. She smiled over her shoulder. Then I simply do not wish any harm to come to you. Opal blinked at her and smiled. Thank you. She let the why remain unspoken, oddly happy with the other girl's admission. Sadly it did not change the reality of the situation much. How long could they last without provisions? No other clothes, little food, and a tiny tent. A large number of scrolls took up much of Zuli's bag. Opal gave in to her curiosity when they stopped for the night and huddled inside the tent. What are those? She asked. I don't know for sure, but they were one of Varric's projects. Kuvira had he designed them. She scowled at them. All for profit. Is that why you dash? Yes. I suppose I owe him some things. But while I was, if not happy, then at least content to assist before, I cannot any longer. Not while his loyalty is to Kuvira, Zuli said. I worry what these were for, so I wish to take them as far from them both as I can. As far as Republic City if possible. Caracal left just after dawn. A few good dinners out, one really good date last night, but all sadly too late to change anything. Time for her to move on yet again. Packing was at least easy, so much of her stuff was still in boxes. Her decisions had made her reluctant to get too comfortable in Crystal Bay. It would have been nice to live here. Comfortable, quiet and safe. But that was no way to live for the rest of her life and hiding from her past, trapped forever on this one island. Korra would face Kuvira eventually, so she would need to face Tarlok. At least Iroh was willing to help get her back, the risk to her on public transportation was far too great a risk. Her belongings seemed to amount to almost nothing in the end. Packing the car with everything she owned took no time at all. Asami took a last look around what might have been her home and drove away just as Crystal Bay was waking up. No looking back, no stopping, just keep going straight to Zuko's villa. Just under an hour later she pulled up. There were a few other cars outside. Other visitors? It had been a trying time for Iroh, even after he left the hospital. Asami glanced at her watch. She was far too early. Would anyone in the family even be up? Asami slumped in the car seat. Sleep had been impossible since Caracal left, and hanging around the apartment left her anxious to get moving. On the other hand, now she was here, and if anyone looked out the window they would see her staring at the house. Just a little suspicious. Asami sighed. No, she could not just sit here. It would be better to risk waking them up and see if anyone was awake. An oddly familiar older woman opened the door and glared at her after she knocked on the front door. Yes, she said, her eyes narrowed. Something clicked. She was standing face to face with possibly the most dangerous woman in the Fire Nation, Princess Azula. She was here on Ember Island? Hi, I came to see Iroh. Asami managed, Azula's gaze making her want to squirm. Ah, you must be Miss Sato, Azula replied with an edge of distaste. Yes, he was expecting you. However, she turned at approaching footsteps. Auntie, Iroh said by way of greeting. Asami. He nodded at her. Hi, Asami replied, sagging with relief. Your guest is here and impatient, Azula said dismissively and stalked away. I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Iroh asked. Azula stopped, keeping her back to him. I thought you were visiting Ty Lee. I did. I have only just returned, she said over her shoulder without a trace of emotion and vanished deeper into the house. Asami let out a held breath as Azula rounded a corner. Sorry I'm so early. Iroh shook his head. It's fine. You're always welcome here. And don't mind Auntie, she's harmless. Harmless? Asami asked. Mostly, Iroh replied. Had breakfast? Asami shook her head and followed Iroh into the main room. We should try and keep quiet. You might think Auntie's scary now, but you should see if you dare wake her up. Iroh shook his head. Despite his warnings, no one seemed to have mentioned them to his daughter. Yuzo shouted excitedly when she saw Asami and ran up to hug her an hour or two later. She at least pushed worries of Azula out of her mind. Iroh's aunt did not storm into the room, lightning crackling from her hands, and demand silence. Yuzo was more important. This might well be the last time she would see Iroh's daughter, now or indeed ever. She had to make the most of it. Yuzo was chattering animatedly to Asami about the various activities she had been up to in the last few weeks when Zuko and Mai arrived shortly after. They smiled at her and sat at the table. Odd. Once she might have felt out of place here, but there was a curious sense of belonging now, the family fairly almost like her own. She was going to miss this. We can delay going back, Iroh said abruptly. If you want. Asami shook her head. I should go now rather than later. Sooner I get control of the company back, the sooner I can try and help with the Earth Kingdom. Today then, Iroh said, nodding. Please do not forget, you have our support, Zuko commented, and Mai nodded her agreement. We will help as much as we are able. While direct intervention is a recipe for an international incident, we can be subtle, Mai added. Thank you. Both know, all of you. I just hope your faith isn't misplaced, Asami said. The truth will come out eventually, Iroh said. We will do everything we can to ensure it is sooner rather than later. Ironic given the number of lies this next stage required both Iroh and her to tell anyone who asked. Anyone outside Team Avatar perhaps, if she was still a member. If Korra was remotely prepared to talk to her. Still, Iroh insisted it would be unwise to admit to her extended stay on Ember Island nor how much Iroh, Zuko, and Mai had helped her during her time in the Fire Nation. Admitting anything to do with Azula would make for headline news. She might be old and barred from ruling, but a new scandal involving the princess was impossible for the tabloids to resist. Several prior discussions with Iroh made clear that the actual events of her arrival in the Fire Nation would be at least a good basis for her claimed story, with a slight distortion to claim she had successfully obtained asylum there. Breakfast was over too quickly and there were hours before they needed to get moving. How best to spend the last of her time here? Yuzu, of them all, she would miss Yuzu the most, and so she deserved all Asami's attention. Yuzu's first request was a trip to the beach, Yuzu holding a doll and a train in each hand as Asami carried a selection of her other toys in a basket. They played together on the beach, and when Yuzu grew bored with that game, splashed in the shallows and out a little deeper to swim. With every moment the temptation grew greater. It was always possible to delay going back one more day. No point returning to Crystal Bay, as tempting as that was, but Iroh might not need much persuading to let her crash at the house and leave tomorrow. No. The more she delayed the harder it would become, best to get moving as quickly as possible. And if everything went wrong, she would hang on to his image of Yuzu as a child, no hope of her seeing her in prison. Not that she would want her to. Asami took Yuzu into the baths and they cleaned off the clinging salt from the sea water. Yuzu asked Asami to braid her hair and she willingly obliged. If not for Iroh's plan, she would not have minded staying here to look after his daughter. Even if it did mean a lifetime of exile here. Failing to win against Tarlok risked other potential losses too. She would not see much of Zuko or Mai either, given their age. Taking care of them for the rest of her days would have been not what she dreamed of, but she would have been happy enough with just that. Her fingers moved mechanically through Yuzu's hair as she patiently braided it. Asami? Yuzu asked suddenly. Yes. When can you visit again? The girl asked, still staring away from her. I'm not sure, Asami replied. Maybe when Daddy next comes home. Asami smiled and exhaled. I hope so. Yuzu sat quietly for her answer, and time seemed to evaporate. All too soon it was time to leave. 2 days and they would be back in Republic City. It was hard to believe it was so close now. Asami carried the bulk of the luggage to the boat herself, turning down both Iroh and Zuko's offers of assistance, especially with Iroh still hampered by his arm and leg. Azula predictably did not appear to join the others on the beach as they bid her goodbye. Asami bowed carefully to both Zuko and Mai in turn, and Mai broke protocol and hugged her. Good luck, she murmured. Asami smiled as she stepped back. Yuzu instead simply stared up at her, eyes blinking rapidly, seemingly on the verge of crying. Just like Asami felt. Yuzu, I need to go for now. She crouched down beside the young girl. Can you stay one more day? Please. Yuzu implored. Sorry. Asami tried to keep her face neutral even as a tear slid down Yuzu's cheek. Oh, Yuzu, she said and hugged her. Thank you for being my friend, she said in a quiet voice and kissed her cheek. There was more, so much more to say, but now was not the time. Next time. She silently promised Yuzu they would meet again and gently extracted herself from her grip. It was vital she not cry, not now, not where Yuzu could see her. Iroh shared his own goodbyes, too personal for her to intrude on, so Asami clambered into the boat and waited for him to finish with her back to the beach. She started the motor as she heard him clamber aboard and forced herself to resist the urge to look back. The temptation to know became too great a few minutes after she guided them out into open water. Asami glanced back. Ember Island was already receding into the distance, the beach indistinguishable from the land this far out. Was Yuzu still waiting there, watching, waving, hoping? Sorry Yuzu, Asami said under her breath. Her safe haven was behind her, her best shot at a simple, happy, uncomplicated life rejected in favor of the more difficult path ahead. Reckon it's deep enough out here. Korra stared down into the water from Naga's back. Bolin had suggested they get back into the city underwater, an idea that pleased Korra no end. Riding through the city on Naga, while workable, would draw a lot of unwanted attention to themselves, not least now people knew full well who she was. Add to that it would be first sighting in public after a long absence, and the fact she was missing an arm was going to feed the rumor mill and lead to a lot of speculation before she got to a place she could make some kind of statement. Should be. If not, we get out and follow it until it is, Bolin replied. Let's try. Ready? She asked. As I'll ever be, Bolin replied. his arm tightened around her waist, and Korra flexed her fingers. Bending with one arm was still a little odd, easier with practice, but she still missed her arm. "Okay, girl," Korra said and urged Naga forward. She bent the water away from them and enclosed them in a sphere of air the moment Naga hit the water. The three of them sank to the bottom quickly and the current battered against their bubble of air, pushing them forward. The riverbed rushed below them as they sped forwards and towards Republic City. So many people to see there, Pema and the kids. Lin. Asami? No. Best not to get her hopes up. At least she had a surprise for everyone, Bolin, alive and well against all the odds. They're going to be so pleased to see you, Korra said, breaking the comfortable silence inside the bubble. Who? Bolin asked, looking up from the view below them. Everyone. She replied, grinning. I want to see the moment they find out you're okay. Bolin chuckled. I'm looking forward to seeing them too. He was silent for a moment. How did the children take the news? The truth of the situation stung a little. I didn't get to see them, Korra replied after a pause. I never made it back here after what happened, went straight from Ba Sing Se to Zaofo to the South Pole. I wouldn't have been able to tell them back then. And I didn't want to see them. That sounds terrible. Korra Bolin began. I know. I just didn't want to disappoint them. I felt like the worst avatar ever. What good was I without my bending? Korra, there's more to you than bending, Bolin said quickly. I know, she said softly. And so many people showed me that. Including you. And I want them to know that too. She smiled. So, I want to see them now. Bolin opened his mouth to reply and stopped as the river banks widened beyond visibility and the riverbed sank to an uncertain murky depth. They were in the city. Korra caught glimpses of streets and people just about visible through the increasingly murky water. Every time she felt sure they must be in the bay, they raced under another bridge. How much further? A few minutes late and they must have entered the bay. Sunken boats and other detritus littered the increasingly vastness all around them. Tiny shapes zipped across the water with similar larger ones making their way ponderously in the distance. Two spires thrust up from the seafloor ahead of them. If I remember right, Korra said, peering through the water. Air Temple Island is that one, she said, pointing to the vague shape on the right. Ready? Korra asked as the bubble schemed just below the surface. As much as I can be, Bolin said and clambered to his feet, swaying on the bubble's surface. The dock appeared ahead of them, an unnatural straight edge jutting out from the tapering shape of the island. Korra headed for it and as they broke the surface she could not resist the urge to look at Republic City from the water. Just like the first time she had seen it. Aang's statue loomed high above the bay. Just beside them was the towering pagoda of Air Temple Island, and far across the water was the packed mass of buildings that made up the waterfront. Korra lifted Naga's feet and the polar bear dog padded easily onto the dock and her passengers slid from her back. The sun was warm, a gentle breeze wafting around them as the surf crashed against the rocks. Too long. Korra opened her eyes and fumbled a cloak from the saddlebags and draped it around her shoulders. Bolin looked at her curiously. Don't want to shock them, she said by way of explanation. I mean, I don't know how would be best to tell them about my arm, but I don't want to scare them. Bolin nodded. The cloak helped, but not by much. Both he and Korra attracted plenty of stares, double takes and whispers as they walked through the temple grounds. Korra waved and murmured hello to the first few, who either waved back on reflex or stared at the two of them in bewilderment. Best to keep moving. At least no one had run on ahead and ruined the surprise. In the end their timing could not have been much better, it was only just breakfast time, and everyone was still eating. Korra's grin grew no matter how hard she tried to stop it as she gazed around the assembled people. How best to announce them? Before she could say a word, Jinora glanced up and stared right at her. Korra! She yelled and bolted from her seat, racing right towards her. The others looked up in surprise, twisting or turning to stare at where Jinora had been, their attention drawn by her running feet and inexorably to her. Tenzin, Pema, Milo, Ikki, Rohan all gaped at her. And was Dash? Yes, even Lin was here and rising to her feet. Mom and Dad too. By now breakfast was well and truly disrupted and everyone was on their feet and crowding towards her, all smiles and excitement. Jinora frowned, seeming to only now realize there was someone else here. She gasped a moment later as she stared at her companion. Bolin? She asked. Hi, Bolin said and flushed instantly. Looks like I'm alive. The kids stopped on their race to Korra and instead rushed to fling their arms around him and bowled him over onto his back. Bolin was laughing all the while as they barraged him with questions, accusations, and demanded to know why they thought he would not be coming back. Pema smiled to her, and heft Rohan into her arms whispering something to him. Korra. Her mother cried and struggled through the mass of well-wishers and held her arms out. Korra shrank back a bit, turning her a fraction to her right as she tried to keep her body in front of where her arm should be. Senna's face fell as she moved. Korra. She tried again and stepped forward. Korra shivered. What's wrong? Her arms closed around her and Korra swallowed hastily. Her mother tensed and stared up at her. Mom. Korra sighed and shifted the cloak to one side. Her mother's strangled gasp quietened the excitement of the others and now all attention was back on hers. Senna blinked and stared at the empty shirt sleeve as her father tore his gaze away to stare at her questioningly. Korra, what happened? Lin asked quietly in the silence. I lost my arm. It sounded too blunt, too unconcerned, but what more could she say? The attention, the hurt, and shocked looks were too much to suffer through again. Played over and over in her head. If not for Bolin I lost my arm. But I found Bolin. Explanations and recent events ate away every minute and suddenly everyone was hungry and they stopped asking questions to have lunch. As much as Korra's stomach gurgled and she begged to eat something, Senna refused until Korra was in clean clothes and she had personally checked Dr. Song's handiwork. Her wound was clean, rebandaged, and slightly frustratingly she was now dressed in an air acolyte robe. It had to go, and at first opportunity. At least Naga still carried some of her clothes, they just needed washing. Everyone looked up when she entered the dining hall flanked by her parents, and then tried and failed to not stare at her or her right shoulder. Hi, she said ignoring their curious looks to Bolin. There was an empty seat beside him and he was industriously chomping through a plate piled high with food. Hey. She said again as she sat beside him. Her parents sat nearby. Pema was opposite Bolin and placed a bowl in front of Korra. Hi, he grinned with his mouth full and winced as he swallowed a little too fast. More rice? Pema asked. Please. Bolin said and held his bowl out. This is also great. This is the best food I've had, ever. He paused. I should slow down. I'm eating way too much. Lin sighed from his other side. If you hadn't been through so much I'd make some comment about your appetite. Her expression turned stern. Right now you should eat as much as you can and get well. Exactly, Tenzin said smiling. We're celebrating you and Korra's return home. And we'll hold another when you're recovered. Something caught Pema's eye. She was staring at the mottled welts and discolored skin on his arms. Korra reached for his hand and stopped. He had not noticed. With your cooking it won't take long, Bolin said, completely unfazed. I think I'll be even bigger after all this. Korra smiled and tried to pick up her chopsticks. For some reason she just could not pick them up. Wrong arm. She sighed and fumbled them into her left hand, nudging them against the table as she tried to get them to sit right in her hand. The wooden implements just felt wrong somehow. Or was it her hand? It felt clumsy, stiff, and useless. She scowled as she tried to pick at even a grain of rice, the chopsticks neither coming together properly. How did she ever do this before? Korra? Do you need any help? Bolin asked. No, she said through gritted teeth. Angrier than she intended, he shrank back and looked a little shaken. Bolin turned a little away to take a few more mouthfuls of rice before placing the bowl and the chopsticks on the table. He hunched over, but he was still staring at her, she was sure. He was trying to be helpful, she knew that. But if she kept letting him, then she might never figure out how to use her left hand to eat or ever be able to cope without him. Korra glanced up, startled as nearly everyone else in the room looked away from her a fraction of a second too late. But it was not as if any of them could help her with this. Her stomach gurgled painfully and she lowered her mouth closer to the bowl and tried to scoop some rice into it. Sitting up quickly, she gave up on the idea. She could not let everyone watch her struggle to just eat rice. "Sorry, Bolin," she said after a pause. "I'm just getting used to it." "Still." Bolin shook his head, his whole body still tense. "It's fine." "No. I'm sorry." Tenzin exchanged a glance with Tonrik and Senna and cleared his throat. "If the subject is not too sore, I was wondering if we might know what happened to you." Tenzin asked Bolin. "We are most curious as to what became of you." He trailed off. Likely not sure how to even allude to Mako's death. Bolin glanced at Korra and began his long story, relating almost everything that had happened. Certain parts he toned down or eliminated, especially where they related to the camps and the torments he suffered there. "I hope they're okay," Lin said as Bolin mentioned Wing and Wei leaving the train near Omashu to look for Opal. "There's something else for you specifically," Korra said to Lin with a glance around at the listeners. "But maybe it would be better in private." "Kid, with everything the two of you have been through, I don't think you need to worry about sparing anyone else's feelings," Lin replied gruffly. "Okay, if you're sure." She licked her lips. "I met Toph. My mother." Lin frowned. Tenzin leaned forward. "Where was she?" "In the spirit world." Korra trailed off as both their faces fell. Lin tensed and slowly relaxed, nodding as she did. "Guess that was kind of inevitable. We wondered." She smiled, "Just about. Too late for me to try spiritual training?" she asked. "Nothing is too late," Tenzin said quickly. "If you wish, when events are calmer, I can try and guide you, if you do indeed wish to visit her." "Thank you," Lin said and sniffed quietly. I should talk to Iroh. Find out when Ki is next in the city. And if they found Su or Opal and the twins yet," she muttered and walked away stiffly. "And I guess you need to hear the rest of my story," Korra added. "But we need to tell the world that it wasn't Amon or the Equalists who killed the Earth Queen. It was Kuvira, the one they've started calling the Great Uniter." Sleep was beyond her. Reading failed to hold her concentration. It was not too hot, nor too cold. She did not need to use the bathroom, her teeth did not hurt, she could breathe fine. But despite how tired she felt, she was just lying in bed, bored. Korra growled softly. "Maybe exercise? Or hot milk or something?" Korra stalked from her room, padding quietly along the wooden floors of the pagoda and to the kitchen. She stopped as she caught sight of the radio in the corner of the dining room. Reading felt like far too much effort, but how about a radio play? It would be something else she could talk to Bolin about, and she always had wanted to join in his conversations with Asami about them. Korra clicked the device on and kept the volume as low as possible. She almost paused on the Pro Bender game she found, but resisted the temptation. That would just get her worked up and make sleep even less plausible. News, some argument between politicians or something. That really weird play with the narrator in the desert town where everything was just peculiar. Well, maybe she could come back to that if there was nothing else. Ah. This at least sounded like a radio play. Korra fidgeted closer, trying to make out what was going on, and what was happening. There was something about a winged creature guiding an acolyte to destruction, and something about giant crystals. And some kind of nuisance guy persisting on drooling over every girl he saw but insisting this other girl was his one true love? How far through was this? Korra listened and tried to puzzle out the characters. How had either Bolin or Asami ever gotten interesting in this? Well, maybe it was easier if they listened from the beginning. But then how did they know to listen in the first place and dash? Footsteps made her look up and she reached out to switch off the radio. "Bolin." She smiled at him and settled back beside the speaker. "Sorry. Did I wake you?" she asked. He shook his head. "Can't sleep either." Bolin nodded. "Want to listen to the radio with me?" she asked, patting the floor beside him. There was a flicker of interest on Bolin's face, but he winced and shook his head with a touch of panic. "Just need something to drink," he muttered and hurried past her. She forgot all about the play. Descriptions of some armored enemy destroying the cast's boat barely reaching her. Bolin hurried back towards bed clutching a cup of water and trying not to glance at her. "Night," he muttered as he disappeared off to his room. Korra stared after him long after his footsteps faded. She was not listening to the broadcast at all now. So much for that. Maybe Bolin was just tired. She clicked the radio off and headed back to bed to try sleeping again. Bolin stared at the grave marker with Tenzin, Pema, and Korra. In memory of Mako and Bolin, children of San and Naoki, founding members of Team Avatar, remembered with love by Avatar Korra and all their friends, he read. "Thank you," he said and squeezed Korra's slightly. "When we first learned about the events in Ba Sing Se, we placed an obituary in the paper, and whenever we were asked we attributed Amon's defeat to Mako." Korra. Tenzin sighed. "I am sorry, but she was the only one who believed you had survived, so we said nothing. But we could only hold out hope so long and we wanted to do something. This memorial was Pema's idea. Aang and his friends all got memorials. So should both of you. It was just going to be for Mako, but..." Pema trailed off. "It's perfect. It's very beautiful," Bolin said smiling at her. "There was a funeral too," Pema blurted. "Oh?" Bolin asked. "All you and Mako's friends from Future Industries came. And Haesuk brought a load of actual pro-bending stars. More than 100 people turned up in the end," Pema said. "Even the wolf bats," Tenzin added. He glanced around in worry. "That was a big thing, wasn't it? Your arch-nemesis." He sighed. "I don't get sports." "That was them," Bolin said smiling. "But I can't believe they would come to my funeral." "You were important to a lot of people," Pema said. "And I'm sorry I couldn't be there," Korra said, hanging her head. "Korra, you..." Bolin shook his head. "There's a letter of condolence from Harui," Pema added hurriedly. "I forgot. Sorry. I still have it, if you'd like to see it or reply to her." "Thank you." He crouched and stroked his fingers across the lettering of the grave marker. "No one will object if you remove your name," Tenzin said. "It's fine," Bolin said. "I like this as it is. We just need to add the date when it's my time." "We'll give you both some time," Pema said and ushered her husband away. "I've never been to a funeral," Korra said after a pause. "I know what they are and what they're like, paying tribute to the departed and gather together in sorrow." Bolin nodded slowly. "I just wish I could have been there to do that for Mako." "Korra," Bolin said. "I don't think I would have coped very well though. In the end, Tenzin was right to keep it from me," she continued. "Mako knew how much he meant to you," Bolin said. "He wouldn't have minded you not being there. We can all remember him in our own different ways. Could we should come back and visit. Once a year. Mako would have been just 20 this year." "Sounds good," Korra said and reached for his hand again as he stood. "I wonder what he would think of all this." Bolin sighed. "When we were younger he was really cynical. I think he might have just said that problems come and go. Ever since he met you though," he smiled. "Mako found something to start believing in." "I know." Korra smiled and warmth rushed through him, her hand squeezing his. "It's a little embarrassing. I mean, being told he believed in me. But he did say he wanted to help. And now I want to honor his memory by carrying on with his wishes. I want the world to know about him. But..." She grimaced. "I'm nervous too. Long time since I did anything like talking to the press." "Don't push yourself," Bolin said carefully. "If you need more time to rest." Tenzin had already offered to be her spokesperson for this very purpose. She shook her head. "I can do this. I need to do this. And I need to tell people what we saw. What Kuvira did. I know. And I'll be with you every step of the way." Somehow it kept surprising him that he was with Korra again. And despite every dream and every fantasy, it was hard to imagine feeling more content or happier than he felt right now. Nothing needed to change, something as disruptive as dating and romance seemed somehow unappealing. "Bolin? Just so you know, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. I promise." She stared at the grave marker and turned to hug him tight against her. "Same. I promise you the same." So, we'll protect each other, he replied as he squeezed her close. Thanks, she said as a shiver racked her body. But I mean it, I don't want to see you get hurt. He nodded. But there was no way he could just stay safe while she risked herself for him. He could not let anyone injure her in place of him. He could not let her die in place of him. A week had passed since Asami lay on the backseat of Iroha's car under a pile of coats and he drove her from the United Forces base to his apartment. 3 more days had passed since Iroha went to handle a sudden influx of refugees arriving in the city by rail. You seem happy. Asami ventured the same morning as she wandered from the bedroom and found Iroha lacing his boots. She hitched his shirt back onto her shoulder after it slipped down again. Really they were too big, but she had to wear something even if they were on their own here. The Fire Nation prisoners have been freed. Iroha shot her a grin. They found a United Forces patrol. Asami smiled. That's great news. Yeah. Hopefully Opal will be with them too. Now I just need to get them closer to Republic City. Mother can help there. And? He looked at her significantly. Korra's the one who freed them. Is she here? Asami blurted. I mean, I hope it all goes smoothly. She fiddled with the hem of her shirt. She's not here yet, Iroha said gently. She stayed behind to let the others escape. I'm sure she's okay. Asami nodded vaguely as Iroha set out and left her alone. She jumped at every noise the first day alone, certain Tarlok had figured out she was in the city, or someone had noticed her panicked dash into Iroha's apartment the moment she arrived. At least no one would look for her here. No one would look for her in her own home either, but while she would normally have trusted her staff without question, it was impossible to ignore the risk of an offhand comment ensuring the whole city knew she was here. Same for Air Temple Island. At least here there was no one to worry about here save Iroha, and currently not even him. Iroha who she now missed. His shirts made good nightwear while he was gone and the bed was colder. The sheets still smelt of him despite his absence for days. Maybe she could have gone with him? No. Of course she could not. Not into something attracting so much attention. She flung the cool sheets back with a huff and stared at the ceiling. This increasingly seemed like a mistake. She had traded an open comfortable prison in the form of Ember Island, for Iroha's admittedly spacious if still limiting apartment. Far from fighting her own battles, she was just hiding from it. At least when Iroha was here there were plenty of pleasurable distractions. Now she was alone and increasingly at a loss of what to do. Food first. She padded out of Iroha's room and ventured into the kitchen. Instant noodle felt about right. She took her scavenged meal back to the living room and idly glanced at the paper. A variation on the same story Iroha had mentioned, former Fire Natrian prisoners in Republic City rescued by Avatar Korra. And some mystery lava bender. Current whereabouts, unknown. Asami sighed. Of course. If Iroha did not know, the papers would not either. Wait. There was an odd addition to the story, a detail she had not caught before. Some mention of an injury Korra sustained while she was at Omashu. Asami glanced at the phone. The only people who might know something more were Tenzin and his family. Would they recognize her voice? And even if they did, could they hope to figure out where she called from? And if they did recognize her, could they even stand to talk to her? Asami stared at the phone. She was never going to wait patiently if she did not ask. She dialed the number for Air Temple Island, her heart thundering in her chest as phone rang and she waited. Hello. A familiar voice. Asami gasped. Pema. Already too late. She could not pretend to be a stranger like this. Asami? Is that you? Pema asked breathlessly. Yes, Asami replied after a moment. Please keep this a secret, she added hastily. I will, Pema replied hastily. Of course I will. Are you okay? We've wondered where you were. It's a long story, Asami breathed and smiled. One day I'm sure I can tell you all of it, but... The newspapers are saying Korra's been injured and... Pema tried to say something and Asami talked over her. If you have any news about here, please, just let me know. She arrived yesterday, Pema repeated. Asami almost dropped the phone. She did. She whispered. You're always welcome to come visit, Pema said. I think Korra misses you. Asami squeezed her eyes shut and clenched her teeth. Can't sorry. I'm in the city, but I don't want to risk being seen. Of course. I'm sorry, Pema said. I can ask her to call, or go get her now. No. Asami said. I mean, not over the phone. What was she doing? We need to talk privately. Why not just talk over the phone and be able to halt the conversation as necessary? Then, since you're in the city, how about she comes and meets you? No running. She had to face her again. Yes. That would work. Deep breath. What was she letting herself in for? Asami gave Pema the address for Iroha's apartment, all the while wondering if this was remotely a good idea. I'll let her know when I next see her. Was there anything else? Pema asked. No, Asami whispered. Thank you. I hope I can see the rest of you soon, she added as she put the phone down. Her stomach was hollow with fear, but it was hard to sit still. Korra was here. In the city. And possibly coming to see her. Asami stared down at herself and Iroha's rumpled shirt. She was a mess. Korra was coming. Asami flung the shirt towards Iroha's bedroom and ran for the bathroom. She stopped. She was being silly, it was not as if Korra would come straight over. Still, better to get cleaned up. Korra? I have some news. Pema said, surprising her. Korra stepped away from Bolin. I just got off the phone. Pema lowered her voice, looking around warily. With Asami, she added in a near whisper. Korra almost blurted her name out but clamped her hand over her mouth. She's in the city. She managed eventually. Pema nodded. At Iroha's apartment. It's too risky for her to come here, but she wants to talk to you. I have the address. She sighed. I didn't tell her about Bolin though. I didn't know if you wanted her to know too. I want to see her, Bolin said. Korra nodded. So do I. But how would this meeting go? She needed to apologize. She needed to tell Asami how lonely she had become when her friend vanished from Zaofu. That she wanted things back how they used to be. But things were not the same and never could be. Back then she thought Bolin lost and here he was right beside her. Maybe she should focus on that what she feared might never be as bad as she thought. I just don't know what I'm going to say. We can figure it out on the way. You two need to see each other, Bolin said firmly. Yeah. Korra nodded. So, I guess we need to take the stealth approach. She glanced at Pema. Where is the apartment? Near the United Forces base, Pema replied, handing a scribbled note. Ready to do this again? Korra asked Bolin. Travel by Naga? Always, he nodded. Korra whistled and Naga came bounding over to them. Korra patted her flank. Sorry girl. I know I promised you a rest, but we're going to go see Desh. She lowered her voice and whispered in the polar bear dog's ear. Asami. Do you want to see her too? Naga barked in reply, and after one last thank you to Pema, Korra and Bolin plummeted with Naga into the ocean and across to the United Forces base. Their arrival naturally drew some surprised looks as Naga hauled herself up out of the sea just beside the main fortress, but they darted away before anyone could say anything and soon found themselves trying to make sense of the address. After an eternity seemingly wandering in circles, they found what had to be the right building. A 4-story block stood a little apart from the other buildings, each floor containing just one single apartment, and Iroha's was at the top. They climbed to the top floor, Korra's pulse speeding up as they walked. It almost felt like it would explode when she finally stood in front of the apartment and banged on the door. Hi. It's Korra, she called, the words catching in her throat. She waited a few seconds. No one came and there were no sounds of movement from inside. Maybe no one's home. Bolin suggested. But she only just called Pema. Korra pounded on the door. Hello? Iroha? Iroha, are you here? Or was Asami there and had changed her mind in the intervening time and no longer wanted to see her? She tried the door and the lock clicked open. She must be in if the door's unlocked. She stared at the door handle. I'm going in. This is a bad plan, Bolin said. What if they're dash? His eyes widened as Korra glanced at him. Sleeping. He offered awkwardly, his face flushing. Korra pulled at the door and he caught her arm. Wait. Just let me dash. He stamped his foot and closed his eyes as he held his breath. There's no one here. Korra sighed. Yeah. I figured. I just. Something drew her attention just inside the door. Slippers. 2 pairs, one larger, Iroh is presumably. The other a lot smaller. She's here. Or was. Maybe she's nearby. She wandered back outside and stared down from the open walkway. Naga should be able to sniff her out. She might be in trouble. You go look, Bolin said. I'll wait here in case she comes back. Thanks, Korra replied. If she comes back first. Just, come find me. Okay. Bolin nodded and she skittered back down the steps to Naga. Hey girl. I think Asami's somewhere nearby. Any chance you can help me find her? Naga barked and sniffed at the ground. She barked again in confirmation. Good girl. Korra leapt onto her back and urged her forward. The polar bear dog raced past the apartments and houses in the area and towards the ocean. The sun was low in the sky by this time, the ocean water shifting from blue to pink. Naga sniffed the ground and padded along the quayside to the point where a dock jutted out into the water. There was one other person in sight facing away from them and wearing a straw hat. The figure held a fishing rod and unhooked a fish to deposit into the basket beside them as Korra and Naga approached. Naga barked and the figure looked around in surprise. It was her. Even with the sunglasses and the hat. And the surprisingly short hair. Why had Adami cut her hair? Suddenly Korra was all nerves. This moment has replayed in her head every day for the last few months. So many variations, settings, times and outcomes. Sometimes they both cried their eyes out and had an emotional reunion like the night the Red Lotus attacked the Sato mansion. In others they played at being forgiving and civil but both soon lost their tempers and started yelling at each other. Some happy situations were happy, some sad, some ended with kissing, a lot of kissing and a desire to find a bed. And others just them going their separate ways, the past impossible to recapture and the gulf between them impossible to repair. None of it seemed to fit fully in her imagination. And none of them came close to this moment of seeing her again and knowing. Asami was, above all else, dear to her. The bark made her look up, the familiarity of the sound already ringing alarms in the back of her head, but somehow she was not consciously aware of it yet even as she stared at the huge white animal. Polar bear dog. Someone was on the animal's back and stared at her as she slid down, something wrong with the movement but she could not fathom what. The figure spoke. Asami. Her name. The stranger was saying her name, the sound intoxicating and arresting and familiar. Korra. It was Korra's voice. She had come to find her. Come so much faster than she dared hope. Korra. Asami gasped staring at the other girl. There was still something wrong, something off about her every movement. Something changed and different but it was impossible to tear her gaze away from the other girl's face. What to say? What could she say? Pema said you called, Korra said slowly. Asami nodded fearful of saying the wrong thing, something that make her turn and vanish. She gave me the address and we went there and you weren't so. A step forward. I had Naga track you and. She took another step closer. I wanted to talk to you. Again. Another step. This was too much, her eyes were prickling with tears and her vision filled with Korra. It's nice to see you again. It's nice to see you too, Asami choked out, her heart about ready to burst. Are you okay? Korra asked. I mean, health-wise and. Her gaze flicked to either side of Asami's head. Looking at her shorter hair. I like your new hair. Asami reached out a trembling hand, fingers sifting through the too short hair, missing when it was longer. Missing Korra's hands tangled in it. Too much. The tears started spilling out of her eyes. I'm sorry, she sobbed. I left you. She mumbled and raked at her face with her hands, but the tears kept on coming. Korra was right beside her. Don't be sorry. I'm sorry. Korra took a deep breath. I was a jerk to you too. Asami shook her head. No. You were the best friend I ever had and I just left you. Asami, Korra said fiercely. I regret what I said to you in Ba Sing Se. Every single day. I never thought I would get to see you again. But you're here. And you're okay. Asami glanced up. Tears stained Korra's cheeks but she was smiling. Please don't blame yourself. She reached out and it took all Asami's strength to not let her knees buckle as Korra's fingers traced across her face. We were lost back then. We both needed to find our own way back. And now we have. And I need to make so much up to you. Asami resisted for a moment, but let Korra's arm slide around her waist, the other girl's chest crushing against her own. The hug tightened and Asami rested her chin on Korra's shoulder, her head swimming. How long since they had last been like this? Too long. She needed this. I need to do the same, she muttered after a moment. Was something wrong with Korra's other arm? The embrace felt odd like this. I will never leave you again. I promise. And I promise not to be a jerk like that. If I can. Korra leaned back a bit and grinned. Asami responded, her left hand making a grab for Korra's right. The empty sleeve crumpled under her hand. Asami stared down at the billowing sleeve. Had Korra broken her arm? No, she would have felt it. But then... Korra. Asami gasped as everything clicked. Your arm. She said panicking. Her companion winced. A battle scar of sorts. Korra shook her head. Korra, Asami tried and failed to form a coherent sentence. She could not simply overlook that Korra was now missing a limb. We can worry about that later. Right now there's someone else who wants to see you too. They're back at the apartment, Korra interrupted. Avoiding the subject. Asami let her brush it off, no doubt the subject was still sensitive to her friend. Someone? Is Iroh home already? Asami asked. Korra shook her head and grinned. No. Someone else. Come on, we should go say hi. She took Asami's hand, barely giving her time to grab the wicker basket as she leapt up onto Naga, Asami scrambling behind her. And just like that it was like no time had passed. Naga warm and soft beneath her, her arm around Korra's waist to prevent her from falling. The thrilling rush as Naga started running over too soon this time, Naga skidded to a halt mere moments later. Asami gave the polar bear dog a spare fish from her catch and murmured a thank you. Korra was stepping from one foot to another as she waited, whoever was waiting up there had her beside herself with excitement. Just who was here? Tonrik? Senna? Surely not Kavira? Had everything just been some misunderstanding? She gasped as she stepped into the apartment. Bolin! She yelled in startlement and flung at him. He barely had a chance to hold his arms out before she crashed into him and clung on tight. It's me, he grinned. You. She. You. More tears. You're alive. I never. I'm sorry we left you, she sobbed into his shoulder. It's okay, he said, his hands rubbing her back gently. You kept Korra safe, that was the important thing back then. So, thank you. Asami sniffed and pulled away, her gaze catching on his scarf. She reached out a tentative hand to touch it. This. Is it? She trailed off. Yeah. Bolin seemed a little more somber. Does it look okay on me? Yeah, Asami nodded. She paused. Wait. You were with Korra before? When she saved those prisoners? Bolin grinned and nodded. Then you? You're the lava bender. Bolin flushed and looked at the floor. Guess I am. I just helped out as best I could. More than that, Korra added, smiling at him. We couldn't have done it without you. He would have been so proud, Asami said softly. She hugged Bolin again and glanced over her shoulder. Care to join us? Korra smiled and pressed into them both, Bolin shifting so his arms were around both girls. Welcome home. Both of you. I'm just glad I'm back with two of my favorite ladies, Bolin replied. Team Avatar's back, Korra said. Asami squeezed them both. She had made the right choice to return to Republic City. Asami hurried to the door at the knock and she could not help the grin as Iroh wandered inside. To the prisoners and they mentioned the Avatar and someone with a red scarf and dash. His gaze met Korra's and he trailed off staring at her and Bolin. He blinked. Welcome home, Korra said as she and Bolin got to their feet and bowed. Iroh was still staring at them as Asami tugged the bags of takeout from his hands. Korra frowned at the containers. Asami caught the look and shook her head. More than enough for 4 of us, she said. I made up something else too. She glanced at Iroh. Your stove needs modifying though, she said as she disappeared towards the kitchen. Welcome back to Republic City, Iroh managed after a pause but was recovering fast. You got here a lot faster than I anticipated. He held his out to Bolin. And you. I hate to say it but we never thought you'd make it. I don't know how you managed it. He trailed off. You are a man of many surprises. Bolin flushed and Korra smiled. Korra eyed his injured arm. Is it going to be okay? Given time. His gaze drifted to her loose sleeve. Were you injured too? Didn't feel a thing, she replied and lifted her empty sleeve. Iroh's expression fell. I am okay you know, she said as Iroh looked pale. Kuvira. She nodded. Same. He cleared his throat. Well, as Crown Prince and on behalf of the Fire Nation, I thank you for freeing those prisoners. He bowed. We couldn't just leave them behind, Korra replied. Of course, Iroh said. Dinner. Asami called interrupting the moment. If you would like to join us. Iroh blinked. Of course, I suspect Asami already invited you. Iroh said, shaking his head. Sorry, just. It's good to see you both. He gestured for them to go ahead of him into the dining room. This looks really good, Korra said as she took her seat. When did you learn to cook? Asami blinked and hastily turned to a cupboard and handed Korra a serving spoon. She was on the verge of protesting when she noticed Iroh also had a spoon. She shrugged and picked it up. A lot easier this way. Thanks, she said. You're welcome. I've seen what happens when someone tries to use their other hand with chopsticks. She grinned at Iroh. And I had good teachers for my cooking, Zuko and Mai taught me. She stared at the plates. But a good part of this is the takeout. Bolin stopped partway through chomping down on a serving of rice and fish. Zuko and Mai really taught you how to cook. Asami nodded. That's just really cool, Asami. And this is really good. Steamed to perfection and the flavors are nicely mixed. The group's conversation was mostly relaxed chatter and relating the recent events in both Korra and Bolin's lives to Iroh. I think I need to speak to the public tomorrow, Korra said as they 4 of them washed up after. I've been in hiding too long, and I need to face up to everything. Just, not sure what to say. I'm sure we can help you with the notes. In fact. He glanced around. Leave the rest, I'll sort it. I want Korra to see the machine. The machine? Korra asked. Sounds somehow scary. He's been obsessing over it ever since he bought it, Asami said, rolling her eyes. It's neat, but noisy. Noisy? Korra asked. Just what is it? Iroh chuckled and led them through to another room. A squat metal device stood on the table with various glyphs inscribed on metal discs. Each disc connected by a metal arm into the internals of the device. I've taken to calling it a typewriter, he said. Korra peered at it. Okay, but, what does it do? Iroh pressed down on a disc and with a heavy clunk the same letter appeared on a sheet of paper caught inside the mechanism. Whoa. That is amazing. But yeah, does it have to be that loud? Can I try? Bolin asked. Iroh nodded and he and Korra jabbed at the discs in turn. Okay, this is fun but I think we're getting sidetracked, Korra said. She prodded a key and the typewriter did not make a sound. Did we break it? No, you just ran out of room. Iroh leaned past them and pulled the sheet of paper caught inside it out, replacing it with a clean sheet. We should write the speech out by hand first. Better to get it right before typing. Useful but tiring. He handed Korra another blank page and a pen. Start with an introduction. How about something like, I am Avatar Korra, the successor of Avatar Aang. I was born in the Southern Water Tribe and dash. No, Iroh shook his head. More than enough people already know that. Telling them that is just going to bore them. Engaging your audience is the most important thing. You need to start by telling the people listening you're making the speech for them and why this is your first. Writing was hard. Every sentence, every word, every pause seemed to carry meaning according to Iroh. It was bad to reveal too much, but also bad to reveal too little. Above all, she needed to make herself look good, but avoid personal stuff and focus on Avatar aspects. Make a big thing about defeating Amon, but avoid political comments. Make the revelations about Kuvira about her crimes and truth, not a grudge. Speech writing seemed to be a mass of contradictory rules with weird exceptions. This was just infuriating. Maybe she should just leave all this kind of thing to Tenzin. By the time of the fifth draft, Bolin was flat on his back and snoring on the couch, while Asami was very nearly asleep sat on the floor with her back to the sofa. Is that okay? Korra asked in exasperation. Sleep was sounding so good right now. Iroh took a sip of coffee. Seems to be. Nothing too risky. There is a little dash. Not everything has to be perfect. Asami said sharply from the floor. She was glaring at Iroh and he returned her gaze coolly as Bolin startled sat up in a panic. What? Something wrong? He asked frantically. His eyes focused on Korra at the table. Oh. Still writing. He yawned, Korra yawning sympathetically. Sorry, Bolin, Asami said stretching. I think I'm going to doze while you finish up. Want to come too? She asked Bolin. He nodded. See you when you're done, Asami said smiling at Korra as she led Bolin out of the room. It would be nice to join, so tempting to just curl up between the two of them, but realistically the speech had to come first. Another draft and now her hand really did ache. Iroh nodded as he read it. Yes, that'll work. Okay. Thanks Iroh. Korra said, her gaze on the door Asami and Bolin had vanished through. After your speech people are going to ask questions, he interrupted her. You really helped and Korra blinked and sat back down heavily. What questions? I told them everything in the speech. Iroh sighed. Yes. But even with that they will ask questions, some you will have covered for which they will want more detail, and some which have little relevance to what you said. The important thing is that you should try and be prepared for them, whatever they are. It's frustrating, but some people don't so much care about the truth as controversy. The speech ultimately won't matter if your subsequent answers negatively tarnish your public image. Korra growled. Okay. So what kind of questions? You want to start easy? Iroh asked. No. Hit me with something I'm not expecting, she said. Let's get this done as quick as we can. Okay. Was Asami Sato your romantic partner? He asked. What? Korra spluttered. Why I mean why? It's complicated. Was someone really likely to ask that or was he asking for himself? He had admitted to liking her before, and until their reuniting hours before Korra had not thought much about Asami. But the hug had been so good, and she had missed her more than she realized and, Asami is very dear to me, and she always will be. Wrong answer, Iroh sighed. How? It's the truth. Korra protested. Not the entire truth, or rather not her completely honest version of the truth. The tabloids and gossip columns are very interested in your relationships, Iroh said. Why would they? You're a celebrity, Iroh interrupted. People like to read about this kind of thing. There's a whole school of thought on this matter, but we don't have time for that. The important thing is that your relationships can be twisted and used against you. Kuvira's supporters might accuse you of abandoning your duty for emotional attachments with an equalist, Iroh said smoothly. Asami is not an equalist, Korra huffed. But the public doesn't know for sure. Which is why I'm telling them the truth, Korra said through clenched teeth. And you should. But at the right time and in the right context. And doing so for the moment when presenting the truth is of the most beneficial and least harmful to you. Korra glowered at him and he rattled off more awkward questions and picked apart her answers savagely. Nothing too safe and nothing too blunt. Short but meaningful answers. Her head began pounding and her responses became increasingly short and snappy. I'm not sure I should have ever asked you about this, she muttered an hour later. Hate me all you want now, but you'll thank me later, Iroh insisted. Good luck, Asami said as Korra, Bolin, and Iroh got ready. I'd like to be there, but... I know, Korra said and hugged her. Another hug after accidentally on purpose disturbing her when Korra went to collapse in Asami's room in the early hours of the morning. The initial plan had been to squeeze between her slumbering friends, but they looked too comfortable. Korra settled for laying on the edge of the bed and shuffling close enough that Asami rolled over and curled up around her. Too comfortable and content to even worry about the implications of sleeping like that. I'll listen out for the radio, Asami said as she waved them from the doorway. Korra read and reread her speech as Iroh drove her and Bolin to the city hall. Time seemed to disappear and far too quickly it was the appointed time. Korra stared out into the crowd as they waited, a lot of journalists and other onlookers were out there. Bolin asked her a new question and she barely heard him. Sorry. She said. Should the Earth Kingdom monarchy be restored? Bolin repeated. I think it best we first establish what the people of the Earth Kingdom want in terms of a return to a traditional system or the creation of a new one. I am dedicated to restoring balance no matter what the outcome. Hopefully something like how Iroh would want her to answer the question. Korra snuck a look at her cheat sheet. That was completely wrong. It was a good answer though, Bolin replied. So. He studied the sheet of paper. Who is the most gorgeous prob-ending player? I think Korra blinked. Wait, what? Bolin chuckled. Just kidding. I figured you needed a distraction. Don't worry, you can do this. Korra sighed. Thanks. Oh, and to answer your question Korra. Tenzin shouted from nearby. Are you okay? I think so, she called back as he walked over. I've just never talked in front of so many people before. Been practicing though. Tenzin nodded. I know how you feel. I am a terrible public speaker. Confident but I feel I rather lack charisma. He coughed. But as far as I know people listen to me and what I have to say all the same. And I have managed to earn some respect. But none of my accomplishments hold a candle to what you have managed this past year. No matter others say or think, the odds are in your favor. Thank you, she said. Okay. I think I should get this over with. I'm going to watch from the audience, Bolin said. And don't forget, Asami is listening in too. If it helps, imagine you're just talking to us. You're at your best when speaking from the heart. Thanks, Korra smiled. Taking one final breath she walked towards the podium. Flashbulbs popped and flashed around her, the flashes of light leaving purple spots in her vision for long moments afterward. The crowd was noisy and many held placards and signs she could not make out despite squinting. Tarlok glared at her from near the front and she ignored him, pleased to see Tenzin and Bolin taking their seats. Iroh smiled encouragingly from within a group of other United Forces generals. Gee, good morning. The crowd quieted as her first words echoed in the resulting stillness. Her voice sounded weird, amplified like this. Okay, think of it like a prob-ending match. She glanced at her speech, the words already burned into her memory. I am Avatar Korra, and it is my pleasure to be standing here today. For the past 1.5 years my focus has been on my training to become a fully realized Avatar. Today marks the first time I have addressed the public directly. She recited a condensed and brief version of her life before coming to Republic City. Asami's name riled the crowd up and Lin had to twice call for quiet as some sections of the audience made jeering threats at her friend. It was a frustrating reaction, but undeterred Korra stressed that Asami was not an equalist and commented on her role within Team Avatar. During my first year as the Avatar I faced 3 enemies, the Red Lotus, the equalist leader Amon, and most recently the Great Uniter. I defeated Amon in public, but the one neutralized him as a threat is my friend Mako. Some of you may know him as my substitute in the Fire Ferrets. And some will be aware that defeating Amon tragically cost him his life. Her gaze found Bolin in the crowd, who smiled sadly. A movement nearby. Tarlok fidgeted at her words. Korra ignored him. Mako died protecting me, and in addition to taking my friend, Amon also robbed me of my ability to bend. That got a reaction from the crowd and a buzz of conversation. I can at least assure you that the effect has been reversed and I am well on my way to gaining control of all 4 elements. It is for this reason I have been absent from public for so long. I needed to undertake a spiritual journey to regain my connection to my lost elements. I have had the opportunity to commune with the spirits, my predecessors Avatar Aang and Avatar Kyoshi. The spirit of the moon, Princess Yu. And last but not least, Toph Bafong, founder of the Republic City Police Force. The names impressed many in the crowd. My journey has not been without cost. I am aware that my defeat in Omashu is well documented, and as you can see, the Great Uniter took my arm. But I survived that encounter thanks to my pro-bending teammate and hero of the Earth Kingdom, Bolin. It is thanks to him that several Earth Kingdom camps were liberated, not least the largest the United Forces was aware of. Several members of the audience began to applaud. She had strayed from her speech significantly now. A great number of things were lost in Ba Sing Se, the Queen, Amon, the Equalist's cause, my friend Mako. She sighed. I lost another friend in the city, my metal-bending teacher from Zaofu, Kuvira. The name sent ripples of agitation through the crowd. Unlike Mako, she still lives, but many will likely now know her as the Great Uniter. There's more. The Equalist leader Amon has been repeatedly accused of the murder of the Earth Queen, but today I have come to tell you that this is incorrect. My companion Bolin was an eyewitness to events at the royal palace before the city fell. The Queen and her family were murdered by Kuvira herself. The crowd roared in fury, but Korra kept on going. She used my mission as a cover to further her own ends and deceived us all. I vow to defeat her once my training is complete and bring balance to the world once more. The crowd applauded again. Korra took a deep breath. That is all. Thank you for listening. Avatar Korra. A journalist yelled out. Yes? She asked, still catching her breath, her heart racing. Is it not true that despite some overly aggressive methods the Earth Empire has stabilized the territory it has taken over? Is it wise to oust the leader on one single eyewitness's testimony? He asked. Korra opened her mouth to reply and a second journalist interrupted. Avatar Korra, how can you be sure this Bolin's account is accurate? He wouldn't lie to me, she snapped. No. Calm. Just like they practiced. I don't expect everyone to just believe me with regards to the Queen's death, and proving it will be difficult. However, it cannot be ignored that the Great Uniter is responsible for tens of thousands of deaths in addition to my new accusations. More than sufficient reason to stop her. Other questions followed: politics, poverty, immigration. It became swiftly tiring to endlessly repeat she was neither a ruler nor a lawmaker. She repeatedly insisted they would be better served to interview those in charge of their respective tribes. Tenzin was smiling before long and Iroh nodded approvingly. Avatar Korra, what do you think of Asami Sato's involvement with the Equalists? Many believe she aided them and used her friendship with you as cover. Your response? Inevitable. At least Iroh had the foresight to prepare her for this. Asami Sato is my friend. She lost her company, her father, and the people's trust, but I still have faith in her. Will always have faith in her. I am certain the charges against her will be exposed as incorrect when she is ready to return home. Hopefully Asami would be smiling at that. And what do you say to rumors that the two of you were intimate? Another journalist asked, leering up at her. I would say there are far more pressing issues in the world today than my love life, Korra replied bluntly. The journalist blinked and his smile faded. Avatar Korra, what legacy do you want to leave in history? Another journalist asked. Not something they practiced. I want to bring peace and happiness. Too vague. I suppose that's what everyone really wants in the end. I guess I don't have an answer for this just yet. But if nothing else, I want to make the future a better place for every one of us. And to do that we all need to work hard and work together. Thank you. She bowed and walked away from the podium as the crowd erupted into applause. People were smiling and cheering her. It seemed to have gone well. But even if they did not believe her about Kuvira or Asami, it was at least a start, and she was one step closer to being a true avatar. Does she convince you? Kuvira asked Bader as the metal bender fussed at her knee joint, the leather straps of the prosthetic creaking as the woman tightened the brace. Do her lies have weight? He had been silent through the avatar's broadcast. Of course not. Earnest. But not suspicious. Sadly not typical of the general population. But he would be there for her. Should everything fail, should she lose every advantage, he would be there. A final trump card? A final sacrifice? How odd to have someone so devoted and to never ask anything in return. Perhaps he hoped but could not say. If there was another woman, someone who could give him the love he secretly craved, would his loyalty falter then? Thank you, she said after a pause. I'm glad I please you, he smiled. Kuvira tapped the metal bender on the shoulder. Leave us for now. Kuvira patted the seat beside her as the woman hurried away. Sit with me. He perched on the seat, his expression shifting from shock to delight as she pulled him towards her and kissed him. How had the avatar done it again? Ah. Lips and tongue. How long should she leave this? Bader seemed giddy as Kuvira eventually pulled away and he squirmed on his chair. I have a favor to ask. Anything, he murmured, trying to fight his smile. It is something only you can do. You command a certain respect in this world because of your family. She shook her head as Bader's expression turned serious. No. It is true however much you distance yourself. But I think we must now make use of that, and you are the one to do so. You believe in our cause, do you not? Of course, he said. To the bitter end. Good. I need you to go to Republic City. Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 12, The Trial. Not going to put any makeup on? Korra asked as Asami stared into the pocket mirror. Korra shook herself. I mean, you're beautiful anyway, but you always put some on before going outside. Asami smiled as she clicked the mirror shut and shook her head. Not this time. They need to think I'm mourning. And I'm poor and broken. If I can afford to spend money on makeup and nice clothes. They don't think you've suffered, Korra completed the thought, nodding. She grimaced. Sometimes I hate people. She scowled out the window at the city. It's not everyone. Just the loudest, Asami said carefully. At least that's what I've been assured. She sighed. Guess I do need to do this, huh? And finally return to Republic City, officially. Her exile in the Fire Nation was finally at an end. As much as lying to the public made her feel uncomfortable, the few tweaks Iroh recommended to actual events were likely vital to whatever happened next. A mix of truth and milder-seeming lies. She was to admit she entered the Fire Nation illegally but was at least able to gain asylum thanks to worries about her safety. And after some time finding her feet, she found inspiration in the Avatar's words to at last return home and face her accusers. Noble? Or greedy? How many would assume that all she wanted was her money and company back? Too many, she feared. The same stage, possibly even the same crowd of onlookers as Korra faced at her press conference awaited her outside City Hall. Korra squeezed Asami's hand for luck before darting away to take her place on the stage with the various other dignitaries. She could dither or wait, but no, best to get this over with. Asami took a deep breath and stepped out onto the stage. Daunting to be like this again, the focus of so many eyes. Forgotten how it was to be the center of attention, or rather, never been the center of attention quite like this. So different, most looks she received in the past were lust or envy or maybe jealousy. Now judging looks and hostility, so much of it seemed to just radiate off Tarlok as he stared up at her. She ignored him and took her place at the podium, introduced herself to the crowd and immediately launched into Iroh's semi-fictitious versions of events. Easy enough, now was the difficult part. Why did it take you so long to return for the trial? A reporter asked the moment she allowed for questions. The passing of my father and the revelation of his activities and political affiliations left me emotionally devastated. I needed time to come to terms with what I had learned and mourn him. Please do not take this as an indication I condone any part of his involvement with the Equalists. As much as I still love my father, I entirely condemn his actions. Not enough. Too easy, too smooth. She was numb to the memories now. She had revisited the image of his still chest too many times since basing se, any lingering sadness excised as part of her stay on Ember Island. But she needed that sorrow now. Needed to feel the pain all over again. She blinked furiously, reaching deep for any pain. Her eyes began watering. Good enough. A tear spilled from her eye and she dabbed it hastily with her handkerchief, the camera flashes bursting from nearby, capturing the moment Asami Sato almost broke down. Just what they and indeed she wanted. Sorry, she sniffed. What made you return? Another reporter asked. Asami sniffed again, her voice croaky for a moment. I felt the need to clear both my name and restore my honor. But I also want to help defend the city if the Great Uniter attacks. She glanced at Korra nearby. But I suppose in the end, I was persuaded to come back thanks to the Avatar's words. Other questions followed and with them accusations. Asami answered each in turn. All her answers were as earnest and truthful she could manage, but with each answer she insisted such matters were best left for the trial. Just about enough answers to keep them happy. Thank you for your time. I will now hand you to General Iroh of the United Forces for his comments on the situation. Everything Iroh said was so carefully neutral, safe, and absolutely candid. No matter what someone asked or insinuated, he barely reacted and instead replied with calm, unemotional answers. Incredible, he must have anticipated every one of them and had backup answers to spare. He shut down any questions about a relationship between him and Asami immediately with determined denials. Asami tensed through these questions, but outside of some gossip there was nothing to even begin suggesting there really was something between them. Iroh mentioned his grandfather and his legacy as a companion of Avatar Aang every chance he got. Odd. Normally he would distance himself from his connection to the Fire Nation royal family as much as possible, but Zuko had offered Asami any support he could give and they would need it. For Iroh, grandson of Zuko, to lend such support to a suspected criminal. Hopefully it would shift opinions if only a little. Korra was the next to address the crowd. I'm a little nervous about what she'll say, Asami whispered to Iroh as he sat down. Me too. Korra. He smiled. Tends to speak from the heart. Yeah, Asami said, smiling back. Something like that. After whole days of getting Korra to practice answering awkward questions, hopefully it would all pay off and she would build on the success of her own press conference. Do you see the people sat beside the journalists? Iroh murmured as Korra started speaking. Yeah, Asami replied. Business partners of future industries. Some of them were on the board before. Among them, Mr. Go, who sold the women's health division to Tarlok. Mrs. Tanaka had terminated over 500 of the company's workers, and Mr. Hollander was Iroh had discovered partnered with some extremely suspicious laboratories periodically accused of links to animal cruelty. All of them had benefited from her absence and made use of it to satisfy their greed at the expense of her employees. They're here to decide if me or Tarlok is going to be most useful for their own ends. Iroh studied them for a moment. Will they help us? She shook her head. Maybe if I had a better position, but as I am. But even if that were true, I don't want them, Asami said. Once I've won, I'm going to deal with them myself. A flicker of a smile crossed Iroh's face, but he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, and when he moved it, his face was carefully blank again. Korra's turn at the podium rapidly became fixated on questions about her relationship with Asami. They kept returning to the same little details in everything from the very start in the far north to their reunion in basing se. And just as had practiced, Korra kept every answer as ambiguous as she could, never admitting nor denying just what had taken place between the two of them. If the question touched on either the Red Lotus or the Equalists, Korra answered completely truthfully, her versions of events dovetailing neatly with Asami's. Nothing to use against them. At least not yet. Bolin was the last to approach the podium, and the most wary of the quartet in front of the crowd. My name is Bolin, and this is my story about Asami. The riskiest speaker today, his speech deliberately a little awkward and blunt. My brother and I were so poor that when our house was razed by a group of firebenders in the slum we had nowhere to live. Asami Sato took pity on us and gave us a place to stay and found my brother a job. And all that despite how much her father hated us. Korra had tensed beside Asami and looked concerned. What was wrong? It was all true, more or less. A few embellishments here and there but largely accurate. The reporters struggled to find questions for Bolin. The few who thought to link to prob ending found Bolin had been out of the loop far too long to furnish them with even rudimentary gossip or anything of real note. He scurried away from the stage, rubbing his eyes fiercely and hunched over in his chair. Korra took his hand and Asami tried hard to hide her smile. I'm just acting, he mouthed to Korra. He really should be in radio, Asami murmured to Iroh. Might want to leave it a while so this isn't seen as outright manipulative, he replied. Maybe future industries could expand like that, Asami said eyeing her friend. Iroh smirked and nodded to Tenzin who concluded the press conference. Step 1 complete. Unfortunately the real battle was yet to come. The press conference ended without problem and bowing to the crowd Asami followed the others into City Hall. Miss Sato, a voice called out as she stepped inside. Of course. Iroh stiffened beside her, Korra tensing and her expression darkening. Tarlok was smiling as he approached but he was glaring at her. I am so glad that you have returned to face up to your crimes. Charges, Tarlok. Charges, Asami said smoothly, her fists clenched at her side. As I understand the legal system I am currently innocent until proven guilty. Of course, Miss Sato, Tarlok said, his smile remaining confident. Though you would save yourself a great deal of pain and embarrassment if you simply confessed now. Councilman Tarlok, Iroh interrupted. I understand you have a vested interest in the outcome of this trial, but please. There is a time and a place for such discussions. And that begins tomorrow in court. Tarlok's expression barely shifted as he glanced at him. This better be a fair trial, Korra interjected. You're going to have to explain what you did to future industries. All perfectly legal, Tarlok replied quickly. I have broken no laws. Unlike her. And what? You wanted her to just roll over? When she got kidnapped. Korra scowled. Kidnapped? Are we still claiming that's what happened? Tarlok chuckled. Astonishing that she could be kidnapped by her own father. Unbelievable that she was ignorant of how her father felt towards benders. I see you have one of your props still, Miss Sato. He smiled at Bolin. Don't talk about me or Asami that way. She wanted to help us. That's it, Bolin replied, his posture stiff. If you're sure, Tarlok said with a mocking bow. I do look forward to tomorrow. If you would excuse me. Tarlok walked away, none of the others moving a muscle until he was gone. Trials were something from her textbooks or something from radio dramas, or occasionally an extended plot point in one of Asami's romance novels. Korra blinked. Wait. Those could not be typical examples of how this worked, could they? She eyed Iroh. So that would mean her lawyer, Naruhodo, and Asami were sleeping together. Well. Could happen. Or was it the prosecution? She eyed Mitsurugi Reiji and tried to figure out if he was sleeping with Tarlok. Wait, that was not how this worked. Maybe Naruhodo and Mitsurugi were dating? Korra shook her head. This was different. This was real. At least the fictions helped fill in a few details. Tenzin, Tonrik, and Senna crowded into the audience alongside a huge number of journalists and other members of the public. How many would be future industries workers? Some more than likely, a few looked familiar from Mako's apartment building. The judge read out the list of charges against Asami as the trial began. Miss Asami Sato, you stand accused of but not limited to the following charges: mass production of illegal weaponry, espionage, terrorism, incitement to rebellion, resisting arrest, and failure to stand trial. How do you plead? Naruhodo responded for her. Not guilty. So noted, the judge replied. Mr. Reiji. Asami was the first called to the witness box first and she squeezed Korra's hand just before she left her seat. The first few questions were about as expected, Did she know of her father's politics? No. Did she know he was funding and assisting the group known as the Equalists? No. Why did you invent the shock glove, Miss Sato? Mitsurugi asked abruptly. The design was found in amongst your effects at the Future Industries office. It is your design, is it not? It is my design, Asami replied. It was intended as an aid to self-defense. I considered it an aid for the vulnerable and the disabled. And you never once stopped to consider its potential use as a weapon. Mitsurugi retorted. It was no further than the prototype when I last worked on it, Asami replied. A prototype? Mitsurugi grabbed something from a bag beside his desk. He slammed something down on the table. I submit this as evidence exhibit A. An Equalist's shock glove lay on the table, horribly familiar by now. This does not look like a prototype to me, Miss Sato. It isn't, Asami stressed. At the time of my abduction I had not submitted the designs to the council or considered permits for the use of the device. I can only surmise that my father copied or stole the design. And mass-produced it. You surmise? How very convenient, Mitsurugi said. The questioning turned to the abduction. A police officer witness insisted he saw Asami leave the house running alongside Amon and her father. Korra held her breath as Naruhodo objected, questioning both the positive identity of what was admittedly a masked man. He called Officer Chang to the stand, who now offered a drastically different sequence of events. This one insisted Hiroshi Sato carried Asami to the airship and she was unconscious at the time. Asami related her life with the Equalists on her next turn as a witness, right up until the moment of her father suffered his stroke. Iroha's turn on the stand came soon after. Much like his speech at the press conference, Iroha's answers were precise, calm and extremely difficult to question. His time with Asami after her birthday came up and he produced a detailed logbook, soon submitted as Exhibit B, from the United Forces base specifying the date and time of each and every one of Asami's visits, sworn testimonies of multiple officers describing her presence and activities on the base. His personal diary contained nothing but neat entries and records that tallied with the other evidence. So precise. Even receipts. Mitsurugi looked increasingly frustrated when Iroha produced those, detailing the times and places he had eaten dinner with Asami. But did that all matter? The pair had not been together 24/7, Mitsurugi was keen to seize on this and imply a window of opportunity. Nothing much to work off of still. Even the questions about political asylum in the Fire Nation seemed to frustrate the prosecution. Asami clearly met all the requirements. Then a new unexpected direction to the questioning. General Iroha, did you have sexual relations with Asami Sato? Mitsurugi asked. Objection. Naruhodo shouted. My client's relationship with General Iroha is not pertinent to the case. Korra glanced at Asami, she had clenched her fists in her lap. Objection sustained, the judge said. Prosecution, please restrict your questions to information pertinent to this case. Iroha held up his hand. I do not mind answering the prosecution's question, he said. I did not have sexual relations with Asami Sato. How did he? Asami whispered as she stared at him. Asami? Korra asked. Nothing, she said, shaking her head. Something wrong? No. But, how did he? How did he what? Korra asked. You see the two earthbenders beside the judge? Asami asked. Korra nodded. They're the truth tellers. If someone lies on the stand, they sense it and tell the judge. No one said anything. Korra frowned. So, Iroha was telling the truth. She glanced at Asami, who bit her lip. He wasn't. Asami flushed slightly and Korra stared at Iroha, who smiled briefly at the two of them before composing his features again. After a few half-hearted questions, Mitsurugi thanked Iroha for his time. Now finally it was Korra's turn. So much practice, but her heart still felt like it might explode at this rate, the tension and nervousness really beginning to get to her. No. She could do it. A few questions in and Korra relaxed. Iroha had amazing foresight. Nearly everything the Mitsurugi asked was something he had prepared for. Nearly. Avatar Korra, did you have sexual relations with Asami Sato? Objection, Naruhodo shouted again. Your Honor. Prosecution, you have been warned. The judge sounded more angry this time. With respect, Your Honor, there have been rumors of a relationship between Asami Sato and Avatar Korra since before her unmasking as the Avatar. I think it fitting that if Miss Sato is found guilty, we ascertain what, if any, influence she has had over the Avatar, Mitsurugi replied smoothly. Overruled Naruhodo, the judge said, nodding. Avatar Korra, you will answer the question. I didn't, Korra said. Mitsurugi looked at her expectantly. I did not have sexual relations with Asami Sato, she growled. Even as she spoke, the two earthbenders frowned and glanced at each other. Avatar Korra is lying, the first began. She's telling the truth, the second interrupted. Korra glanced around in panic. Asami looked pale and nervous. This is unexpected, the judge said, blinking. Avatar Korra, please clarify for the court. I did not have sexual relations with Asami Sato, Korra said, her heart racing. This time the earthbenders reported the opposite conclusions. I do not understand precisely what is happening here, but I do not think we need to examine this line of inquiry any further. We'll move on. The judge leaned forward. Avatar Korra, I remind you that you must only tell the whole truth in this courtroom. Yes, sorry, I will bear that in mind, Korra said, feeling her cheeks heat up. She barely paid attention to the next few questions and answered them as simply and accurately as she could. Questions about the Equalists were easy to answer, but questions about specific dates and times left her floundering. 8 o'clock in the evening on the 10th day of the 6th month. Why should she ever begin to remember that day? Well, she could be pretty certain of what she had not done on that day. It was not a first meeting, or a first kiss, or the day she lost her bending. Maybe that day she and Asami had gone shopping in Wall Market and bought dresses? And had dinner, somewhere? Bolin was the next to take the stand, and faced similar questions to Korra. She scowled at Mitsurugi. He always started with easy questions, and just when you thought you were safe, he would ask something frustrating or awkward. If she had her way, he would be begging for mercy before he asked another pointless, invasive question. Bolin, is it true that your brother has, I'm sorry, had been involved in various criminal activities? Korra's heart skipped a beat. At least again they had prepared for this. It had been devastating for Bolin the first time Iroh sprang the question on him without warning. But practice seemed to have immunized him to the shock. He was, Bolin said simply. And did you have any involvement in these same activities? Mitsurugi asked. Objection. Naruhodo was looking increasingly frustrated, you hastily whispering something into his ear. As before, this trial pertains to Asami Sato. This witness is not on trial for his past actions. Prosecution. The judge asked. As with the Avatar, no one would deny the influence Asami Sato has had on the people in her lives. How can we be certain she has not influenced or been influenced by criminals via whatever chain of communication? Mitsurugi asked smoothly. Objection overruled, the judge said. Witness, you must answer the question. Bolin cleared his throat. I am not part of Shady Shin's gang and I never joined them in any of their work. He looked at the earthbenders nervously. Both glanced to the judge and nodded. Very well. Mitsurugi stared at Bolin for a moment. Then is it true that your brother has been arrested for the following crimes? He plucked a sheet of paper from the table and read aloud from it. Theft, smuggling, robbery, arson, participation in an illegal gambling establishment, vandalism, grievous bodily harm, exacerbated property damage. Korra stopped listening. Bolin looked increasingly dismayed and began shaking his head. Not all of those could be true, they were trying to influence him. Why are they asking this? Korra whispered. And why isn't he objecting? They want us to look bad, Iroh muttered. Naruhodo can't object to all these because the judge overruled the previous objection. Bolin's something of a hero now, but if they can tarnish his past, it'll reflect badly on us even though it's unrelated. I think we need to get him out of here, Asami said. She tapped you on the shoulder and whispered in her ear. She nodded and murmured something to Naruhodo. He nodded, but before he could say anything Bolin snapped his response. My brother was a good man. He would never do half of that, he insisted tearfully. That's not a good answer, is it? Korra asked as both Mitsurugi and Tarlok smiled. Asami shook her head grimly and the session ended soon after. Definitely not the brilliant start they hoped for. Safely back in Iroha's apartment, Asami sighed as she picked up the first paper. First court session of the People vs. Asami Sato commences, she read aloud. The article beneath focused on some of the more lurid details to emerge from proceedings while other papers variously favored or condemned her and each witness in turn. Even Korra implicated in the mess thanks to her willingness to stand with Asami. A few papers speculated on what that indicated about the Avatar based on either outcome to the trial. One made some dark proclamations about her claims of balance, especially considering current events and her prior duping by the Red Lotus. At least not all the papers dwelt on the confusion with the truth-tellers. The Daily Hawk on the other hand ran with a somewhat blunt headline. Avatar Korra and Asami Sato had sex. She read. Asami blinked at the insinuated sex life contained in the column. If only. Asami Sato wears a tsubaki coat that costs just 20 yuan. Bolin read from another paper. Is the heiress trying to promote a new fashion obtainable from your nearest super mall? Asami pulled a face. Tabloids, she growled. Always about my clothing. My sex life normally escaped mention. Putting aside the papers for now. Korra looked away from the paper Bolin held and leaned forwards facing Iroh. Is there any way Bolin can be excused from any more questioning? Korra asked. Bolin tried. Iroh ignored the faint protest. Depends if the prosecution wants to use him. I doubt Naruhodo would object to letting him sit out. I'll see if you can arrange something. Bolin. Iroh hunched forward on his chair. I will do everything I can, but I can't guarantee we can spare you anything more. That's okay. I want to be there for Asami, Bolin said earnestly, his voice shaking a little. You don't have to push yourself, Korra said quickly. I'll stop this whole trial if it gets too much. I can handle myself, Bolin said quietly. He stopped and blinked. I'm sorry. I feel tired. I think I should sleep. You okay with the bed in my room? Asami asked. Bolin nodded. Get some rest, Korra said softly and kissed his cheek. Bolin murmured something in reply, but seemed distracted. What is up with this trial? Korra demanded once he left the room. It can't be right doing that to someone like Bolin. It's just to make us look bad. Like predators in the wild, they're starting with the one that looks weakest, Asami said. Iroh sighed. And sadly that means we need to maintain our preparations to answer future questions. I've worked out some more possibilities based on what happened but... He shook his head. Even I was unprepared for the direction they took. You didn't seem to have any problems, Korra muttered. They barely got through a handful before she stood up and growled in frustration. This is pointless. She shook her head. I can't do this. I'm going to force him to give up. Or at least tell us what he's been doing. Who? Asami asked. Tarlok, Korra replied savagely. Korra, no, Iroh said wearily. We need to resolve this situation diplomatically. Even if you confronted Tarlok, what then? At best you might make him resign, but failing that he will still hold power as an elected official and it would not be hard for him to make life unpleasant for us all. This trial is about clearing Asami's name. We would need to wait for his trial once we have the evidence to convince the council to impeach him. And we desperately need more evidence first. And just how do we get that? Korra snapped. No one wanted to hear what we said in there. They're just trying to drag Asami and everyone else through the dirt. That is no excuse to just ignore the system and the law. Please, we need to follow procedure. Be patient, Iroh replied. I can't be patient. Not when we're being treated like this. The system, this trial, it's too complicated. We can solve it all so much faster. I'll make him talk, Korra said and clenched her fist. That would not reflect positively on you, Iroh said carefully. You are supposed to be as close to neutral as you can be. You're too concerned about your image. She replied hotly. You wanted to read all these articles. I don't care what the papers say about me. I'm going to say what I want to say, and I am going to make Tarlok tell the truth. Then they'll just have to deal with the consequences. Korra, he said forcibly. This is not just about appearance. I am the representative of the Fire Nation. You present. He blinked. Yourself, the spirits, humanity. We need people to like us and believe in us. Swaying people against Tarlok is our best weapon at the moment. He cannot risk losing his next election. Oh, the election. Which is when exactly? In the meantime we can't make these people like us. Korra snapped. I've practiced everything you told me to practice and said everything I needed to. And what do they care about? Whether I had sex with Asami. Meanwhile no one is even talking about Tarlok or any of his shady stuff. I'm fed up with playing nice, especially if our opponent didn't even try. You can pretend he's playing the same game as us, but I can't. Asami rubbed her temple. If this was a novel, sooner or later one of them was going to kiss the other. And that kiss would lead to them taking their clothes off. Taking their clothes off would lead to certain repetitive if pleasurable movements. Something she could join in with, and Korra stomped away from the sofa and toward the door. Korra! Asami called. She ignored her and the front door slammed behind her. I don't know how to make her understand, Iroh muttered as he sank back onto the sofa. You can't punch your way to justice. Enough. Asami took a deep breath and counted to 10. I know she can be impatient, but she isn't wrong, she said with force. She might speak from her heart more than her head, but you know she's right about what's going on. Today in court, that was awful. And it had very little to do about the truth. Iroh sighed. I thought we talked about this. I thought we knew what was going to happen. You cannot clear your name, not completely, until we can prove Tarlok is corrupt. I know, she said angrily. Asami took a deep breath. I know. But that was a lot worse than I expected. Korra has every right to be angry. We all are, Iroh said. But she needs to stick to the plan. Look, I'll talk to her. She won't have gone far. Asami walked away before Iroh could say anything else. As expected, Korra was just outside the door leaning against the wall as she gazed off the walkway and into the distance. Hey, Asami said quietly. Hi, Korra replied and looked away. Asami leaned against the wall beside her. You okay? She asked after a few moments of silence. Korra laughed mirthlessly. Am I okay? I'm not the one you should be worried about. I'm not on trial, she said. I know. But you got upset, Asami said. You seem to be taking it harder than I am. Yeah, Korra replied, nodding. I don't know how you do it. It's amazing, really. I think I'd have blown everything by now if I was on trial. It's just like, Iroh is too concerned about appearances. Everything's always about making us look good. It just feels like we're wasting our time when we keep getting accused of all kinds of things. It feels like he can just talk his way to justice. She brought her fist down, looking confused and somewhat sad when it smacked into her leg. I know. But what you want to do? It's risky. We should try and play it safe, Asami said. Of course you would take his side, Korra said, flinching away from her. This is not about sides. Asami said. Fine, Korra said, gritting her teeth. I'll play nice. But I don't know how long I can. Asami. Asami had crouched down as Korra spoke and pressed her hands to her head. Was this the worst plan in the world? She murmured. Korra crouched beside her, looking panicked. Asami, I wanted to be able to live here again. I thought I should face up to. She sighed. And if I did, I could . Asami shook her head. Was I already too late? I'm sorry, Korra said in a softer voice. Just that prosecution guy makes me so angry. I think that's his job, Asami said quietly. She reached out to grip her arm. Thank you for getting so upset for me and Bolin. It means a lot to me, but it's just . It's okay. Korra grinned. How about a compromise? Asami said. What was she thinking? We're going to try and do this the proper way . Korra bristled. But . Asami added quickly. If anything goes wrong or something bad happens, then you do what you need to. I trust you to do the right thing. I mean, hey, you're the Avatar. People will respect your judgment in this case. Probably a good idea for you to not use your wiles on me so I can play at being impartial, Korra said smiling. Shame, Asami replied and smiled as Korra's cheeks flushed. Another evening lost to Iroha's unrelenting preparation once Korra returned inside with Asami. Korra suppressed a yawn as the day got started. A long sleep sounded a perfect plan once the trial concluded. Takeshi, the Sato family butler, was the first to call to the stand. He seemed personally affronted at everything Mitsurugi asked him. Miss Sato does not distinguish in her compassion, he said heatedly. Even if the former Mr. Sato despised benders as has been claimed, she was determined to help Bolin and his brother. Her charity work alone dash. Thank you, Takeshi, Mitsurugi interrupted. I wonder if I might clarify what you mean by charity. It has come to my attention there is a very real possibility that Miss Sato used these charity donations to evade paying taxes. Objection! Naruhodo shouted. Miss Sato stands accused of assisting the Equalists. Accusations of tax avoidance have no place here. Sustained, the judge said grimly. Mitsurugi Rigi, please restrict your claims to the case at hand. Korra scowled as the lawyer bowed and apologized with an infuriatingly simpering apology. Mitsurugi then began calling witness after witness from within the ranks of Future Industries. It soon became clear there were two sets of witnesses giving evidence, each providing conflicting testimonies relating to Asami. Many were unswerving in their gratitude to her as an employee and unshakable faith in her innocence, but the other group, while not directly accusing Asami of anything, did regurgitate numerous unflattering rumors. Miss Sato has been known to fraternize with her co-workers, one said with a smug grin and an emphasis on fraternize. Another insisted he had been in her office when she received an important phone call from someone with the Equalists, although he could not supply a name for this alleged contact. One especially sleazy-looking guy elaborated on secretive production runs undertaken in the dead of night and off the books as Asami oversaw massed weapons production. Asami winced with each new accusation while Tarlok smirked. Korra squeezed her friend's hand as she scowled at the witnesses who stared levelly at Asami while lying through their teeth. They must have been paid off, Korra murmured. Yeah. Asami said, shaking her head. At least I have some supporters in the company. Mitsurugi called Iroha back to the stand after the parade of Future Industries employees. He'd be amazing in a beauty pageant, Bolin whispered to Korra. Korra was nodding before his words sunk in. Yeah. Wait, what? She frowned and squinted at Iroha. He was good-looking, but you want to watch him put on fancy clothes, strip to his swimwear, strut around and smile to the audience. She suppressed a giggle at the thought of him doing just that. No. Bolin hissed. Because all his answers are under 30 seconds. He grinned and after a moment Asami hastily hid a smile behind her hand, as her shoulders shook. General Iroha, Mitsurugi said, staring intently at a sheet of paper he held. I believe you currently own 40% of Future Industries as of last week. Would you say this statement is accurate? Yes, Iroha replied. While I have little reason to doubt your family's affluence, it would be impossible, not to say foolish, to disregard your political and family ties back to the Fire Nation. But General, I am puzzled. Where did the money you used to purchase these shares originate? Mitsurugi smiled. Did it come from, say, the taxpayers of the Fire Nation? Iroha smiled right back at the lawyer. All taxes collected within the Fire Nation are held by the National Treasury. If you prefer, I can request a breakdown of the account for the last year. Thank you, that will not be necessary, Mitsurugi interrupted hastily, his smile faltering slightly. But please, elaborate on the source of your finances. Certainly, Iroha shrugged. They come from a diverse set of investments. Korra's attention started wandering moments after he began rattling off a series of names, specialties, and locations. Finance was amazingly boring, but presumably less so when it was your own money. Inheriting all that money when he turned 18 must have inspired the interest. That or knowing how much he stood to receive on his 30th birthday. If you would like any further clarification, I have my personal accountant on hand, and if she is unable to provide sufficient information, I do believe I can request my mother answer any further questions. Iroha's smile grew predatory while Mitsuragai's was more of a grimace now. Tarlok looked frustrated too. Whatever kind of weak link they hoped Iroha would prove to be, hopefully he had shown them otherwise. It must be nice to so easily reply to those questions without losing his cool. Unfortunately, it was Korra's turn as witness again straight after Iroha. Now to see if that practice had paid off. Mitsuragai smiled as he approached her. Not comforting. Avatar Korra. I understand you left Republic City in a bid to locate Miss Sato a few days after the attack on the city's pro-bending arena and the alleged kidnap of Miss Sato. He asked. That is correct, Korra replied. And there are indications that this pursuit was conducted at the expense of continuing your training as the Avatar. Would this also be correct? Mitsuragai hardly seemed interested in his own question. At least this one was easy, they practiced an answer just like it. Yes, she said. Not enough. My friend's life is very precious to me. Mitsuragai watched her silently. And I had to defeat Amon and neutralize the equalist threat before it got any worse, she added. How very noble of you, Avatar Korra. And yet, would you say that your efforts were worth the trouble you went to? He asked. Of course. Even at the cost of your ability to bend the elements in your companion's life. Mitsuragai was sneering as he asked his question. Might your friend Mako have lived if you had not? Might you not have spent so long away from the public eye if you had just stayed in Republic City and left Miss Sato to her fate? Korra barely heard Naruhodo protesting the question. Losing her bending was a price she would pay again if the need ever arose. But to drag Mako into it. Korra quivered with fury, ready to yell back, interrupted a moment too soon by the judge sustaining the objection and dismissing the question. How much more of this was she expected to endure? More tabloid gossip. One paper insisted Korra and Tano, Asami blinked at the wolf bat's sneering smirk in the accompanying photo, had formerly been meeting in the showers after games for some very risky clinching. A suspiciously similar story in another paper switched Tano for Bolin to much the same conclusion, that one left Bolin bright red and stuttering. Another had maybe half of her former girlfriends right in a strange list of names she could only blink at, while another linked Asami to both Korra and Iroha, with the latter two as rivals who she was cheating on the other with. Thankfully most of the sensationalist headlines came and went and no one took any notice. The scandal that actually caused problems, when it came, should have been something they had seen coming, the transfer of her mother's financial legacy transferred to Quan. Her signature and seal on the paperwork. All official and seemingly unquestioningly above board. Iroha at least was ready to counter this accusation with you commenting further on technical specifics. Tarlok's corruption was unproven, but to Korra's grudging approval, Iroha made several statements to the press questioning the source of all his money and his tendency to be overly aggressive on criminals capable of bending. In public, Asami seemed to be slowly gaining approval as Tarlok was losing it. How much was siding against the Avatar hurting him? But did that matter? The trial on the other hand was not doing nearly so well. No matter what evidence Naruhodo presented in Asami's favor, the prosecution was quick to have dismissed or declared too suspect to use. I'm beginning to think he might just be bribing the judges, you said to Asami during one of the frequent recesses. She glanced around in a panic. Don't repeat that. I can't back that up with anything. But would explain a few things though, Asami muttered as she nodded in agreement. The judge can side with the prosecution frustratingly easily at times though, you continued. Getting evidence if it was happening would be tough. Ours would stand to lose everything if that kind of scandal was uncovered. Iroha sighed. If you haven't found any evidence of that yet, I would be surprised if it was the case. We should focus on what we can prove. Plus, I thought you went over the financials. I did, you insisted. Oh, there was one thing she fumbled in her bag. Here, you said, waving a sheaf of paper at Iroha. I'm not actually expecting you to read this, she said, putting the papers on her lap. Tarlok's finances are like one of those dramas where everyone is trying to sleep with everyone else. Iroha frowned at her. They're complicated is what I mean. Now most of them make sense, there's a lot of money shifted into shell companies and mostly those companies go off and buy things. Like Future Industries stock, Asami said nodding. Right. But he also has these other outgoings, obvious stuff, food, rent, the odd show in the theater, that kind of thing. So some make sense and a few are just really odd. Like at this point, she jabbed a finger on the page. That amount there? It's withdrawn and just disappears. Poof, gone. But she smiled. If you look at Kwan's finances, an identical amount is paid into his account just 3 days later. Iroh stared at her. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Yes, you said. But I can't prove that's what happened. Bit of a coincidence for the values and the timing, but I couldn't prove to you Tarlok is the one that's paying him because of that break. But she flipped over a few more pages. Seems like he's not the only one. There's another account held in Ba Sing Se which is kind of interesting. See these withdrawals. Use finger skipped to points on the sheet. All of those match up with credits to that account dash. Tarlok's funding the Equalists. Or was. Asami frowned and blinked at her own conclusion. What? You stared at her. I mean, yeah, Kwan was there, you said. And I don't think anyone knows who has access to those accounts in Ba Sing Se, but oh. She stared at Asami. It fits then, he kept taking these odd leaves of absence and every one coincided with one of Amon's attacks, including the one during the prob ending final. And someone had to have ordered the Republic City airspace cleared. As interesting as this theory is, it does not help us that much, Iroh said. And it is a flawed conjecture. What does Tarlok gain from supporting the group? Point scoring, Asami said slowly. And I thought you were the politically savvy one. Iroh raised an eyebrow. If he proves anti-benders are dangerous he can make the public more amenable to authoritarian policies, and restrictions on chi blockers. You frowned. So he's a war profiteer? Wait. He's inciting the public to allow him to pass more regressive policies to prove the Equalists right? Is that it? Basically, Asami said. Look at what he cares about. While Kuvira hasn't done anything, what the public is concerned about is the Great Uniter and the possibility of her coming here. What does Tarlok care about? Restricting non-benders and alleged Equalist sympathizers and getting control of Future Industries, Iroh said nodding. So he's trying to stop you doing what you do best to take advantage of Kuvira and making non-benders feel mistreated. You asked. That's low. It doesn't sound much. I want to help the city, but is it worth letting him win so we can focus on what's important? Asami asked. No, Iroh said firmly. Don't forget there's more for you at stake than simply losing the company. And if we are right, we cannot allow an Equalist supporter like that to remain in power. And this city needs you. We need your mind and everything it can conceive. Asami smiled. The news story, when it ran, was soon picked up and repeated by other papers. People rushed to slam and condemn Tarlok, who faced the decidedly satisfactory need to hold yet another press conferences of his own to refute the accusations. Mitsurugi stared at Katara for a moment after she took the stand. I would like to get your thoughts on Avatar Korra's claim earlier today that the Equalist Amon was in fact a bloodbender. I would concur with Avatar Korra's claim, Katara replied simply. Her words caused a stir and the judge called for silence. You are certain? Mitsurugi asked. Katara smiled serenely and nodded. The after effects are clear enough. I have seen the same damage to blood vessels in Avatar Korra and others he came into contact with. There is no other way the same effect could be achieved. No. The physical alteration would be impossible to cause without severe damage to the skin and substantial head trauma. Avatar Korra exhibited no such symptoms when I examined her. She glanced around. In addition, I think it worth noting dash. Thank you, Mitsurugi interrupted her. Objection, Naruhodo called out. I would like to hear Master Katara's thoughts on this matter. Sustained, the judge said. Amon was a bloodbender, Katara continued. And as such I feel it must be noted that the actions of those around him become more suspect as a result. A person's actions may not be in truth something of their own volition, and they would be unable to resist. I would question as well how much of Hiroshi Sato's conveniently failing health is entirely due to natural causes. In the absence of the body, I would ask you to minimize the speculation, Mitsurugi replied. Katara nodded grimly. Asami looked up as Iroh sat down. Our trump card is here, he said grinning. Shipped him straight from the Fire Nation. He leaned forward to you. Get Naruhodo to call him after Katara. You nodded and paused. You can leave for this bit, she murmured to Asami. No. Her fists clenched tight. I want to see this through. The defense calls Quan, Naruhodo said. Mitsurugi looked baffled as the witness took the stand. Please, introduce yourself to the court. Quan looked around uncertain. He had not had much sleep from the looks of things. I am Quan of the Jerem family. He sighed. I assisted the Equalists during their time in Ba Sing Se. The courtroom exploded into muttering and the judge banged his gavel a few times for silence. Please continue, Naruhodo prompted. Quan slowly confessed to everything, including the coercion for Asami to sign over the money. You admit your threats against my client? Naruhodo asked. Yes, Quan said, blanching. Miss Sato's sole concern was saving her father's life. She did not expect the financial transaction, and Amon used it as a condition of his assistance with his treatment. Asami's body tensed and she shivered, Korra's warm hands calming her a little. Are there other allies of the Equalists still present in Republic City? Naruhodo asked. Only one other, Quan said. A man I knew only as Yakone. Yakone. Naruhodo repeated. Yes. An alias. Quan took a deep breath. I cannot prove it, but after conversations with Amon and other Equalists I suspect he was someone in a position of authority in Republic City. Naruhodo was ready for this. Someone like Councilman Tarlok? He asked. Quan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Again the court disrupted. Asami watched Tarlok, he looked blank, barely moving a muscle. No denial, but no confirmation. The defense would like it noted that Quan agreed with the defense's theory and that there have been many independent suspicions about the councilman, Naruhodo added. The prosecution calls Tarlok to the stand, Mitsurugi said, cutting through the commotion. Tarlok walked unhurriedly to take his place, the vestige of a smile developing on his lips. He was not defeated yet. Councilman Tarlok. How do you respond to the defense's accusation and the words of Quan? I categorically deny all of them, Tarlok replied. This is nothing short of equalist propaganda. Thank you, Mitsurugi replied. I believe we have a connected witness. Objection. Naruhodo said. The defense would like time to cross-examine this witness. Objection, Mitsurugi replied smoothly. The new witness will eliminate the need for the cross-examination. But if it pleases the defense, they may call Councilman Tarlok again afterwards. Sustained, the judge said. AI. Asami exclaimed as the Equalist nurse was lead into the room. She smiled back weakly, and Asami's pulse went into overdrive. There was no hope now, AI knew everything. Please state your name. Mitsurugi asked. Asami could barely hear anything over her heartbeat. My name is AI. I was part of the medical team on Amon's airship. She explained briefly her journey from Ba Sing Se to the Shi province and her subsequent capture by the police. I have your statement to the police, Mitsurugi said. In it you claim that Asami Sato refused a rescue attempt. Yes. A group of Kyoshi warriors infiltrated our temporary camp. Asami gripped Korra's hand as yet another commotion occurred. And after that refusal, did she or did she not provide assistance to the Equalists while in Ba Sing Se? Mitsurugi asked. Tarlok's smile was getting larger. Asami tensed on her chair. Yes. She helped set up communication lines. Asami. Korra murmured as Asami stared at the floor, her body shaking. And the bombs, no doubt. Mitsurugi said. Not to my knowledge. She never left the compound, AI replied. Mitsurugi waved his hand. She could have easily assembled them while she was there. He smiled. Did Asami Sato betray Amon the moment the Avatar was victorious against him? No. Tarlok's smile faltered and he frowned. Even Mitsurugi frowned. Please elaborate. Miss Sato told me she hated us. Asami glanced up and met AI's gaze. But she wanted to keep her father safe, and the only way she could do that was by doing what Amon wanted her to do. She bit her lip. And she saved me? AI fumbled at her ear. She gave me this. An earring. Mitsurugi asked confused. AI nodded. She could have killed me, but she told me to get out while I could. If not for her, I would have died in Ba Sing Se, so I owe her my life. That's the only reason I came back. Asami Sato was no equalist or even sympathetic to the cause, her father's life was used against her. She stared at Tarlok. And I was paid to give testimony against Asami, she said, her words faltering as his expression hardened. The judge ruled both Quan and AI's testimonies unreliable the next day. Korra scowled at him as he stated he suspected both had attempted to appeal to the Avatar's grace to spare the resulting criminal charges that would be likely leveled against them. Both remained in custody pending further interrogation. And Bolin now faced a trial for his nebulous involvement with Shady Shin. This is. We proved her innocence. This is completely unjust. AI wasn't even our witness. Korra hissed. And Bolin had nothing to do with any of it, Asami added faintly. He's just collateral damage. That's it, Korra said as she stood up. This court is a joke. Korra yelled as she strode to the center of the room, ignoring Iroha's frantic protest behind her. Avatar Korra, you are out of line. Return to your seat. The judge began. Don't try me, Korra said, staring at him. He fell silent, the guards in the room slowly relaxing, but all eyes were now centered on her. What will it take to prove Asami's innocence? What else can you possibly need? The prosecution's case seems to rest on one officer and half of Quan's. Who you just said was inadmissible. So what exactly is the case against her? Korra stared at Mitsurugi. Quite how Tarlok is able to sit there is beyond me, no one's putting him on trial and there seems to be so much more evidence against him. A case against Tarlok has not been filed, the judge replied. Avatar Korra, if and when such a thing happens then we will start a new trial. Let me save you some time, Korra said, striding towards Tarlok, who returned her gaze with bland indifference. Don't look so smug. You don't think I can't see what's going on here? You don't think everyone hasn't puzzled it out? Oh, we can't prove it, not yet, but we know. Why the lies? What good is this system if you can just lie through it? What was the money you gave Quan for? And just where is the rest of it going? What is it being used for? Avatar Korra, Tarlok replied with exasperation. It seems you remain unable to even try to engage with due process. This is not how the criminal justice system functions. I always think it unwise to believe these accusations of your acquaintance. I would hope your judgment is not so easily compromised, but it seems the bonds to your predecessor are too strong for you to think impartially. What are you? Korra demanded. You is the granddaughter of your predecessor's friend, Iroh, need I say more? And that's before even considering what kind of influence Miss Sato clearly has you over you no matter what you say. Korra ignored him. Where did all the money go? No reply. Answer me. She yelled. Because it looks like a lot like it's been going to an account in Ba Sing Se. Where did the Equalists' funding come from after Hiroshi fled the city? She paused. You really think I don't understand, don't you? I understand plenty. You're the one supporting the Equalists, not Asami. Tarlok's grin was becoming fixed. Please stop this libelous accusation. If you continue I may have to press charges against you as well. He chuckled. What a headline that would make, all of your so-called Team Avatar imprisoned. The very worst of the avatars. Korra asked. Then tell me. What do you want? Do you want Republic City to be free of extremists? How does funding the Equalists figure into that? This all just to make you look good? You do know the public is onto you. I remain a part of the council irrespective of what you are saying, Tarlok said, adjusting his neckline. The Avatar is a respected figure, or should be, but given some of your past actions, how true is that anymore? In any case, I refuse to be intimidated. If you continue this outburst, no one will consider it anything less than a clear abuse of power. Avatar ain't fought Oze, Korra said quietly and smiled. My uncle is the chief of the water tribe. You want to use your connections, then I will use mine right back. Your support is going to vanish out from under you. And do not think of talking about abuse of power to me after everything you've done. This cannot be allowed to continue. So, is that it? You're going to arrest me? Tarlok chuckled. I would be interested to see what the police have to say about that. Oh, I forgot, Lin Bafong is a friend too. And you dare accuse me of corruption? Keep this up and I'll drag you to the North Pole myself, Korra said. I'm sure we can suggest another representative for the tribe. Maybe Amon was right. A hush fell over the room as his snarl faded in the following stillness. Maybe the Avatar, no, just the mere idea of an Avatar is oppressive. You stand here today and threaten to use your power to oppress me. Amon held to his beliefs. You are ready to do what you want with no authority but the ability to bend 4 elements. Amon wanted to change the world by force. How many died because of his hatred? Because of him. Not now. You accuse me of oppression. What have you done? Justice. Unlike you who murdered Amon away from the world because you could not in public. A coward's tactic, Tarlok sneered. Korra frowned. Amon ran. I challenged him, I beat him. And he ran from me. He took my bending. He tried to kill me. He killed my friend, a man who fought to his last breath to stop Amon. He is the one who truly wanted justice. Justice? I think not. Tarlok's hands moved and suddenly she could not breathe. What? She gasped. Her neck locked in position, she could see only Tarlok and the people near him, all of them frozen in awkward positions, just like her. No Atok knew. He knew what ailed the world. He knew what wronged him. And he alone had me. Your murderous friend took him away, Tarlok snarled. Bloodbender, Korra gasped. If you had only been with your teammates when you won in the arena, Tarlok continued. Then again, I should have cleansed your friend back then too, it seems. You look like him, Korra spluttered, her eyes widening. You're Dash. I am Amon. His fingers clenched, something seemed to seize her heart. I will cleanse just as he did. But this time, I will make sure you don't come back. Korra panicked. Not again. She could not go through it all over again. There was no time. Kuvira might come at any moment and Tarlok wanted to wipe out her only means of defense. Fire was still beyond her, her arm stuck and useless. The pressure faltered for a moment, and she could breathe again. She gasped at the air as Tarlok's expression changed to confusion. He glanced to his left and she tried to follow his gaze. Katara was on her feet, her hands writhing in the air. Asami felt the horrible, familiar force seize her again. Blood roared in her ears, her arms caught in the sensation and refused to move. Korra's spluttered words sounded distant, as if they were happening to someone else. No one moved. No one could help. Almost no one. Katara alone struggled to her feet, her face a mask of concentration. Of course. Tarlok snarled at Katara, his hand coming around to gesture at her. It was enough, but only just. Korra's arm flicked and wind whipped through the courtroom. Tarlok spun backwards and smashed into the wall behind him. The sensation faded as Tarlok struggled to his feet. Korra gestured her opponent and an earth cone erupted from the floor. Too late, Tarlok leapt away from the rock and a new pulse agony of seized her along with the rest of the courtroom. Mercifully it faded again a moment later, he was focusing all his attention on Korra. Bolin leapt over the rail dividing the watchers from the rest of the court and dragged more earth cones from the floor as Tarlok dodged away from them. Bolin caught one of Tarlok's legs before he shuddered and stopped, now trapped in the horrifying grip of the bloodbender's power. Lin lashed out with a cable but the haze of bloodbending came down again, the cables went wide, smacking down uselessly around him. He was too strong. A new look of frustration appeared on Tarlok's face. Katara was still on her feet, moving towards him step by agonizing step. Her hands clawed the air as she forced herself forward. She had to try to Asami ran towards him, stopped short a second later as the buzzing discomfort of his bending seized her again. It passed in a moment and Tarlok roared wordlessly at Katara. An opening. She pushed herself forward and jabbed her fingers down hard. Chi points, here, here, and here. No equalist armor for this man, his blood bending useless as soon as she blocked his bending ability. Tarlok collapsed back, arms and legs weak, his face still contorted into a snarl. Katara sighed in relief and collapsed. Asami, Korra struggled to speak. That was amazing. Me. Asami shook her head as she staggered to Katara. You and Katara are the ones that fought him. And Bolin and Lin, of course. Korra rushed over to her a moment later and the two of them helped the older woman back to her feet. Thank you, Korra said, coughing awkwardly. If he hadn't underestimated you, I don't know. She shook her head. I'm glad you were here. Are you okay? Katara nodded and smiled, gently drawing away from both of them. I'm okay. Never expected I would need to do that again. She eyed Tarlok. Bloodbenders are always troublesome. Hypocrites. Murderers, Tarlok muttered, spluttering and spitting. Say what you will but know you are forever guilty of killing my brother. Brother? Korra asked. Raised as a weapon, forced to learn bloodbending to survive. Tarlok shook his head. I would have thought you at least could understand what he went through, Avatar. He glared at her. Amon never had a choice but to cleanse the world. No. He always had a choice, Korra said quietly. Sure, if what you're saying is true, I had a similar life. Forgive me if I don't just take you at your word. But how is it somehow okay for your brother to take people's bending away like that? Was it revenge for his past? Maybe he suffered. Doesn't excuse his actions. He could have stopped himself at any point. I made the choice to not do what they wanted me to. Stopped. Tarlok cackled. Stopped? How could he when you benders rule the world? He strove for equality and you murdered him for it. Save your breath, Asami said wearily. Just like him, you're nothing but a hypocrite. She stared into Tarlok's face. You can't say you're working for the benefit of mankind by changing people against their will. And you certainly can't claim to be anti-bending if you use bending to achieve your goals. We did what we needed to save the world, Tarlok insisted with a grimace. We used bending against itself. The world would be better off without you special types. Then why did you buy up and sell off my company? Asami asked, her face blank. Thanks to my father's prejudices we employed almost no benders within the company you seem intent on ruining. And somehow you missed the point of the enterprise? Our goal was technology for benders and non-benders alike, but somehow that wasn't good enough. She sighed. I'm sorry you lost your brother. And I'm sorry about his past. But like Korra said, if he stopped hating then he would still be alive. Hate solves nothing, it's what killed my father in the end. Mako refused it too, Bolin said. My brother killed your brother, and your brother killed my brother. But he didn't do that because he hated him. Amon wanted to take his bending, he already took Korra's. So caring, so understanding. Tarlok said mockingly. I hope the Great Uniter is so willing to listen to you all prattle on. Okay, I've heard enough. Get him out of here, Lin barked. Katara? Can I ask you to help keep him under control for now? Of course, she replied, bowing slightly. She followed Lin and the guards as they guided the still chi-blocked Tarlok from the courtroom. Naruhodo scrambled from beneath his desk. I call for a recess for the day. You murmured something to him. And for the case to be thrown out. He added. I concur, a recess is in order, the judge said wearily. But we cannot simply throw the case out. We have heard all necessary evidence in this trial and as such we will render a verdict as normal, the judge replied. This court will reconvene in 2 days' time to begin sentencing. He banged his gavel and strode away from the courtroom. Korra opened her mouth to protest but Iroh quickly interrupted. The public will favor the right procedure. You were right before, so, let me have this one. Korra nodded reluctantly. This one. When they dramatize this, Bolin said slowly. No one's going to believe it all happened that fast. Everyone's going to be all, that escalated quickly, . Well, you could always correct them, Korra said. She sighed a moment later. I knew Tarlok was no good, but that. Quite, not something I saw coming either, Iroh added, shaking his head. Tarlok a bloodbender and Amon his brother. Incredible. The fortune teller never mentioned this, did she? Asami asked. Korra shook her head and Asami looked significantly at Iroh. If she couldn't, I don't see how you could, she added and smiled at him. The day lost focus after the case concluded. After spending every other day rehearsing, practicing, and responding to a wide variety of potential questions long into the night and until tempers started to fray. Suddenly there was no need for anything like that. The trial was over, and no one had the first idea what they wanted to do. Too soon to celebrate, it was not as if Asami was free, but it must be all but certain after Tarlok's confession. So what now? No one seemed comfortable suggesting anything, so they went their separate ways to home early for the first time in a long while. Korra and Bolin rode on Naga's back as she ran across the sea floor. I think Bolin broke the silence, faltered but continued after a pause. I think just you should go out with Asami tomorrow. We should all do. She's obviously won, so we should celebrate, Korra said, looking back at him and frowning. We don't know that for sure, Bolin said. The law can be like that at times. But we proved Tarlok was behind everything, she insisted. I don't understand how they could possibly put her in jail. I know, Bolin said awkwardly. But, what if tomorrow is her last day out of jail? I think if that happened, she would want to spend that time with you. He kept talking as Korra opened her mouth to respond. When she's free, really free, that's when we should have a party. But I think you should just try to make her feel normal for a day. Nothing about the trial, nothing about her father. Just how you two used to be, he said quietly. But would she really enjoy any of that? But if they did not go out, then what was Asami going to do all day but fret? Meanwhile, Korra would likely spend much of the time constructing intricate plots to sneak her friend back out of Republic City and to the Southern Water Tribe. No. Asami could not run away again. She chose to come here to fight her battle. Now time to see the outcome and deal with that when it came. Korra, you're special to Asami and vice versa. You should know that by now. She would love to spend time with you. And he grimaced. If it really is her last day of freedom, shouldn't we try and make it a good one for her? Yeah, Korra slowly smiled. Yeah, we should. You should, Bolin stressed. I'm sure she'd like having you there too, Korra replied. Bolin shook his head. Three's a crowd. Just enjoy yourself with her. Okay then. I suppose it's been a long time since I went out with her. An itinerary was forming in her head. How early was too early? How late would she want to stay out? Bad news would be best encountered on a full night's sleep, but was it good to cut things short when there was a worry about that? No. Bolin had said a normal day. That was precisely what she was going to arrange for Asami, just as soon as she got to the phone on Air Temple Island. Korra cleared her throat and ran through the basic sequence for the day. Take Asami to have breakfast, then go shopping, lunch, go to the theater, dinner, maybe a prob-ending game if she still felt like it, and then home. Well in advance for a good night's rest before the most terrifying day in her life. Korra sighed and hoped this would actually work. She knocked on the door. A pause and Korra was about to knock again when the door opened. She opened her mouth to ask Iroh if Asami was ready and her mouth stayed open. Asami Sato smiled at her, perfect red lipstick in place. Her eyeshadow was mesmerizing and her perfume intoxicating. Even her hair was neater. Asami was wearing an outfit somewhat similar to what she had been wearing on her and Korra's first adventure out shopping. Korra said a silent apology to Princess Yu. Asami was again the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Good morning, Korra, Asami said. Hi, Korra managed in a strangled voice, suddenly very glad she had bothered to dress up as much as she could. You look. I wanted to see what it would be like again, she replied, glancing down at herself. Korra's gaze dragged along with hers. It looks good, Korra eventually managed. and stared at her friend even as she screamed at herself to move, but somehow. I wasn't sure what you had planned today. Asami asked. Well, Focus. Well, have you eaten breakfast? Asami shook her head. Then that's our first stop. My treat. Then I thought. Korra sighed. Then we'll take the day as it comes. Sound okay? Perfect, Asami smiled. Korra grinned in reply and offered Asami her arm. Our transportation awaits, she said with a flourish. Naga? Asami asked. Well, yeah. That's not a problem, is it? Korra asked, worried. Of course not, Asami said and kissed her cheek. Korra's face blazed with sudden heat. So breakfast. She said louder than she intended. And let's see what the rest of the day brings. Thank you, Asami said, leaning back against the door to Iroha's apartment. The sun was below the horizon, though fortunately they caught the last rays from Avatar Memorial Island little more than an hour before. That was pretty perfect, she added. Korra flushed and glanced towards her feet. Just wanted to do something nice for you. She glanced up, her expression turning serious. You're going to be fine, Asami, Korra said, staring into her eyes. They can't still blame you. Not after everything we uncovered. I hope so, Asami said, a chill in her stomach. The day had been enough of a distraction before, but now it was hard to ignore just how few hours remained until her sentencing. Korra grimaced. I wish I could do more. You did everything you could. In fact, I think you saved me. You couldn't do much more for me. Thank you, Asami said and stood up. Korra darted forward, her arm curling around Asami's waist, her head on her shoulder. Asami closed her eyes for a moment, just enjoying the warmth of Korra's body. I'll be here first thing in the morning, Korra said, her voice muffled by Asami's top. With Bolin and Naga. We're going to cheer you on. And after, we're going to go out and celebrate. Okay. Okay, Asami said. She kissed Korra's cheek again and as her friend looked up kissed her lips. The world faded away for a moment. There was nothing beyond the heat of Korra's body and the feeling of her lips pressed against her own. If this were to be the last time. No. She could not do that to Korra. Sorry, she said as she pulled away. That was too dash. Korra cut her off by kissing her hard, and suddenly resisting was the last thing on Asami's mind. An eternity, but still too short a time, and Korra leaned away breathing hard. I'll be here. Tomorrow, she panted. Asami smiled. You already said that. You should go before I kiss you again. Korra smiled back. Now what kind of incentive is that? She wavered. You need sleep, right? Right, Asami replied. Okay, so I'll go. Korra sighed and took a step backwards. First thing. First thing, Asami nodded. Get home safe. Okay. Korra smiled and walked away. Asami watched until she vanished down the stairs with a last wave and stood by the door until the sound of Naga's paws on the street faded into the distance. Her smile slowly faded. One more night here then. As much as Korra, Bolin, and the others insisted she would be fine, it was hard to shake the fear that coiled inside her. Even with Tarlok unmasked, the judge might find her guilty on one of the charges. Asami let herself into the apartment. The lights were on, Iroha must be at home. Maybe she could talk to him, just pass the time until bed. Maybe she should have invited Korra in. No. Too much temptation there. Iroha was not in the bedroom. Or the lounge or the kitchen. Asami frowned, about to wonder if he really was in the apartment when she noticed the bathroom door was ajar. She peered through the door. Iroha was lying in the bath with his eyes closed, the water glittering and the air filled with steam. Had he used some of her bath salts? No matter. The enormity of the next day settled over her and a shudder ran through her body. Asami took a shaky breath and leaned against the wall just beside the door. Another breath, her nerves a little steadier. Iroha. She called. Asami. The bath water sloshed as he moved. I wasn't expecting you back so early. He trailed off. She smiled. It's almost midnight, she replied, her voice thankfully remaining steady. Must have lost track of time, Iroh said softly. Are you okay? No. It's awkward talking like this. Can I come in? She asked. Iroh was only silent a moment. Of course, he replied. Asami pushed the door open, her heart thundering in her chest, and Iroh stared up at her concerned. She smiled weakly. Sorry for the intrusion. A single glass and a bottle of wine stood beside the bath. Was he worried too? I don't mind, Iroh said. He watched her carefully and they both fell silent. Are you okay? I'm not sure, Asami admitted slowly. Just thinking about tomorrow. Korra always confident. Thinks I'll be fine, but it's not quite the same when you're not the one at risk, he replied, nodding. Yeah, she said. The water looked inviting, the deep purple mixed with red and glittery flakes. Would you mind if I joined you? Of course not, Iroh said. He stared into her eyes as she undressed, his gaze never straying from hers as she dropped her clothes to the floor and stepped into the water. The water almost felt cold at first, but the heat followed a moment later and her skin flushed. Iroh groped over the side and retrieved the glass. He held up the bottle. Please, Asami said and sipped at the wine he handed to her. And kept on sipping until she drained it. Another. She nodded and drained the glass almost as fast. Iroh raised his eyebrow and Asami shook her head. She carefully put the glass beside the bath and shuffled forward. Iroh again kept his gaze locked on hers as she straddled him. She stared into his eyes, her lips almost touching his. The moment ended and she shivered again. Asami shuffled back a little to lay her head on his chest, her legs brushing against his. His arm curled around her waist, one hand stroking gently up and down her back. Her breath caught in her throat and she shivered. Iroh's grip tightened around her as she closed her eyes, feeling the heat from his body, the gentle rise and fall of his chest as he breathed. His heart was pounding. Must be midnight, she said after a while. I don't suppose Druk is in the city today. You had another flight in mind for tonight? Iroh asked. He was smiling when she opened her eyes. Idle fantasy. Just remembering really, she said softly. I promise you another go, he replied, kissing her cheek. As soon as I can. She smiled and raised her head to meet his lips. I'm holding you to that, she said in between quick touches of lips. A long pause, Iroh's lips against hers, his tongue. Asami pulled back a little, panting and cupping his cheek with her hand. But I don't have much time left, she said, her own pulse racing. He laced his fingers with hers. Can I just stay with you and worry about it all in the morning? I'm here for you, in whatever way you need, Iroh said softly. Maybe, Asami said as she leaned closer, her lips brushing against his hands sliding up her back. Maybe it won't happen tomorrow. Maybe I'll wake up and everything will have sorted itself out. Another kiss and her breathing was getting heavier. No more trial, no getting sent to jail. My whole life back. Her stomach clenched. No, she murmured. Iroh's hands froze. I don't want to think about tomorrow. I don't want to think about anything. Another long kiss and after a moment his hands stroked sensually up her back. Asami pressed herself into him and now he was panting too. Help me forget. For now? She asked. Iroh nodded and Asami moaned as his lips found her neck. An odd sense of calm descended on Asami as they waited outside the courtroom. She could not sit down while she waited, but she was not dancing around as she might have expected. Her friends waited with her, all in various states of nervousness. Korra looked like she was itching to get started on the next fight for her freedom, and if not stopped was probably going to tear the roof off the building and whisk her away. Best to try and prevent such an outcome. Whatever happens, Asami said quietly to her friends. I am forever grateful for your support. I could not have done this without you. She turned to Bolin and Korra. I'll be okay no matter what. Whatever happens. Thank you for forgiving me, and please don't blame yourselves. None of this happened because you met me, and I would not change a thing. Neither would I, Bolin sniffed. Asami hugged him tightly. I'm so glad you're okay. She kissed him quickly on the lips and his face flushed. Bolin glanced nervously at Korra, who currently only had eyes for Asami. Me too, he blurted a moment later. I still feel so lucky to meet you twice, Asami murmured as she hugged Korra. Without you, not sure what would have happened to me, she whispered back. A chaste kiss, their goodbyes had been last night. Iroh, she sighed and turned to him. Thank you for everything. I will repay you one day. She dithered, wanting to hug him, wanting to kiss him. Not his way though. She offered him her hand. You've done more than enough for the city. Don't worry about me, he replied, shaking it. You stared at him incredulously. You really aren't, are you? She made a strangled noise in her throat. For the tell her, you silly fool. Asami frowned. Tell me what? We had a backup plan. You said? Asami glanced at a suddenly blank-faced Iroh questioningly. Just in case. You fumbled in her bag and pulled out a single sheet of paper out to her. It looked official, fancy scroll work in the borders, typed names on the lines and a few signatures at the bottom. Including hers. Asami stared at it, a remarkable mimicry of handwriting. She had after all never seen this document before, let alone signed it. A marriage certificate, one that listed her husband as Iroh and witnessed by, of course, you. Asami shook her head. Thank you. But she tore the document in half hastily. You've already done too much to help me and you're a wonderful person. You need to know that and you deserve better. The dishonor from this. She shook her head and held out the torn paper. Iroh took the two pieces with a sad smile. And this is why there is no one better than you, he replied, and the ripped page burnt in an instant. As the ashes fell to the floor, Asami hugged him. You hugged them both. Wish I had your bravery, she murmured. Miss Sato. A guard interrupted. They're ready for you. Korra was tapping her foot from the minute they sat down. Bolin was liable to chew off the tips of his fingers at this rate. Iroh's collar had never been so perfectly centered, but he adjusted it every few seconds. Asami blinked and stopped her finger twirling through her short hair. Miss Sato, the judge began as the room fell silent. Councilman Tarlok's guilt has been established as a result of the Avatar's actions. However, this does not mean that yours has too. A chill gripped her heart. However, we first turn to the matter of Bolin. Bolin stood up shakily and Asami wanted to scream at the delay. After careful consideration of the evidence, we have dismissed all charges against you and you will not face trial. Thank you, Your Honor. Bolin said, grinning as he sat down. Miss Sato. Asami stood. For the charge of aiding and abetting the Equalists, I find you not guilty. She let out her breath. For the charge of mass production of illegal weaponry, I find you not guilty. For the charge of espionage, I find you not guilty. For the charge of incitement of rebellion, I find you not guilty. It was over. Everything, however. She felt suddenly sick. For the charge of evading due process, we find you guilty. Gravity seemed to be failing. You are sentenced to 6 months in jail. Asami stared at the judge, barely hearing the short struggle behind her and Iroh's frantic words. We can get her out on bail. He hissed, presumably at Korra. And failing that, it'll be 3 months at best. Not the best outcome, but she was at last exonerated. Thank you, Your Honor, Asami said, her voice only shaking a little. Korra cast one last lingering look back at Asami as she was led from the courtroom. It still seemed odd she could be so happy even though she was heading straight to jail. At least it was not for long. Iroh was busily thanking Naruhodo, while Mitsurugi was hovering close by to have a word with his opponent. I know it's not long, but Asami doesn't deserve this, Bolin said as they waited. Mako hated jail. The judge collected his papers and left the room. Korra glared at his retreating back. Korra. You asked. She shook her head. It's not the best outcome, but it's better than it could have been. Just. Korra frowned. How can he be so obvious? The judge, I mean. Just suddenly switched sides like that. That's politics, you said, shrugging. We can't prove Tarlok was bribing him or anything like it, and if he was, that's the kind of thing that will certainly come out at his own trial. He still gets a trial. Korra exclaimed. Even after that. While it might seem absurd, it's how the law works. Got to go through the motions. I reckon the judge is going to be nervous when the time comes around. Guess I don't need to add it to my fix list, she muttered. But how would I dash? Korra broke off. But isn't there any way we can get Asami special consideration or something? She's going to help us against Kuvira, and we need her. And she did help stop the Equalists in Ba Sing Se. We might be able to get her community service. Takes time though. First we file a petition. Processing takes about 3 weeks on average. Then there's the deliberation end. You was counting on her fingers. And Asami would be out in 3 months. She sighed. How about her bail? Can we pay it? Can Iroh? Bolin asked. We need to find out how much we're talking, but if it's a lot, I don't think Iroh is going to be able to help much, you sighed. Legal stuff? Korra asked. There's a bit of that but more dash, she blinked. You guys really did never notice then, you said. He's broke. Broke? As in, has no money? Korra asked. Yeah. And don't tell Asami, she added quickly. All his savings are gone, you said glancing at Iroh. Korra gestured at him. But he's a prince. How can he have no money? Oh, he'll be fine back in the Fire Nation, but everything he has in Republic City is gone. He spent it all keeping control of future industries. A lot of Hiroshi's final actions lumbered the company with a heap of debt which really did not help. With everything else that happened, there are a few million of yuan in debt. And she grimaced. Iroh is like the worst businessman ever. Seriously, the sooner Asami can take over the better. So can we do anything? I am the Avatar. Wait. No. She wouldn't want that. Might seem like abuse, Korra muttered. You are lucky Tarlok pulled that stunt. If he hadn't, well, I don't think they could exactly lock you up, but you might end up barred from the city, you said, and Korra winced. The bail money, Bolin said slowly. How soon can we find out how much it is? I think I have an idea. The first week was awful. Prison reform was definitely on her to-do list when she got out. All this needed modernizing. It could be worse, admittedly. It was probably better than Tsubikube. At least with 1 week gone, her leaving was that much sooner. But the daunting prospect of months more of horrible food and stained, uncomfortable mattresses. The cell was just too small to move around freely, though at least she had one to herself. 11 more weeks. She could do this. And then never face this ever again. Sato, the guard barked suddenly as she approached the cell door. Yes, ma'am. Asami said, leaping to her feet. Good behavior was her mantra. Do everything they asked and hope it tilted things enough in her favor. Come with me, you made bail, the woman said as she unlocked the door. Bail? Asami asked in confusion. I made bail. She blinked hurriedly. Had Iroh done this too? No. He would not have waited a week first. Who paid it? Didn't get all their names, too many to remember anyway. The guard led her to the entrance. Everything she had at the trial handed back, and it was a relief to ditch the prison uniform to get back into her own. Too many? She asked. You'll see, the woman replied offhandedly. Thank you, Asami said. The woman shrugged. You're free to go. Can't keep you here, so I don't see why you'd bother hanging around here. Asami smiled and stepped out of the door and into the blazing sunlight. A sea of people began cheering as she stood blinking in the open air. She blinked and stared at them. Takeshi, Toza, Heisuk, and Baba, Chow. These were her employees. All her future industries staff. Asami gasped. So many people all here for her? A banner wafted in the breeze above the crowd emblazoned with the legend "Welcome back." And at the front of the crowd, Korra, Iroh, Bolin, and you, all smiling right at her. Asami rushed at them, and flung her arms around the four of them as she started sobbing. She sniffed after a few moments. You called them all? Bolin's idea, Korra said, kissing her cheek. They wanted to help you, Bolin insisted. Asami could not stop the tears. even as she stepped from the hug and bowed to the assembled people. "Thank you," she managed to splutter before becoming overcome again. Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 13, The Element of Power. Korra opened her eyes. The prayer room was silent and empty, but despite all her efforts she could not enter the spirit world. Ever since she met Toph. Or perhaps, ever since she succeeded via the swamp. Maybe whatever was happening with Bolin was a factor. She sighed angrily. Frustrating, how could she regain fire when she could not even talk to a spirit? How long did she have until the Earth Empire began moving again? Korra. Tenzin yelled from somewhere below. Yeah. She replied, flicking herself onto her feet. Tenzin was hurrying up the stairs. Not already. Batar Bafong Jr. has arrived in Republic City. Her expression must have immediately betrayed her thoughts. He's come in peace, he added hastily. Korra gaped at him. People crammed into City Hall like never before, reporters straining and shoving against each other in their effort to secure interviews and clear photos. A huge number of protesters waved banners and placards denouncing the Great Uniter, while a tiny minority seemed to support her. And they were right between her and the council chamber. Really, they should have taken up Tenzin's offer on an air bison ride-in. Next time. Her presence was soon noted as she pushed through the crowd. Avatar Korra. A reporter yelled. Would the Earth Empire be recognized? She ignored him and kept pushing forwards. Unfortunately, Bolin was just as interesting a subject at the moment as she was. Mr. Bolin. How do you feel about Batar Bafong's visit? His hand squeezed hers as she dragged him behind her. Reporters heckled and questioned him, as if they could get a clear answer here about the Queen or Mako's shady past. Leave him alone, she barked. A final shove and they were beyond the cordon of guards. Are you okay? She asked gently. I'm fine, Bolin said, smiling. Korra scowled back. This way they came. Reporters, I already told them everything and they just want to ask all over again. And they're bothering you. She glanced at him. You know, if you want to head back to Air Temple Island, they won't bother you there. I want to be here, Bolin said firmly. Please, don't worry about me. Okay, Korra smiled and touched his cheek. I just don't want them upsetting you. Kman. Getting to the council chamber from here was vastly easier, and the full council was already assembled. They rose and bowed as she entered the room, as did Batar. Korra glared at him. You. Greetings, Avatar Korra, Batar replied, unfazed and bowing. I assure you my presence and objectives here are purely peaceful. But Korra said, walking towards the council. You're here, not Kuvira. Where is she? Batar pushed his glasses back up his nose. As you should be aware, Avatar, the Great Uniter is recovering from an injury. Well, that's too bad. When she's ready to take responsibility, she can come back and talk to us then, Korra replied, taking her seat. I am an emissary, and I have been designated all sufficient authority to conduct these talks. The Great Uniter is our figurehead, I am the Prime Minister of the Earth Empire. His smile widened a little. I am the true ruler of the Earth Empire. Korra Tenzin said sharply as she tried to reply. Batar, as much as you now accept responsibility, I and many others on this council are concerned with the actions of your group. He sighed. Your mother would not approve. Councilman Tenzin, Batar replied, his eyes narrowing. My family ties are irrelevant to my duties here. Bring them up again and all negotiations will cease. Now, if I may present our constitution. He unfurled a scroll and talked through the territories the Empire controlled, the leaders and ranks, the legal system, the population census. Everything, it seemed. With the proposed peace agreement, I as Prime Minister pledge that the Earth Empire will make no attempt at entry into any other Earth Empire province. We are aware that our army and the United Forces have had some rather unfortunate skirmishes. But you conquered those lands. Forcibly, Korra said. We prefer the term stabilized, he replied. And Omashu? What about Bolin's experience? She glanced at Bolin, who stood nervously to one side of her. Go on, she said softly. The Han province. My family and I were living there. We were peaceful. But you marched in, imprisoned me and all those others. And after, everything was ruined. He was quivering. Batar stared at him for a long moment and swallowed. I do not deny that the Empire is guilty of some crimes. Some, Korra echoed in disbelief. But please understand. We are dealing with these issues internally. We have rogue generals and officials who have been found guilty and sentenced because of the incidents you allude to. This is all part of why I came here. We are being open with our crimes and our response to it. The prison camps. Bolin tried. Another deplorable action, Batar said, shaking his head. Like any justice system, ours has flaws. We are changing it as we go. And all those horrible camps will shortly be closed down. Calm. She had to keep calm. Korra paced back and forth for a few moments. No good. We can't just trust Kuvira like this, she said. Tenzin sighed. She's just stalling because she's hurt. Once she's well, she'll be back. How easy would it be to strike first? Like Aang had intended to? But not the same. Oze had been in a palace. Who knew where Kuvira was? The council prefers peace, Tenzin said in a resigned tone. And both Fire Lord Izumi and your uncle have supported the treaty. Won't stop her, Korra retorted. I know. And so does the rest of the council. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as that. I would ask you please keep this to yourself. The United Forces is not confident they can defend a territory as large as Republic City. Their naval fleet is a force to be reckoned with, but the attack will not come from there. Tenzin met her glare. They have earthbenders and those machines you call mecha tanks. The United Forces is ill-equipped to deal with them. A delay now might give them the time they need to prepare for the future. Yeah. And give her time to grow her army. Korra shook her head. What about the Fire Nation or the Water Tribes? Would that it were that simple. They can help, but please do not lose sight of Kuvira's intentions. She believes the land we are on right now should be returned to the Earth Kingdom, if not her empire. And given the Fire Nation is chiefly responsible for annexing it, she seems to consider our city a colony. Her followers are unlikely to think otherwise. Should she fail, others will continue to perpetuate that interpretation of history. Fire Lord Zuko once defended this land from King Ki, the people of the Earth Kingdom still remember that. However, his expression brightened. If Republic City can prove it is a sovereign nation, then the dispute will evaporate. I guess that leaves taking care of this place to me, doesn't it? She asked slowly. Tenzin smiled. I have every faith that you can, he replied. Bolin shuffled his feet again. How much longer would Korra be? The announcement of the peace treaty had caused a great deal of commotion, Tenzin and Korra immediately vanishing out of the hall in the aftermath. What would it be like if they actually signed it? He sighed and leaned against the wall. Powder Bender, a voice growled from nearby. Bolin blinked and glanced into the nearby alley. Batar and a few Earth Empire soldiers squared off against Lin Bafong and a few metal benders who were trying to hold her back. Aunt Lin, Batar said coolly. How nice to see you again. Don't give me that, Lin snapped. You have no right to consider us family any longer. That woman turned you against us. Batar blinked with an exaggerated motion. Why, whatever do you mean, Chief Bafong? My father and Huan are safe in Zaofu. They can be easily contacted by telephone dash. And just where is Opal? Where is Su? Where are Wing and Wei? Batar's gaze wandered. Look at me. What happened to them? We know they wound up in those camps of yours. Opal? I have no idea. She never went to any of the camps. There was an ongoing search for her when I came here. I wanted to keep her safe, he said, frowning. What about your brothers? Bolin snapped. The people in the alley turned to look at him as he advanced. This was wrong. This was a family matter, he had business getting involved. But he could not just stop either. I saw them both in the camp. They were starving. How can you do that to your own family? Batar straightened his collar and stared back at Bolin without blinking. The great uniter taught me to put what was good for the kingdom above both my family and my own personal desires. But he glanced away. Ashamed. No. He believed what he was saying. Wing and Wei were found guilty of inciting rebellion and as a result were punished. There can be no justice if we were lenient to members of my family simply for their relationship to me. Batar sighed. But, what happened to them there was never our intent. The camps were for re-education, not torture. His fists clenched. To think of the cruelty they endured. Lin snorted. Sorry to disappoint you, Chief Bafong. I am not the mindless, lustful, and merciless man people claim I am. I am fighting for a cause. The great uniter changed things and I am prepared to bear her sins for the good of the future. You think all this is noble? Bolin quivered. When you have secret police. I know about the Kenpi Itai. Because they are so different to the Kyoshi warriors, aren't they? Batar replied smoothly. The ones at the beck and call of a Fire Nation prince. Where is So? Lin said flatly. We are continuing our search. Why pretend? She interrupted. And I promise to keep her safe, Batar said firmly. Lin stared into his face for a few moments, wrenched herself away from the hands of her companions and stalked away. She's still a killer, Bolin said quietly. Kuvira. I saw what she did in Ba Sing Se. You still want to follow her knowing that? Your word against hers, Batar replied. Why would I believe you more than her? Now, if you excuse me. He stalked away, flanked by his lackeys. Bolin hurried after Lin. Need something, kid? She asked at the top of the alley. Are you all right? Bolin asked. She smiled faintly. Don't worry about me. Worry about what's coming. But. Lin sighed. He was telling the truth. Or at least what he considers to be the truth. The peace talks lasted for 3 more days and it seemed like the whole world was talking about nothing else. As much as it seemed deeply wrong, if the council accepted the terms there was little Bolin or anyone else could do. He distracted himself by spending time at one of the Sato orphanages, just spending time with the kids, keep them from worrying too much. Each day made him feel a little better, but at the same time absolutely exhausted. The news broke just as he boarded the boat back to Air Temple Island. The council had signed the treaty. Bolin hurried to find Korra as soon as he reached the pagoda. She was glaring at the city and did not seem happy. Hi. Hi, she said quietly, still staring at the city as if willing it to catch fire. I heard the news. Is it too late to back out? Bolin asked. They voted for peace, Korra said, her voice tight. I guess it was the sensible thing to do. I just don't like how Kuvira's doing this. She has to be planning something. I suppose we can be thankful the war will stop. Her fist clenched tight. Korra? He asked. Batar. Korra trailed off, and finally turned to him. He said you could personally go back to the Earth Empire. Check on it personally and tell the world how it looked. Bolin shivered. Could he even contemplate trusting Batar? I told him no, she said before he could speak. I told him he had no right to ask you to do that. I would have said the same thing, he said quietly. She had been right, but somehow her making the decision for him was uncomfortable. And like I would let you go back there. I'll make sure you never do, Korra scoffed. What if I need to help people? He snapped. Then I would need to go with you, she replied frowning. And if I need to go right now? If there's no time to wait. Has something happened? Korra shook her head. If you need to go now, I'll get ready and dash. You're still hurt, Bolin interjected. You need to heal before you can face her. You shouldn't worry about me dash. What? Korra was blinking at him and looking angry. You think I'm weak now? I need to heal. She said sarcastically. I can't heal this dash, she grabbed her right shoulder. Kuvira took it and it's never coming back. Thank you for the concern, but I've had enough. If it's not Dad fussing over me, it's Mom. And if it's not her, well, it looks like you've taken up the job. I dealt with what happened. The rest of you do too. This isn't about your arm. Bolin struggled to get a grip on his voice, unable to stop what he was saying. You can't even firebend yet dash, he clawed his hair in frustration. Fine. You know about Avatar stuff, but dash how could he even begin to talk about this? Get her to stop what she was doing and treating him like dash. It's not like I'm not trying. I meditate all day and nothing. She glared at him. So sorry for not figuring it out faster. Hey, maybe you can help me? Wait, no, you don't know anything about fire. Oh, except for living with a firebender most of my life. He snapped. Mako. Bolin closed his eyes and tried to calm his thoughts. Bolin. Oh, Bolin, I dash. It's fine, he said bitterly. Do it your way. Really? I don't know the first thing about firebending. Not really. Bolin dash Korra said in a softer voice. Good luck, he said and ran from the room. His eyes were streaming with tears as he curled on his bed. She kept saying how much she missed Mako, but she seemed to have already forgotten him. How could she not understand what he wanted to do? Pema caught Korra as she headed for her room. She had been considering trying to talk to Bolin, but hopefully he would have calmed down by tomorrow. Asami's on the phone, she wants to ask you something. She held the phone out. Korra blinked. Oh, okay. She took the phone and Pema walked away. Hi Asami. You still okay? Hiya. I'm fine, Asami said. She sounded more upbeat every time Korra talked to her. And busier, she had barely seen her friend since they helped bail her out. I was wondering if you had time for something? Might take a little while, but interesting. Kind of, but I can't get too distracted. I have to get my firebending back and I know everything's supposedly fine, but I'm just kind of waiting on Kuvira doing something dash. Ah, well, that's why I called you, Asami interrupted. Future Industries has been working on a new flying vehicle the last few weeks. We've done a load of short-range tests, but now I want to try going for distance. And I was thinking of heading for the Fire Nation, and in the interest of safety I wanted to take an airbender, and well, I know a few airbenders, but dash. Yes, I'll come, Korra said quickly. Sorry. That was the question, right? Well, I was actually thinking that it might be Tenzin's scene given he has a lot of experience on Appa. Of course I'm asking you. Asami interrupted as Korra made a token effort at protest. She laughed. Korra grinned. I can ask him if you like. No, Asami said quickly. I want to spend time with you. I've been far too busy, and you've just said you haven't got your furbending back, and where better to try than the homeland. Makes sense, Korra said. Kind of glad I never thought to try before. Is there the possibility of a request? I'll see what I can do, Asami replied. Can we stop by the Sun Warriors Island? Korra did not pause long enough. Of course. Keep this quiet though, Asami said. Don't want our former friend to hear about it if we can help it. Oh, of course, Korra said, looking around nervously. Silly. Kuvira and Batar were not sneaking into the house to spy on her. When are you leaving? She asked. Soon as you're ready, really, Asami said. I've got a route planned out. She trailed off and rustled something. Huh. We go right over the Sun Warrior Island, it turns out. But, can't really stop there, so we'll have to pass and then head back to it. How long are we talking? Korra asked. A few days to fly there, a couple of days in the Fire Nation maybe, just enough time to rest, get you to the island, get back and then head back here. If it all goes to plan, we'll be back in Republic City the week after. Korra blinked. I'm ready now. Let's go tomorrow. If that's okay. Sure. Asami sounded excited. Sooner the better, I have been itching to try this out. Then let's do it. Wait, where do I meet you? Korra asked. The United Forces base. You can get there easy enough, right? Oh. She sounded worried. Something wrong? Naga can't come though. Sorry, Asami said. Ah, Korra said even as she grinned. Next time. Maybe. Need to design a version capable of taking her too. Of course when I do we'll have to test this all over again. Well, as long as this time doesn't put you off. Are you kidding? Korra asked. I love flying. This will be great. If it's anything like Dash, Asami cut herself off. Asami. Tell you about that one another time. But I like flying too, she said. I want to get start fairly early so, meet at 9. Sure. Korra said. I'll get my things together and see you tomorrow. And I should probably head for bed soon. So, good night and sweet dreams. Good night and sweet dreams, to you too, Asami replied. Korra grinned as she replaced the receiver. A trip to the Fire Nation, and surely the best opportunity to regain her bending. Every other element she managed to recover seemed to manifest as a result of spending time in their respective territory. The situation had made it difficult, but it seemed so futile to have even tried to shortcut this process by meditating in Republic City. Asami double-checked the fuel lines, the maps, her coordinates, the compass, and emergency supplies 3 times before the sound of boots on the tarmac heralded Korra's arrival. She waved to Asami. Morning. Korra called. Morning, Asami replied with as she smiled and waved back. You know, she added as Korra stood beside her. You really are going to give Iroh a headache if you insist on just wandering around the base like that. You're supposed to come in through the front entrance with an escort. At least that's the idea for other visitors. Yeah, but that takes so long, Korra said, her attention fixed on the vehicle. She reached out a tentative hand to stroke the craft's hull. This is quite some contraption. I thought it would look more like a Sato mobile. Wrong shape for what it has to do, Asami replied. And thank you, I'm pretty proud that it works at all. I had the idea last year, but... She grimaced and Korra glanced at her. Asami shook her head. Glad I got try it out. She passed Korra a flying helmet. For safety, she said at Korra's bemused expression. Aye, Captain. Korra said as she sloppily saluted her and awkwardly pulled the helmet on with one hand. Asami was about to say something, but before she could, Korra had managed to get it over her hair and buckled. And if you would like to take your seat, Asami said with a flourish towards one of the 2 openings on the top of the vehicle. What do you call this thing anyway? Korra asked as she ignored the ladder and instead flipped herself into the seat with her air bending. Biplane, Asami said as she scrambled up the ladder. Well. A biplane. Didn't think about a name for it. It's very different to a ship. She trailed off as she ran through the controls and checked everything still worked. A ground tech unhooked the ladder from the side of the plane and scurried away with it. Like I said, everything should be fine, but just in case. I'm more than ready to catch us. Korra nodded. Don't worry. I can get us down safely. Asami shot a last smile over her shoulder and settled down for the remainder of pre-flight checks. She gave a thumbs up to the waiting technician, who took a deep breath and grabbed hold of the propeller blade. He shoved it down as Asami started the engine. It caught and the whole frame of the biplane began vibrating. This time though they would be going higher than 100 meters and relying on the fuel lasting a lot longer than a few minutes. Iroh assured her an ample supply of fuel would be waiting for them in the Fire Nation. If not, well, getting back would be somewhat complicated, or at least a lot slower. And any problems and she was going to end up disappointing Korra. No. This would work. Ready. She called over her shoulder. Korra held her thumb up in mimicry. Ready. She yelled over the roar of the propeller. Asami smiled at her again and signaled to the remaining ground crew. They pulled the chucks from beneath the biplane's wheels, and after they ran clear, Asami pushed the controls. The plane rumbled forward and began picking up speed, the United Forces base around them beginning to blur. Just like the other tests. Wow, Korra said behind her. You haven't seen anything yet. Ready. Asami called above the roar of the engine. Go, go, go. Korra yelled. Asami tugged back on the controls, and with a lurch the rumbling of the wheels halted. Her stomach seemed to float for a moment, but the sensation passed in a moment. They were flying. She glanced to the side, the buildings of Republic City already further below her than she expected, the air rushing past her in a torrent. Just like on Drook's back, but unlike the dragon, this plane was entirely under her control. She checked the fuel gauge, the engine pressure, the compass, all good and working. "You okay?" "Asami, this is awesome," Korra shouted back. Asami chanced a look back. Korra was leaning right over the side of the plane, staring down at the landscape. "Nothing like being in an airship. I can see Air Temple Island. And the pro-bending arena. And even your house." The plane flew higher and the city grew smaller and smaller below them. They were now well above airship height. Asami slowly leveled out the plane and stared around in wonder. The judder and rattle of the plane around them was of slight concern, but it did not get any worse. The wind was freezing cold as it blasted against her face. Might be an idea to grab some thicker clothes in future. And they really should if it was possible to get any when they refueled. "Still okay?" she called back, trying to repress the shivers that had started racking her. "I'm good." Korra glanced around. "Have we slowed down?" she asked. Asami glanced at the instruments. "Same speed, same heading." "No." "Huh," Korra said. "Just looks like it then. Must be the height. We're going a lot faster than cars or airships right now." Her teeth were clicking together despite her best efforts. "If we keep on improving, eventually we'll be faster than even the air bison." "You cold?" Korra asked. "A little," Asami admitted, taking a deep breath and remembering the warm sands of Ember Island. "I'll be okay." Something seemed to wash over her and the cold just faded a what. Airbender trick," Korra replied. "I can keep both of us warm like this." The first half an hour of extended flight soon became an hour and Asami declared the test an unparalleled success. They were flying higher, faster and for longer than anyone else had managed with mechanical flight. Another hour and they Cebu Island was visible far below them and the fuel gauge indicated they still had quarter of a tank left. Not bad, the estimated were a little conservative, but that was for the best. Asami requested 2 thick jackets while they waited for the technicians to complete refueling, and there was sufficiently little wear to the craft to allow them to set off straight away. Another 2 hours and they touched down at the next Fire Nation base along the archipelago. Asami decided to call it a day when they reached Okinawa. Flying at night felt a daunting prospect at present. Even if Druk had, she could trust the dragon to see well enough to not run into problems. Too many possible problems with just herself responsible, even with Korra as backup. Asami stared at the projected route for the rest of the trip as Korra dozed on the bunk below her. The red line of their route was a frustrating distance from the tiny blob of land labeled Ember Island. Not that it would a sensible plan. There was no base and far too many witnesses. But it would have been nice to go back and show Korra around the island. Maybe see if Karako was still around, and still single. Asami, she murmured. "Behave." She leaned slightly over the bed and stared at the dozing avatar. She was flat on her back with her mouth gaping open. Asami smiled and rolled onto her back. This was good. She had needed this. And from what Korra had said, so did she. A certain amount of anxiety made Asami delay takeoff the next morning in favor of a more thorough engine check and a few tweaks to the plane's operation. They found nothing of concern and the tweaks were minor. Still, it made her feel more comfortable at making the next island hop. Korra amused herself by sparring with the various generals and commanders in the base. Each one of her fights drew a large crowd, more or less equally divided by support for their comrade and support for Korra. She beat them all of them thrilled just to have a chance to say they had once fought her, and a commemorative photograph as well. Korra was having too much fun to disrupt, so Asami delayed takeoff until after lunch, and anyway, a good meal seemed entirely sensible before heading out. Not much room for food on the plane. 2 more stops at a Fire Nation base and they would be 2/3 of the way there. "Avatar Korra, I present, the Sun Warrior Island," Asami called back an hour after they set off. "Is that it?" Korra asked, staring past her to the spot of land just visible ahead of them. "Yep," Asami replied, checking the compass. "Right on time." A bank of cloud rushed beneath them. "Going to have to get below this first." She was about to point them lower when Korra spoke. "Asami. We're not alone up here," she said. "Huh?" Asami glanced back, Korra was staring straight up. Up. She followed her gaze and her mouth fell open. Swarms of dragons swooped in the air, slowly descending in waves. They looked a lot like Druk, but in a rainbow variety of colors and hues. And sizes, numerous smaller dragons weaved in between the larger adults. Asami murmured, "These are dragon families," she added. Zuko told me all about them. The wind shifted and Asami blinked in fright as a massive red wing seemed to come close to brushing them as the dragon sank level with them. The creature settled into a glide beside them, an enormous golden eye staring right at her. A rush of wind accompanied a similar blue wing on the other side of them. Asami gripped the controls tight as she compensated for the new air currents. "Is that?" Korra asked. Ran and Shaw. Asami completed the thought, staring from the blue dragon on their left to the red on their right. "This is..." She trailed off. "I know," Asami breathed. "The only way this could be more spectacular would be seeing it from the back of a dragon." She had not even stopped to consider how the creatures might react to a noisy vehicle in the air beside them. The dragons at least seemed unfazed. They flew alongside them for a few minutes and then with a rippling flap of their wings they accelerated away. The resulting backdraft made the controls wrench in Asami's hands and she desperately tried to keep them centered. Another buffet from the air and there was a loud crack came from somewhere behind her. It was soon echoed by a succession of others from the front of the plane. "Oh," Asami muttered as the plane started rolling to the right. She threw the controls to the left to no discernible effect. "We're in trouble," she yelled as the engine began sputtering and the thick smell of the fuel washed over her. The biplane's nose tipped forward and the Sun Warrior Island loomed huge below them. "Leave this to me," Korra shifted behind her and the juddering craft began to calm. "Not as easy as I thought," she added through gritted teeth, the craft still plummeting towards the island. "I'll try and keep us level," Asami said, tugging the controls into position in desperation. No effect. The propeller span to a halt in front of them and the plane lurched again. "Still got us," Korra muttered. Asami believed her, but the trees seemed to be rushed up towards them faster than she could even think. "You need any help?" Bolin asked when he found Iroh in the garage beside his apartment block. "I mean, hi, is it okay for me to be here?" Iroh looked up from his book open on the bonnet of a Satomobile. "Oh, hi Bolin. Of course, anytime. And I think I'll be okay." He frowned at the page he had open. "I can have to be able figure this out," he muttered as he traced his fingers over the page, "leave a trail of black." He sighed. "So. What brings you here?" he added as he fumbled with a spanner. "I was wondering. Has there been any word on my family?" he asked. "Ah, yes, my apologies. I was going to come by and let you know tomorrow, only heard myself an hour ago." "How does that have two wrong?" "And they all made it to the Southern Air Temple," he said, all his attention on the exposed internals of his Satomobile as Bolin sagged in relief. "I've asked you to start working on their applications for citizenship. I assumed they would want to? At least." He glanced around and Bolin nodded. "That said, not too late to get them applied to the Fire Nation, if they'd like it more there. I think they'd prefer it here. Close enough to home. I think the Fire Nation might be too much future shock." He frowned. "And I think they still want to go back. When this is over." Iroh grinned. "I made the right choice then." The spanner tumbled out of his hand and clattered loudly on the concrete floor. He sighed and retrieved it only to fumble the implement all over again. "Let me," Bolin said as he plucked it from the floor before Iroh could get to it. "I don't know that much about Sato-mobiles really, but I know how to take them apart easy enough. The other way should just be the reverse." He caught Iroh's questioning gaze. Sato-mobile parts and entire cars were always the most profitable things you could bring in. At least that's what Mako always said. He adjusted the spanner and glanced at the manual. Iroh backed off a little, just watching appreciatively as he worked. "There we go," Bolin said after a few moments, the parts in order and tightened as far as he could manage. "That should do it." He leaned through the window and turned the key in the ignition. The engine rumbled into life. "Excellent work," Iroh said, shaking his head. "Not sure I could actually have gotten it working. Just wanted to do something with my hands." You know? Yeah, Bolin said, flexing his right hand again. It no longer felt stiff or useless, but it was hard to shake the memory, or the worry. Don't want to get out of practice. Though, I would have expected you to ask if Asami could help with this. Iroh smiled. Well, normally. Her invention rather takes precedence. Ah, I bet she swore Korra to secrecy. He trailed off as Bolin frowned. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? Bolin shook his head. She's off visiting the Fire Nation with her new invention and not due back to next week. She left with Korra. This morning. Iroh frowned. Didn't she tell you she was going? No, wait, Korra is with her. Bolin asked, his heart sinking. Yes. But don't worry, it's not an actual vacation. Iroh clapped Bolin on the shoulder. Asami wanted to test her new idea for aircraft, and figured the Fire Nation was the best place to head to. Korra is there for safety and, well, it might help her with the last problem. Are you okay? He asked after a pause. He sounded somehow distant and Bolin nodded glumly, avoiding Iroh's gaze. Bolin. He looked up to see Iroh staring at him concerned. Don't forget, I'm your friend. And I'm here if you want to talk to anyone. I know, Bolin said and looked away again. Iroh was silent for a moment. Well. If you have no other plans, would you like to stay for dinner? Korra blinked awake, something thick wrapped around her legs and torso. Had Kuvira captured her? And suspended her out of reach from the ground. Ha, as if that would stop her, she had two whole other elements. She opened her eyes to see a tree canopy with a ragged hole almost right above her. Korra stared around. If the Great Uniter had captured her, she had apparently picked up an odd habit of putting her prisoners in trees. Korra shuddered at connected memory, the Equalists had tried that one. An unpleasant fate, though not one she shared. Korra stared at the vines wrapped around her. Asami. She called. Korra. A response came from below her. You're okay. Korra thrashed around a little and rolled over awkwardly. A few of the vines snapped and she dropped slightly closer to the ground. The tangled hulk of the biplane hung suspended between two trees below her. Asami was gingerly standing up in the pilot seat. At least it looked like both of us made it in one piece. Give me a minute and I'll try and get us down, Korra said, tugging at the vine around her leg. A vine snapped below her and Asami's grin froze as the biplane lurched beneath her. Another snap and the biplane rolled. She tumbled straight out of the craft and into a pool of mud below. Asami! Korra shouted as Asami lay still. She thrashed in the vines again, managing to break a few more. A worried glance below her gave her pause. A humanoid shape was stirring awkwardly in the mud. Asami? She asked as the figure sat upright. I'm okay, she replied in a flat voice. Less pleased about surviving now, she added in a tone somewhat like Eska's. Yuck. Korra struggled again, but the vines still held her. This was not helping her get free. She concentrated for a moment, flicked her arm and lifted herself up airbending. Combine that with waterbending and she painstakingly uncurled the vines from around her body. Korra scrambled down the tree as Asami scraped awkwardly at the mud coating her head to toe. Want a hand? Please, Asami said stiffly as she tried to flick the mud from her hands. Just hold still then. Korra murmured. She reached out with water and earth bending. The mud was thick and sticking. This was not as easy as it should have been. Korra wrenched at the mud with a bit too much force. The rip was startlingly loud in the stillness as Asami's shirt tore in half. Korra blinked, following the drifting pieces of fabric as they fell to the ground. Korra! Asami said in frustration. Korra blinked and looked up, her gaze stopping at Asami's chest and the black bra she wore. Korra! Asami tried again. Sorry, she said hurriedly as she scratched her head and tried to keep her eyes on Asami's face. You'd think I'd learn after doing that to Mako. That got a smile. If I did not know any better, I would think this was some secretive method to get your partners undressed. Asami sighed distantly. My eyes are up here, Korra. Korra gulped and glanced up again. Sorry, it's... Sorry. Asami grinned. It's okay. I'm teasing you. Another snap above them and their belongings rained down around them. We should probably get out from under the biplane. Yeah. And more mud, Korra sighed as she crouched to grab at their belongings. Okay, we should probably wash all this. Unless you want me to try again. Washing sounds the best idea, Asami said hurriedly. If you tear the tent in half too. She shook her head as the two of them scooped their meager supplies out of the mud and scraped as much mud off as possible. I really want a bath now, she added. If we can get to the beach or if there's a stream nearby. Korra said. Asami nodded as she unfolded the map and studied the compass. Sun Warrior Island was at least not near the edge and had escaped the mud. Okay. If I have this right, we're at worst a few hours from the Sun Warrior Shrine. But not sure we can make it before nightfall. Guess we'll need to make camp out here, at least for one night. She pointed off to the east. According to this, there's a waterfall that way. Should give us somewhere to wash up if nothing else. Better get moving while it's still light, Korra said. First this, Asami said, digging a spray bottle out of her bag. She spritzed herself and held it out to Korra. Mosquito spray. Now I just need a new top. Korra took the bottle as she nodded. Yeah, that's a good look for you without it, but it'll probably get cold later. A good look? Asami asked, raising an eyebrow. Why, Miss Avatar, are you admiring me wearing less than normal? She flushed. Yeah. No, I'm sure I've seen people on the beach wearing less. Korra glanced away deliberately. A bit fancier than swimwear. And I don't let just anyone see me wearing this, Asami said and glanced around. Not that anyone else is here so. Her voice sounded a little different when she spoke next. Guess I can do without the top for now. At least as long as you can do your airbender trick if it does get cold. I can, Korra said a little too quickly. Okay then, Asami replied with a smile, hefting her bag onto her shoulder. And as long as I don't distract you too badly, guess I stick with this for now. She started off and stumbled over a tree root a moment later. Ow. You okay? Korra asked. And what was that about you distracting me? Just a test. Asami said as scrambled to her feet. I'm fine. Let's try that again. The air felt close, the canopy above blocked most of the sunlight, but the air was humid and felt thick in her throat. Strange noises came from all around them. Animals or spirits? Korra glanced around and saw nothing obvious. So, you plan on making more of those biplanes? She asked. Yep, Asami said as she stepped carefully over another route. Hopefully they'll be prove suitable for the city's defenses. Airships get shot down easily and air bisons are picky about who flies them, and there's not many of them, and really do we want to force them into fighting for us? Asami shook her head. I reckon the planes will be something better. Too fast to easily shoot down, and if so, that ought to give US air superiority if, well, when Kuvira does make her move. But that means I need to train more people how to operate them. Sounds like you have it all planned out, Korra said. I wish. Asami laughed. I'm sort of making this up as I go. But it seems to be working so far. She lapsed into silence. Sorry again about your shirt, Korra said a moment later. It was a honest mistake. I wasn't just trying to get you undressed. It's fine, Asami replied with a new grin. I know you were just trying to help. And it's not like you haven't seen me in less. Here you go, Iroh said as he set the laden plate down in front of Bolin. As much as his stomach felt empty, Yu's words after the trial still echoed in his head. I'm not that hungry. He tried. Iroh was watching him carefully and sighed. She told you, didn't she? Bolin reluctantly nodded. Just because I have no savings does not mean I'm starving. Eat. I'll be fine, he grinned. So you and Korra. I'm sure after this disagreement is over you'll be back to a wonderful couple together. We're not a couple, Bolin said hurriedly as he swallowed a mouthful. Iroh frowned at him. I was sure you two were a couple, he said as he sipped at his wine. You've been practically inseparable since you got back to the city. No, not a couple, Bolin shook his head. We kissed a few times. Iroh grinned and he hurried on. But it's not like we've started courting or, dating. His friend nodded and Bolin shook himself. I haven't confessed how I feel to her or anything, and she hasn't confessed anything to me or. He sighed. So much had happened this last year. He glanced at Iroh. You really thought we were a couple? Well, you looked like it to me. I wasn't sure, but. Is everything okay between you? Bolin stayed quiet. I get the impression there's a reason she didn't tell you she was going to head off to the Fire Nation, and that even as good a friend as Asami wouldn't be enough for her to not tell you at all. We had a fight, Bolin said and briefly summarized the painful argument. Ah, Iroh winced. And now I don't know what to do, Bolin said sighing. We've never argued like that before. Or even really argued. Did I do something wrong? Have I screwed everything up? I'm just not sure how I can talk to her next time. I suspect this is just a case of miscommunication, Iroh said softly. Just give it a little while. Do you two fight? Iroh raised an eyebrow. Two. He echoed. You and Asami. Bolin clarified. Ah. Iroh sighed. Just as you and Korra are not a couple, neither are Asami and I. Though I suspect the sole difference is that as far as I am aware neither Asami nor I have aspirations to wind up like that. You certainly wish to change the status quo, and I think Korra would not object. Iroh drank his wine. But to answer the question, yes, we do disagree on a variety of things, but it's different. Wait. Not a couple? The breakup with Korra, the rose at Asami's birthday, Asami hiding out in Iroh's apartment. Okay, so they had separate rooms, but that did not actually mean Asami slept in her own bed. Oh, and the marriage certificate just before the verdict in Asami's trial, that could not have come out of nowhere. Could it? But. The two of you. We seem a little unconventional, Iroh admitted. Friendships can have a variety of benefits. His smile twitched and Bolin felt his eyes widen. Oh. His cheeks flushed. A decidedly mature relationship. But, if it helps to assure you, my past relationships have had their share of arguments. Eventually they caused the relationship to end, but just one argument is no reason to think things are over. Bolin shook himself. What happened? Iroh looked sheepish. Complicated and quite tedious most of the times. The last time we did break up right after a row. Bolin tensed. Don't be discouraged though. Everyone is different. I have every faith that you can and Korra can work through this. I don't know. I don't even know where to start. We did fight, but there's other stuff. And I just think that might get in the way and it'll push us apart. Bolin stared at the floor. Iroh stood up stiffly. I can see this is going to take us a while. Sake. Bolin nodded warily. Iroh poured 2 glasses from his drinks cabinet and handed one to Bolin. I think I need to hear this from the start. Bolin related it all, from the very first meeting with Korra to the argument 2 nights before. When I was in BA Sing Se I promised myself I would tell Korra I loved her the moment I saw her again. But when the time came, I was just so happy to see her and then we kissed and it was. He trailed off wistfully. I thought I didn't have to actually come out and say it. But now I think I should have. Now I'm just confused. Confused? Iroh asked. I used to dream about her protecting me. She would swoop in and carry me off in her arms, I was the damsel and she was the prince. His face felt hot again. Iroh did not laugh and gestured for him to continue. But now she really does want to protect me and doesn't want me to get hurt and. I don't like how that feels. I need to stand up on my own and not hide behind her. But it's Korra. It's what I always thought about, so why do I feel like this? Were my feelings for her because I was sad and desperate? And then, maybe she's only ever thought of me as a little brother to look after. You know, just like Mako. So that kiss, maybe it was because she felt sorry for me. Does that make sense? It does. And I can see what you're getting at. Iroh sighed. Complicated indeed. And then that argument, we fought. We never fight and maybe that means we're no good together. Did I screw up my only chance? Should I have just let her keep me safe? And Bolin glanced at Iroh. I don't know if you know, but they were really close before. Korra and Asami. Iroh nodded. I am aware they were briefly together. So, ever since you told me they had gone off together, I couldn't help but think what if dash. Bolin cut himself off. They're screwing right now. Iroh's words made his blood ran cold. I wouldn't be surprised knowing Asami actually. Iroh's smile vanished as he stared at Bolin. He put his glass down quickly and leaned forward as Bolin shivered. I'm joking. I'm just joking. Oh, Bolin, I'm sorry. Please don't take that seriously. Finally, Korra said as they stumbled into the wide clearing. The sky was visible through the gap in the foliage above the waterfall. A deep pool of water fed a narrow stream that soon vanished into the trees around. Birds called to one another in the trees and the splash of the falling water was oddly relaxing. Looks like we can set up camp here, Asami said, dropping her own bag and stretching. She sat beside the pool and undid her boots, tucking her socks into them. Asami rolled up her pant legs and dipped her feet in the water. Korra sat cross-legged beside her at the edge of the pool as Asami scooped up water with her hands and rubbed at the mud encrusting everything. Korra set to work on her own belongings. Not perfect, but a lot better than it had been. The water feels lovely. Reckon it's okay to swim in? Asami asked once everything was clean. Should be, Korra said, eyeing up the water. It was slightly murky, but that was entirely from their cleaning efforts. The particles of mud were already flowing out of the pool and into the stream. Asami carried her bags a short distance from the pool. But I don't think I brought swim dash. Neither did I, Asami replied. She was smiling. I'm still going to wash though. Care to join me? Asami asked as she pulled her pants and underwear off. She dropped them on her bags and glanced over her shoulder as she undid her bra. Yeah. Korra murmured as Asami walked past her and stepped into the pool. Looking away seemed impossible as Asami waded around the edge of the pool to the waterfall. She glanced back and Korra glanced away, focusing very hard on her laces. They were doing a sterling job of knotting further as she tugged at them. Her clothing seemed determined to rebel too as all her buttons seemed somehow too big to undo. Korra glanced up, her heart lurching and her mouth going dry. Asami was standing under the falling torrent of water, her eyes closed as she ran her over her hair, her arms, her chest, stomach, legs. Korra gulped, her cheeks heating up and her stomach oddly weightless. She struggled with her clothes again, the knots in her boots finally slipping apart and buttons forced through holes. At last, she threw her clothes into a messy pile and as she turned back she found herself staring right at Asami as she waded back towards her. Why was it so hard to breath all of a sudden? She needed a distraction, and fast. The pool, it seemed deep. How deep? She could find out. Korra plunged deep into the water. It was neither hot, nor old, but just warm. The pool was actually surprisingly deep and she kicked her legs and swam as far down as she could. The waterfall thundered somewhere above her, the pressure building on her ears. A few struggling plants down here. No fish? Korra glanced up and spluttered. Asami was swimming right overhead on the surface. Korra really needed to stop staring at her friend like this. First step was to not be under the water when she was like this. She took a deep breath as she broke the surface and panted for a moment as she paddled to the shallows. Focus on the waterfall. Or the jungle. And not Asami as she swam towards her. Not that she could see anything. Korra. Korra replied. Sorry. What is it, Asami? While it might seem odd, I'm kind of glad we crashed. Asami giggled. What a weird thing to say. Korra shook her head. I kind of agree. So not weird. I'm glad. If nothing else, it's so nice to be able to talk to you again. I mean, properly. Just the two of us like this. It's been so long since we've been on our own, Asami said. I missed it too, Korra admitted. We used to do everything together. Would it be possible to go back to how they had been before? Back when Asami helped run Future Industries and all Korra had to worry about was prob ending. And they would go and just have fun nearly every day? Somehow it seemed unlikely. Not that they could not do those things, but it would not be the same anymore. They both had new responsibilities. Well, Korra always had her role as the Avatar, even as she had been trying to avoid it dominating her life. But now Asami had so much more. I never thought we'd have a moment like this again. Ember Island. She trailed off. I don't think I told anyone else. But I thought that was my ending. There was just this one moment when I thought destiny was going to leave me there, and all I would be doing was helping the retirees and fixing automobiles. She glanced at Korra. And I would have loved doing that. It was nice there, we should go sometime if we can. But But? Korra asked. As nice as it was, as much as I liked it, I didn't want to give up. Everything that happened after, that was all terrifying, I wouldn't want to do that ever again. But in the end, I think it was worth it. But not because I got the company back, and not because I got off so lightly. It was because of you and the others, Iroh, Bolin, even Mako. I met you all because of what happened and I could never want to change that. She sighed and shot Korra a smile. I know, I'm being sentimental. It's fine, Korra smiled back. I have to admit I was worried about the same kind of thing, that you might have been better off without me. Asami flinched. Never, she said. I don't think that anymore. But maybe we were really destined to be together. Asami smiled. I've learned that I'm nothing without my friends. And how unlikely was it we ever ran into each other again? Nearly impossible, Asami answered softly. But so much happened because I did and I made other friends. But, Asami? You have the honor of being my very first friend in the whole world. Thank you. Korra and Asami put the tent up as night began to fall. The air was warm enough for clothing to seem unimportant and neither bothered to unpack anything, though they both felt it necessary to drape a towel around her shoulders. Asami lit the travel lamp and started combing her hair. Her movements soon dislodged her towel and it soon bunched around her waist as she sat cross-legged in the tent. The loss of cover did not seem to faze her in the slightest. But despite her best efforts, Korra kept finding excuses to look at or towards Asami who did not seem to have noticed. Korra nearly jumped out of her skin when Asami spoke a few moments later. I still don't mind you looking, she said grinning. So you don't have to shy away. She put down her brush and met Korra's gaze. If you like, I don't mind sleeping without a top. Her grin widened. Or anything at all? She cocked her head to one side. Any objections? Korra gulped hurriedly. But you might get cold, she said awkwardly, her heading spinning. Well, Asami said as she pulled the towel from around her waist. So beautiful. I was thinking that you might feel like keeping me warm. Maybe. She crawled towards her, Korra unsure where to look. So much skin, so much of Asami's skin right in front of her. Heat seemed to be radiating off her as she drew closer, her skin near glowing in the lamplight. Korra's heart was about ready to explode. If we sleep together, she breathed as she kissed Korra's lips. Then we can stay warm. Another slightly longer kiss. She drew back a frustrating moment later and gazed into Korra's eyes. Korra darted forward, seeking Asami's lips, missing a little but soon correcting. Too good and she must be doing terribly at this. Korra pulled back after a moment and leaned her forehead against Asami's as she closed her eyes. Sorry. Been a long time. She could not even look at her right now. Korra. A soft hand on her cheek. Korra opened her eyes, Asami was smiling at her. I missed this. She leaned forward, their lips meeting and Korra slowly laid back, Asami moving with her. Their lips stayed together, tongues catching each other as they kissed. Asami was warm above her, against her, blazing hot where their bodies met. Korra gasped as Asami's leg slid between her own. She was so warm and smooth beneath Korra's hand. She dragged it along the ridge of Asami's spine, inducing a gentle moan. Oh, that's good, Asami murmured and kissed her lips again. Then her cheek, her jawline, and then her neck. Korra squirmed, wanting, no, needing to be closer to the other girl. She slipped her hand from Asami's back to trace gently and warily across her chest. Soft and flushed like her face. Asami trembled at her touch and inquisitive movements, Korra mimicking her own touch on her companion. She took a deep breath and lifted her head to stare into Korra's eyes. Korra. If we keep going. She let the question hang unspoken in the air as she panted. Just like that night with Mako. Her only chance to be with him like that, an opportunity now gone forever. Would she ever have another chance to experience this with Asami? I want to, Korra breathed, her words sending a delightful thrill into her belly and lower. I'm ready. I want to make love. Asami held her gaze for a second longer before she smiled. Korra gasped. Asami's smile was almost beyond beautiful, and then she was kissing her more passionately than ever. In so many ways, Asami was Korra's first for so many things. Wonderful, intimate firsts. Special firsts. Her first human friend in the world. Her first glimpse of the world beyond the Red Lotus. First trip shopping. First concert, meal out. Her first kiss, first girlfriend. First sexual experience. Korra murmured wordless noises as Asami kissed down her neck and lingered on her chest. At her first gasping groan, Asami met her curious gaze with a smile and repeated the motion, and Korra moaned in earnest. Teasing. That was what she was doing, and it was obvious Asami knew exactly what she was doing. Longer kisses and brushes of hands. Always just missing the critical place she wanted her to touch. Please, she murmured frantically as Asami's lips traced along her thigh. Please, she begged as Asami's breath ghosted across her stomach. Asami shifted and Korra shouted at the sensation. Oh, yes. How could she have ever doubted Asami? She knew precisely what she was doing, every touch and movement sparking pleasure. This was heaven, she thought as everything went white. Asami looked somehow smug as she kissed right back up Korra's body, breathing still seeming difficult as the waves of pleasure were only just fading. She kissed Asami between desperate panting and squirmed on top of her. My turn. If you want. Asami looked excited and pleased at the question. Korra would mimic her actions. She could remember precisely what Asami had done. Not so easy it turned out. Before long her jaw was aching, Asami's hand stroking through her hair. Korra massaged her jaw and apologized. Asami just smiled and showed her how she could please her in other ways. Asami was still panting hard minutes later as Korra squirmed closer, her arm under her companion's head as she caught her breath, their legs tangled together. That was. She murmured and Korra kissed her lips, along her jawline to her neck. Oh, Korra, that was. Sorry I couldn't dash. Asami shook her head lazily. No. No. She smiled. That was amazing. Korra replied. For me too. She reddened slightly, recalling both her shouts and moans in addition to her companions. They lay together, their breathing slowly easing. Korra could not be certain she had ever felt so content before. Almost completely, there was something she still needed to know. Asami? I need to ask something. Were they a couple now? Did they belong to each other? Should they live together and spend more time together? How would it be to be the Avatar and be with Asami? Asami. Asami said lazily and blinked her eyes open. Sorry. Korra kissed her forehead. Sleepy. A bit. But we can talk if you want, Asami said, rolling over to face her, her eyelids drooping. Still listening. I'd like to. Korra paused. You probably guessed this was my first time doing anything like that. Asami smiled softly. And I'm so glad we did that, and no one has ever made me feel like that. So, if we could, maybe. Were there rules to these situations? Was this like the last time they needed to talk? Ah. Asami opened her eyes. I know what you mean. She smiled. I would be more than happy to try all that again, if you want to, of course. You just need to ask. I would feel a little awkward just blurting that out, Korra replied, smiling. We can have a code word if it helps, she said lazily. We can try all kinds of things if you want. She winked at Korra and closed her eyes as she rolled onto her back. Or you can try with someone else too. Someone. Korra echoed, blinking. Being intimate like this, but with whoever you want. You wouldn't mind that? Korra asked, puzzled. Of course not. She opened her eyes. It's not like I own you. And if you don't want to sleep with me anymore, I also won't mind. Korra bit her lip. This was. She puffed her cheeks out. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it was great. And? Embarrassed now? After all that? I do want to do this again. Asami grinned. But. The same is true for you. Asami frowned. If you want to try with other people. Asami smirked and started laughing. Try? Oh, Korra, I'm not sure how much I have left to try by this point. Korra flushed. I mean, I know you've done this before. A lot. And? I'm glad, and you really seem to know what you're doing. Her voice quivered with recent memory. And you helped me so much when it was your turn. But I mean, I don't mind if you also want other people. And I'll be okay if you don't want to sleep with me either. Asami studied her for a second. As long as you're comfortable, I don't want to stop too soon. This, that, all good. Maybe at some point as things change, but... She rolled over, pressing herself against Korra again. This was really good. I want to be with you like this again. I'd like that too, Korra murmured. Asami was silent for a moment. Can I ask you something? Anything. Do you love me? Asami asked. She shuffled back a little to stare into Korra's eyes. Oh, of course I do, Korra said quickly. I'm not testing you. This is a genuine question. Asami chuckled. I mean, are you in love with me? Harder. Not an easy question. What was it like being in love? So many stories, radio plays, novels filled with people in love, fighting against all odds for love. Usually the moment of revelation came with swelling music and a certainty beyond question from the couple. Two people wanting to be together forever. And after that a wedding and happily ever after mostly. Asami's novels seemed to fill the interim with a very large amount of sex, often before any kind of wedding, and some even dispensed with that aspect. But, it did not have to end up like that. The people in the stories seemed to lose all their old friends when love came into the picture. No time for the others, only their partner seemed to matter. But to do so with Asami, to never see Bolin, Opal, Iroh, Tenzin, Wing, Wei, Suo, Lin, Jinora, Ikki, Pema, Milo, Rohan. No, she could not do that. It would have been nice to see Mako grow old too, and it was not as if she had been in love with him. But, if she was lying in Mako's arms she would feel much the same way. Or Opal. Even Bolin. What if Bolin was laying beside her right now? What if she had hiked all this way with him, embraced him, touched him, and lain in this tent with him? Somehow it would be different from Asami. Something would be different if she was with Bolin. Asami was still watching her. Sorry, she said. Unfair question. Shouldn't have asked. It's okay, Korra replied quickly. Asami shook her head. Not a serious question. Don't worry too much. I really do love you though. As my friend, Korra said, her pulse racing, fearing that might be the wrong answer. Same, Asami said after a pause. We can just stay the way we are, if you like this arrangement? No strings, no restrictions, just us spending time together. I like that idea, Korra said, smiling as she kissed Asami. Asami pulled back a little to gasp and let out a quiet moan. Whoever taught you to kiss like that? You did, Korra replied. And a number of other things besides. I'm not sure if I got them right before, so I could use some pointers? If you're amenable to that. Asami grinned. Should I demonstrate? Oh, yes please. So, any advice? Bolin asked. I just don't know which of us was in the wrong. He sighed. Or even if I'm still the same Bolin I was before. Iroh fidgeted. I'm not exactly an advice-giving kind of person, but... Iroh stared up at the ceiling. Do you remember Asami's birthday? You gave her a rose, Bolin said. I did. Well, before that, just after I first met you and her, I read a report that said Asami Sato, rich heiress, rammed the leader of the Red Lotus with a Sato bike. Just reading that blew me away. And when I finally met her, I found she was determined to reach her dreams, smart, ambitious, confident, and passionate. He sighed. But that Asami no longer exists in this world. It's very sad, but she's gone. If you had seen her when I found her in the Fire Nation. He shook his head. You reminded me a lot of her when you got back here. Both of you had been through more than you ever should have, so many people would just break down after all that. But neither of you came away from those experiences unchanged. The Asami that exists now is rebuilding her life and trying to move on. Only time will tell if she is more defined by who she was before those tragedies, or those tragedies now define her, or she is someone else again. No matter, I am determined to be there for her. And the same goes for you. But everything seemed fine with Asami now. Ever since she got out of jail they had all celebrated together. She looked so determined during the press conference afterward. I didn't realize. I just thought she was the same as she always was. Was Asami somehow hiding something? Well, Iroh said. She may seem the same friend both you and Korra knew before, but please, just for a moment, imagine what it's like to be in her shoes. After finally mustering the courage to return here, she finds the people she trusted for nearly her whole life were ready and willing to toss her aside. All for nothing more than greed and political ambitions. You saw the trial, her own employees turned against her. Things are very different, she knows she has enemies now. He shook his head. That changed her. Just like Tsubikube, he murmured. The thought had never occurred to him. All he had seen was a struggle for freedom. I never thought. I'll still be her friend regardless. I know. She needs people like you, people like Korra. Someone who sees her as their friend Asami, not the CEO of Future Industries. Iroh gazed at him for a moment. It's similar to your situation, finding something to go back to. Asami fought her battles and went back to her company, back to the life she enjoyed so much. So, I have to rebuild my life? Go back to who I am? Bolin asked. Perhaps. Time, age, every experience changes us in every moment. But there does seem to be something inside that defines who we are. Something we can hold on to no matter what. You have to ask yourself, who are you, Bolin? I used to think I was just Mako's younger brother, Bolin replied. He was everything to me. I wanted to be a hero, and people say I am one. But even with that I feel lost. It wasn't heroism, I only did what I needed to, what they needed me to. I'm not better or different to all the others who protected their loved ones. People saved my life and I don't even know their names. I just want to belong somewhere. In a family with a home. Iroh smiled softly. You'll find your way, Bolin. And I want to be someone special to Korra. More special than just being her friend. But if she doesn't feel the same way, I need to accept that, don't I? It's not like I can just force my dream on her, Bolin said, his head feeling light. You just need to tell her how you feel, Iroh said at a distance. But it's so hard. I'm more afraid to tell her what I feel than I was to face Kuvira again. And it was so easy before. The first time I met her I told her I thought she was gorgeous, strong, awesome, and everything. I just can't imagine doing that again. And she couldn't possibly blush and say yes when I asked her to go to dinner with me. I have this chance to say it now. But I'm scared. Why am I scared? Because what she means to you has changed. The more you treasure an object, a feeling, a person, the more you worry about the potential loss. But not saying or doing anything means you will not fulfill your dream, Iroh said. Bolin was quiet for a moment. Did you ever worry about being rejected? He asked. Do you remember what it's like in the moment before you tell a girl you like her, and despite everything you've ever done together, there's this chance she'll say no? I do, Iroh said, fidgeting. Bolin frowned. You never had that, did you? He asked. Please, my ego is not huge enough to never war dash. Bolin grinned. Seismic sense. Iroh slumped. Guess it was a trick in court. It was. Iroh returned his smile. I need to be ready though. You caught me rather off guard. Plus I make a point of not lying to my friends. He sipped his drink. But you are correct, I never have been rejected. Though I rejected many boys and girls in my youth. Must have been a regular heartbreaker in your teens, Bolin murmured. As if I could say yes to them all. It wouldn't end well, Bolin agreed. Mako lost 2 girls because he couldn't say no to either. He shivered inside. But I am worried Korra and Asami will get back together. Especially now when I passed up the chance to say anything. They always wanted each other, Bolin muttered darkly. Did Korra tell you that? Bolin sighed. No, but have you seen them together, Dot? You can't just give up though. Talk to her, Iroh said. Can I ask you something? Something serious? Bolin asked after a pause. By all means. Do you feel anything for Asami? His eyes widened and he winced. Sorry, that was rude. I meant, I know you and Asami are not a couple. But do you like her? Iroh was silent for a long moment. I do like her. But, I don't think the situation is as simple as me liking Asami changing anything. I am aware she likes me too, but... He stared at Bolin. If I could spend the rest of my life with someone, I would be forever grateful if that person was Asami. But that would depend entirely on what she wanted, a very big if. She has dreams and ambitions far beyond any of mine and I doubt she would be comfortable marrying into my family and all that would then be expected of her. And I have no desire to pressure her into something like that. I'm not about to chase love, I've tried that in the past and I made mistakes. I won't be sad if I don't wind up with anyone. And if she was with Korra? Bolin asked. I'd be happy for them, as long as they made each other happy naturally. You wouldn't feel sad for yourself. Bolin stared at his glass. What if Asami was your destiny? Iroh blinked and frowned. She got a dragon from the fortune teller we met. And I was a turtle duck. Remember? His gaze drifted and he murmured something that sounded like, no wonder Auntie likes me. Iroh cleared his throat. I feel it is worth noting I've been betrothed since birth dash. You are? You never said dash. Just a metaphor, Iroh said quickly. My destiny is inextricably linked to the Fire Nation. Eventually I need to go back, and for want of a better word, marry her. Bolin tried not to snigger at the idea of Iroh in a wedding robe and dancing with the Fire Nation flag. I might not get love in the end, but I won't stand in the way of anyone else. Especially someone like Asami. If Korra makes her happy then all the best to them. But I think your certainty is too hasty. But ever since you were born. Don't feel sorry. Being the prince ensured I gained enormous privileges. You and Mako were far stronger. He lapsed into silence. That fortune teller. She said you had no destiny, correct? Bolin nodded. I would concur with the notion that you will create your own as you move through life. But you still need to talk about what you feel to Korra. Not just about romance, if you don't want Korra to shield you, she needs to know. Not sure how to bring it up dash. What if the fortune teller was wrong? Iroh said suddenly. What if your destiny was with Korra, but it never happened because you never said anything? Bolin took a large sip of his drink. Tell her before it gets too late and the problem becomes too big. And Iroh sighed. Don't take that too seriously. If this was really your first fight then it'll likely be milder than he cut himself off. What I mean is, if you can handle an argument now, you will be better prepared for the future. You'll do fine. I just need to think of something. Mako would know he froze, still turning to his brother for support and comfort, even after he had said goodbye. What good was he to Korra? But I'm pathetic. And? You know I'm just using you, right? An older firebender. Could I be more obvious? Bolin sniffed, tears beginning to flood his eyes. It's okay, Iroh said coming closer. We're friends, and I am here for you dash. Sorry for getting so emotional. Part of being human, Iroh replied. Nothing to be ashamed of. Are you sure? Your face is always blank in public, Bolin said. I might avoid showing emotion, I admit. You must be so annoyed. No, Iroh said as he sat beside him. It's more I really don't know what advice to give. Here. He slid Bolin's shirt up his back and started massaged his skin. This is a specialty trick of my family. Relaxes people in minutes. How does that feel? Bolin said, his head spinning. And, if you want you can come with me to the Fire Nation with me. I'm supposed to be meeting Asami when she gets there. Maybe you can talk to Korra then. Iroh said. Asami blinked awake. Tent. Forest visible just outside. Something very warm and very soft nestled against her back. Not a dream. She glanced over her shoulder, a naked Korra curled against her. Asami smiled, closed her eyes and dozed for a bit longer, just enjoying the feel of Korra's skin as she breathed. Despite the circumstances, despite crashing her brand new invention, despite being stuck on this island with no real way off of it, and despite losing who knew how many hours to sex last night, Asami felt energized and ready to get moving. But what was the rush? Korra stirred and lifted her head some minutes later. What time is it? She asked. Looks close to 10, Asami said, wriggling back against Korra. Guess we should break camp soon, Korra said, wriggling back and planting a kiss on Asami's shoulder. Probably. But I'm going to remember this as a possible holiday spot in future. This was a great place to spend the night, Asami said as she reluctantly sat up. Let me know if you do, Korra said, running her fingers down Asami's back. I'd like to come back too. She rested her chin on Asami's shoulder. Asami grinned and cupped Korra's cheek. You'll be the first to know, she said, kissing her quickly. Getting dressed and breaking camp seemed like an awful chore, so much easier to let another day pass as they lazed around. No. They were here for Korra. That could wait, after all, who knew what tonight might bring. Hours of trekking through the jungle later and they finally caught sight of a ruined city. Sorry it took so long, Asami said, double-checking the map. Behold. The Sun Warrior ruins. Hope there's something there that can help me, Korra said as they plunged back into the jungle and worked their way forwards. A set of stone steps lead them up onto a walkway. Asami stared around the remains of the settlement as they followed the only path. According to a lot of stories, this place is booby-trapped. She broke off as a tile sank under her foot. Oh. Korra was beside her in a moment and knocked away a torrent of yellow liquid spewing from a concealed opening. It smelled surprisingly sweet. Is this some kind of acid? Korra clicked her tongue. This place is dangerous. That looked, and smelled, more like honey, Asami said, staring at the pool distractedly. Stay close to me, Korra said, not seeming to hear her. I've had training to overcome obstacles like this. A tile clicked under her foot and with a rumble the tiled floor below them began to drop away. Come on. Korra shouted and ran for a nearby opening, pulling a soon out of breath Asami behind her. Okay, hopefully. Asami missed the rest as she ran right into something sticky spanning the width of the corridor. Korra spluttered a moment later as she hit the same obstruction. I can't move, Asami said after another struggle. Me either, Korra admitted after some rustling. Help. Asami called. I don't think there's anyone to help, Korra said. The people who set the traps probably don't like strangers. The traps might just be old? I think Zuko said something about the Sun Warriors now being a recognized ethnic group with a representative in parliament, Asami said, looking around for anything to help them. But I think some of them do still live here. So they might help us out. Korra asked. Maybe, Asami said. Help. She shouted. Nothing. No. Not quite. Something moved in the shadows and the head of a giant spider loomed out of the gloom. Asami gasped and shrieked at the top of her lungs. The head wavered for a moment and then moved in an odd, unnatural motion to reveal a girl about her age. A mask? Adventurers? She asked, raising an eyebrow. No, we're just friends. Asami stumbled to a halt. Ah. Both meanings then. Treasure hunting girlfriends. Very rare, the girl said, shaking her head. We're not. Korra protested. She struggled with the webbing. What do you want with us? To give all outsiders a message. Please tell them we do not have any gold. The girl said as she glared at them. We're not here for gold, Asami said in exasperation. Oh, so you admit it. You're here to loot all our cultural treasures. The ones that belong in our museum, not yours. The girl stared at Asami. Look. I am Avatar Korra. I'm not here for anything but to learn about dragons. Asami is my friend who came with me. Korra said as she tried to explain the situation quickly. The girl still looked skeptical but eventually cut them down. Come. We go see the dragons, she said and wandered away. Asami and Korra had no choice but to follow. Asami. Adventurers has two meanings. Korra asked. I thought it was just, stuff like having adventures. Ah. Asami flushed a little. Well, it also used to be code. For. What we did last night. Korra flushed too. Ah. She grinned. Adventurers. I kind of like that. So, this is the first firebender? Korra asked as she eyed the carved stone relief at the edge of the Sun Warrior settlement. Yes, an older Sun Warrior replied. The girl had lost interest in them as soon as they arrived. He learned firebending from the dragons and many copied his movements to bend fire like them. I regret to admit that his name is lost even to us. Though many do believe in addition to being the first firebender, he was also the first avatar. The first. I should try and talk to him next time I'm in the spirit world. She shook herself. Anyway. I would like to meet Ran and Shaw, like Zuko and Aang did. It had helped both Aang and Zuko in the past. Surely it could help her too. The pair of dragons are representative of balance, of yin and yang. There are many brave women and men who pass this test alone. She glanced significantly at Asami. But it seems to work best with a partner. The dragons too are appeased by the presence of a pair with a bond. Miss Sato? Do you wish to accompany the avatar? Me. Asami blinked. I'd be honored, but I'm not a firebender. Or any kind of bender. The Sun Warrior smiled. A concern I have heard before, but not a problem. Perhaps I should mention Ran and Shaw will burn your friend if they are not pleased. That's supposed to be encouragement. Asami turned to Korra. You have to. She nodded and Asami shivered. And what if I don't appease them? Then you will both burn. The Sun Warrior held her expression for an uncomfortable moment, cracked a smile and laughed. I'm kidding. Korra heaved a sigh of relief. They haven't flamed anyone for decades. But seriously, two people are more effective than just one, they seem to like it. Okay. Asami said looking wary but brightened as Korra smiled appreciatively. It is decided then. The leader of the Sun Warriors fumbled in a nearby alcove. Since you cannot bend, we grant you this substitute eternal flame. This is a candle, Asami said bluntly. Yes. I know. The Sun Warrior sighed. Look, just go with it. The tourists tend to really get into the whole ceremony. The dragons. They like tradition, they like ceremony. Even if things are not quite right. If it helps, Asami said holding her candle up. Thank you, Korra whispered. You know the story of this? The Sun Warrior asked ignoring their whispers. Mimic the motions, perform the dragon dance. Korra nodded. Okay. Go have fun. The Sun Warrior beamed. Still not sure about this, Asami murmured as she walked with Korra up the steps, the Sun Warriors pounding a steady beat on multiple drums. Korra glanced at her, her back stiff and inflexible. Asami was actively trembling. It'll be okay, Korra replied out the corner of her mouth as they stopped on the towering platform. Somewhere behind them a horn sounded and the ground shook. For a moment silence, the drum stopped and the last echoes of the horn faded into stillness. Then another rumble and the twin dragons of Ran and Shaw burst from their respective tunnels' entrance at speed, flying and curling all around the platform. Korra held her hands up and hoped Asami was mimicking the movement correctly. Ready. As much as I'll ever be, Asami said as the wind whipped and whirled around them. On 3. 1, 2, 3. They ran through the dragon dance, one step at a time, the dragons continuing to circle under and around them. Old fire-bending forms, Pili had taught her them years previously. They were almost second nature now. Asami was doing really well with them, shame she was not a bender, her form was excellent. As their fists touched with the final position, the dragons settled to either side of them. Here it comes, Korra said. We can do this. Wait, is this the part? Asami started as Ran and Sha both spat torrents of fire at them. Asami yelped in fear and Korra took an involuntary step back. The flames did not even come close to touching them and instead twisted into a multicolored vortex that loomed high above them. Wow, Asami breathed. Her friend's voice sounded distant. Korra blinked as the world lost focus and a wave of sensation flowed over her. The shifting patterns in the flame faded. Nothing. She span around. No sign of Asami, the dragons or even the stone platform. A familiar tingle in the back of her head. The spirit world. Hi, a voice said behind her. A man with long hair and a goatee stood watching her. Hi, Korra replied. Do you know who I am? Of course, Avatar Korra. He bowed. She bowed back. And should I know who you are? He grinned. I doubt that. I am known as Avatar Wan. Nice to meet you. When was Wan from? She had not heard his name mentioned before, though only half of the known avatars even had their names recorded. To many historians' frustration, some scribes in the past had decided there was no need to record individual avatars' names since they were all reincarnations of the same person. Or at least that was the conjecture based on a succession of 5 centuries duration for one tremendously old avatar. They knew the names after her time. Did that mean Wan was from before then? Did you come looking for me? Wan asked. I'm not sure. I need a way to regain firebending. I was hoping the dragons might be able to aid me. And the first firebender might be helpful. Not that I object to meeting you, she said quickly. I always want to know more about my past selves, Korra replied. I believe you may have found what you seek. I am the first firebender. Wan bowed again as she stared at him. And I share the honor of holding the title of Avatar first. How? Korra tried as her words failed her. I never managed to find anyone before Kyoshi. How are you here? A specific spiritual connection, without that I doubt I could communicate with you. You should thank my teachers. Ran and Sha. Yes, Wan said smiling. But there are other matters we must attend to. Harmonic convergence approaches and there is much you should know about it, your past and how the two have always been linked. Vato. Korra said as the visions of Wan's past faded away. So that's why. Will Vato return with harmonic convergence? Yes, Wan replied, his expression becoming serious. His prison will cease to hold him and he will wreak terrible chaos upon the world. But all is not lost. Just as I became one with Rava, with all 4 elements you can defeat him once more. Korra's hand settled over her chest, the same spot Rava's symbol had appeared on Wan. Can Vato merge with a host? Like Rava has? Even I know so little about the spirits. But as you have seen we merged, I see no reason why Vato might not be able to do similar. You've given me much to consider. Thank you, she said bowing. I got more than I wanted this time. But I promise you and every other avatar, I won't let Vato win this time either. Wan bowed back and faded away. Leaving Korra still in the spirit world. The truth of harmonic convergence, the phenomenon Zahir wanted to subvert to control the world. Had he known just what was at stake? Hard to imagine when no one else had the slightest idea. Korra sighed. One final step, if the pattern held, to regaining her firebending. Her original teacher. Pili appeared beside her, they were sitting beside the fire in the Red Lotus hideout later at night. Pili. Korra asked. What is my fire? She smiled. Fire is different to the other elements. Of all of the types of bending, we are the ones who can truly create. The usual lectures on combat. But the important information was still there. The philosophy, the nature. That distinction between the types of bending. Fire was a creative act, the other three elements used what was around her. We create the fire within ourselves, but we cannot do it for its own sake, we create our fire for a purpose. So whom does Pila's fire burn? Korra knew the answer, what had led the woman to strike at her in Republic City. There is more to fire than power and destruction. It is your spirit, Korra. It can take many forms, anger, pain, happiness, hope and dash. She caught Korra's gaze in her own, love. Pili loved Zahir more than anything else in the world, prepared to kill and die for him. Prepared to even end Korra's life at his word. Her words echoed in Korra's mind. You will come to need something else as you grow older. Fire was the element of power. It was passion and life. Often used for damage and destruction. But someone else saw it differently, they wanted to use it to protect and fight to the end. You're a good firebender, okay? A familiar voice, Mako. Thank you for taking care of Bolin. And rescuing me. Korra turned back to face him, to see him just like the way he looked on the rooftop of their apartment. The first time Mako was ever friendly to her. Thank you for helping me when we met. I'm glad I met you both. If it weren't for you. A first meeting that had allowed for everything that followed. Mako held out his hand. Korra looked at it and smiled. Her first handshake, the repeat should be as warm as that time. Korra reached out to touch him. Goodbye Korra, Asami, until next time. Mako said. Goodbye, Mako. Flames burst into life all around her and her eyes blinked open, tears spilling down her cheeks. The swirling vortex of flame around her dissipated. She was lying on her back, her head on Asami's lap. Korra. Asami asked, stroking her hair. I'm okay. She grinned. I can fire bend, Korra added as she sat up. She punched her fist forward, firing a ball of flame into the air. Thank you, Mako, she shouted to the sky. You know, for a few moments there, your eyes glowed white, Asami said. Bolin said you did that after the Red Lotus. When I was in trouble. Was that the Avatar state? Guess it must have been. Korra grinned. It's been so long, I forgot I could even do that. I need to train for that too. Be able to control it. She sighed. But now I have other things to worry about. We have until harmonic convergence to be ready for Kuvira. Why then? Asami asked. Because of the spirit fused with her. Just like me, Korra said, her hand brushing her chest. He'll be at his strongest then, and if he is what I sensed in Omashu. She needed to prepare and talk to her previous selves. You learned a lot about yourself, didn't you? Asami asked. A surprising amount. Never thought I would meet the first like that, Korra said. Well, while you got a vision, I had an epiphany. This, she gestured back towards the dragon. I think this is my destiny. Remember what you told me about the fortune teller? The dragon she saw. Korra nodded. After today, I'm sure she meant this, that destined to fly. And you should, Korra grinned. The Sun Warriors greeted them and congratulated them. See. All fine, the leader said. Someone cleared their throat. Oh. Right. He came to find you too, she said, waving at an old man in regal robes. Zuko. Asami gasped. You here for us or just passing? Korra asked. Here for you, he said. There was some concern when you failed to reach the bases on time. So, I came to rescue you. And extend an invitation from the Fire Lord. My daughter requests your presence at the palace. Well, Korra said, glancing at Asami. How can we say no? Is Iroh going to be there too? Prince Iroh should arrive shortly. The royal family takes hospitality very seriously, and as befits the Avatar, the intention is to welcome you formally. The entire family will be present. He cut herself short and her eyes widened. Ah. Something wrong? Korra asked. Really, the entire family? Asami asked quickly and Zuko nodded. Is that a problem? Korra asked. Asami shook her head. For most people, no. But in your case, that means she'll be there. She. Korra's eyes widened. Angela. Check the description for the links to the author.